Hi guys, 1212. Before we start the show tonight, I've got a really sad announcement. We need to dedicate the show tonight to a fallen soldier, someone that's part of our community, a die-hard truther that helped to wake a shitload of people up, sadly passed away earlier this week. I found about it on Monday. Sean Haskell, aka South Coast Superfoods, sadly was found passed away on Monday morning. So our thoughts go out to his friends and family. I wanted to say something on Monday night, but it didn't seem fitting with the subject of the show. So we're going to dedicate episode 50 to Sean Haskell. Rise in peace, brother.
Well, this call...
How do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
One, two, 1, 2. We are back. It's Friday night. You know what that goddamn means. It's Rise Above, the one and only.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
And it's about time I say hello to my first co-host, Mr. Andy PG.
Greetings, crater-dwelling peasants.
You do have a name. My name is
Andy Biggie.
Ah, yes! Welcome, Skater Boy. How you
How's it
doing?
going, you right?
You look well different with your hair down
My
there. I
hair
swear.
down tonight, yeah.
Welcome, Andy PG, and our resident in-house selector, Mr. Ima Beats.
How you
Word.
doing?
How's everyone doing? How are we sounding? Do we sound good, everyone? Somebody let me know in the comment section.
Yeah, let us know in the
Big
chat,
up
guys.
everyone tuned in. Victoria Campbell, Sean Green, Mateus, Hes Magnification, you're new. Big up all of the new viewers. It's very important that we say hello to all of our new viewers because, holy shit, Monday night was pretty epic, wasn't it?
Monday night was awesome, mate. I really enjoyed that show.
Well, I'll tell you what, we have never done a Monday night show before.
That was kind of like an emergency broadcast.
It was an emergency broadcast. It was totally off the cuff. I only decided to do it, well, on Sunday morning when I saw the story really developing is when I decided to do it. Oh, we've got to say hello to one more person. Wait a minute. Let's get our metaphysical protection specialist, our sensei, and the one they call Master Lee. Welcome, Inner Guardians, Master Lee. This is epic.
Grandmaster Lee.
We should have made it a bit longer.
That's awesome.
It needed to be longer. Salutations, Master Lee.
Salutations and celebrations.
Yes, we are celebrating tonight 50 episodes of Rise Above. Let me change that graphic a little bit.
Salutations and rejection of inoculations.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it's a big one tonight, 50 episodes. Who would have thought we would have made it this far? A massive shout out to all of our new viewers and listeners that have come off the hype of Monday night show.
Yeah, right.
I did say earlier on,
nearly 400 people Monday night.
Yeah, watching it once.
tuned in.
I said earlier on Facebook, I said, if it hits 6,000 views by 9 o'clock tonight, I will give away a hoodie live on air tonight.
Yeah, nice.
So maybe you can check on your phone in a minute.
I'll keep.
It was on 5,900 and something earlier on. I was well impressed.
Who are you going to give the hoodie to?
I'll do a thing, first person to call in on Skype. Gets a
Oh,
hoodie.
guys.
The phone lines will go crazy. We're going to have to bar Clint, though, because I know that he's got some speed dial. We just have to give the hoodie straight to Clint. So
Everyone's saying in the chat, because of my hair, that I look like a skater. Well, I am a snowboarder, guys. I've been snowboarding since I was 3 years old. So, you know, it's skater, snowboard. It's kind of similar. There you go.
Hey.
I do sometimes wear my hair down. It's just for the Rise Above show, because things can get quite intense in here. I normally put it back, you know. But we're going for a nice mellow customer services show tonight.
No, it's not customer services.
Oh, sorry, no, we're A to Z tonight. A to Z.
A to Z. Mate,
We
it's
were going to
50
do customer services.
This is 50 episodes,
We
mate.
were going to do the
Do you know
customer
what I've got?
services.
Look at this. If you can't see this,
Put it up to
right?
the camera.
I'll just
Enlarge it.
Let me just make the Empress. She doesn't like being called Mrs. Rise Above. She got me this week. It's customer services. It says, kindly, what is it? Say your complaint, then kindly fuck off.
Yeah, nice.
But we never say that to people when they call up with their complaints at Rise Above. We're more than amicable.
Have we had many complaints?
We've had a couple.
Yeah.
Only a couple.
Mainly about the crackles.
The proper complaints about the content, they never want to come on the show and address them. They don't really ever want to get down to business.
That's you,
That's
John
the problem.
Overkill.
Oh, God, he called it. We had someone in the comments earlier on of this show, before it even broadcast, called Free Society. And he's going, I'm the real Overkill, not John Overkill. You guys are 77th Brigade, just like John Overkill.
77th Brigade.
So he's even more hardcore than John Overkill. He's like, everyone's a
Oh
shill,
my
including
God.
Overkill, and you are. Everyone around me is a shill.
The thing is, right, with all these, like, everyone pointing their fingers, calling everyone's a shill, the people that sometimes give out wrong information, they're not actually evil or whatever. They've jumped onto
Just got it
something, information, and they're putting out there thinking they're doing the right thing.
Hey,
So,
mate, we used to
not
be
ev-
into Q.
Not everyone's a
Donald
fucking,
Trump.
Not everyone's a fucking agent. Christ.
Yeah, it's silly. So, for all of our new viewers, I will do a little bit of plugging before we get down to business, to the meat and potatoes, the nitty gritty of the show tonight, which is the breakdown of all of our slang words on this show. The reason we're doing this A to Z, this Hitchhiker's Guide to the Great Awakening, will be because we have a lot of new people that watch the show. They really enjoy it, but they don't necessarily always know what we're talking about, okay? No, so this is coming up very soon. If you like Rise Above and you want to support us, we have hoodies ready to go. Small, medium, large and extra large. It is the 33 degrees design with the rising sun, digital sun on there. They are £45.
I was actually
including
wearing
postage.
one on the way in here, yeah.
Yeah, you were. Looks lovely.
Very comfy, guys. Nice, fleecy, warm for the winter.
They're actually vegan and organic. They are okayed by PETA, that vegan organisation. Whether you care about that or not is totally up to you, but I thought I might as well get one. Yeah, so it's all organic cotton, really nice quality, and all the profits go back into Rise Above. And don't forget, right, by next week, I promise that the website is going to be up with all of the T-shirts on, ready to go for Christmas. The rabbit designs, the digital sun, everything exempt. Rise Above Live. It's
Are they
all
solar
gonna be on there.
flare? Are they immune from solar flares?
What, the T-shirts?
No, the hoodies.
The hoodies, I'm not sure. We'll have to sell some proper solar flare glasses, I expect.
They Live.
Yes, we'll sell special Rise Above They Live glasses.
Master Lee got a hoodie.
No, he hasn't. He's got a
We
T-shirt.
need to send you the
When
hoodie,
Master Lee sends me the promotional picture of him wearing the T-shirt, that's when he gets a hoodie. I'm still waiting for Mr.
That's
and
the next
Mrs. Inner
degree.
Guardians. Yeah, so
You gotta wait till summer.
Got to wait till summer. So yeah, guys, if you're new to us, please check out the website. It's impossible to find on Google. You have to literally type it into the search bar: www.riseabove.news. It's totally unsearchable. We are so shadow banned. It is ridiculous. As you might know, when you're trying to find the show tonight, even if you're subscribed to us, sometimes it's difficult to find because
notifications don't always go out.
they really, really don't like us.
Funny that.
They don't like us. Also, right, in the description of the show tonight is the link for our other channel. We don't always just do 5 or 6 hour streams. I do produce shorter videos, documentaries, on the road exposés, and we edit down the big shows so that you can share them with people in a more bite-sized chunk.
There's things like your Serco speech kicking around as well.
Yeah.
On
All
BitChute
of that.
and-
I'm going to do a Rise Above Reload page as well, where it's all of my old stuff that got deleted by YouTube.
Because you've got all my Pizzagate research that got taken down. And
Yeah,
it's-
for hate
so
speech,
it is
yeah.
all there. I think it's all on the hate speech, yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking
cyberbullying.
protecting children.
Yeah, hate speech. Yeah, definitely. So please do subscribe because we've got lots of new viewers, new listeners. You'll get extra content if you subscribe to this channel. It's the link is in the description. We've got all that out of the way now. I hate all that shit.
There's a lot of shit, isn't there?
Yeah, but do you know what? It's like all YouTubers. You watch a video, someone puts up a 10-minute video,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
first 4 minutes is like, please subscribe, click the bell in the bottom. Oh, I'm being shadow banned. It's so annoying and boring, but like, it is something that needs to be done because obviously we want to spread the word and get most people tuned into the station. We're doing this for a reason. It's not just
Plus,
for
you know,
entertainment.
some
guys.
people might be late to the start of Rise Above.
Some people might be late to the start of Rise Above. So let's start getting down to business. What do we do here at Rise Above, Andy PG?
We basically tell the truth.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what we do.
that's the easy way to put it.
We tell the truth.
We look at
We
current
bust the
events.
narrative.
Yeah, I think this meme from Iso Memetica, our in-house meme specialist, really sort of illustrates the point. The narrative stops right here as soon as you start watching Rise Above.
You posted a good one earlier from SM Memetica as well, Iso Memetica. Big up Magics. The one where the Rise Above is like a superhero face and he's being punched by the Soviet propaganda and just puts...
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's not in this one,
No.
but we've got this one as well for all the Rick and Morty viewers. Yeah, Rise Above will welcome you to the rabbit hole. If you are an NPC, it's completely up to you whether you go inside or not, but you won't be the same after you've been inside the rabbit hole. We promise you that.
No one will ever be the same.
No one will ever be the same
I've
again.
got a jingle which will do this.
Go on.
All who know that
Rise Above.
give their last breath to defend it.
Ah, yes. Homer
Is
Beats
it
all
too
over
late
jingles.
to add? Is it too late to add to the A to Z index?
Well, no, just make sure you mention what you want to mention when we're on that letter. It's fine. It's open. Like if we're missing something,
It's 2 words.
Okay.
They Live.
Send it on our WhatsApp group, Master Lee.
Send it on private chat
All right.
Yeah, or the private chat.
or what?
Well, it could go under either letter.
Yeah, whatever you like, mate.
Okay.
Nothing
we'll
like a last
We'll see what
minute
happens.
addition. All right.
Got to
Okay.
be creative.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. We've got to be
Soviet
spontaneous.
code.
Spontaneous as well.
I mean,
So,
how
yeah,
can we keep up with the content creator?
there's no way. I try my best every day to keep up with the infinite content
We're
creator.
all working, you know. There's no way we can keep up with the fucking
I'm
denying
lucky enough to
forces.
have a job where I can sit at my desk most of the day watching the Denying Force. Well, I just oversee my business. I'm very lucky in that respect. Most people don't have the time to look at it for so long, even if they would want to. Here's another good one for Magic's, Iso Memetica. Surface level normie reality is held up by all of the hard work, blood, sweat and tears done by Rise Above and the whole team, holding up the whole of the normulus. Yeah, very, very poignant. Yeah, where's Spoken Word Nerd? He should be with us tonight. Yeah, Magic is on his way apparently. He's coming to the studio.
Oh, he's coming in. Oh,
Yeah,
nice,
yeah.
nice.
To see Magic tonight. Be very nice. Okay, because obviously, you know, you don't want to end up like this guy here. You don't want a tinfoil overdose and be a human baked potato. That's why we find it very important to intersperse this hard-hitting information every week
Absolutely.
with satire, with humour, with music, with memes. We love memes here at Rise Above if you're new to us. Tonight it's going to be all about memes when we do the A to Z very, very shortly and we break down all of the slang words and the Aborigine adept language that we use here on the show to avoid certain boogies.
You missed out one thing.
What did I miss out?
Lubrication.
Oh yes, lubrication as well. Yeah, we like to use we like to use plenty of lubrication to slide through this Coviet Clown show. So we find it very important to use memes and stuff like that. And that's why our meme team is now 5 men strong. You know, we have a 5-man squad.
5-man meme team.
5-man meme
Yeah,
team.
we
That's
have
quality.
Virus Man, Iso Memetica, we have Russ Kieran, we have Future Ghost, and the Sagehead.
Wow. There we go, guys. Go and check them out.
5 men deep. 5 men deep in the meme team. Okay. So, is everyone ready for the A to Z of Rise Above? So, how shall I introduce the de-occulted language that we've been using here on the show? But the first thing is, why do we do it? Why do we have to use this language?
To get past the Al Gore rhythm.
Funny you should say that, Andy PG, right? Because the first letter of the alphabet is undoubtedly A, and I would say A is for Al Gore rhythm. Here he is.
That's it.
Now, for everyone that thinks, what the fuck are you talking about? Al Gore, right, isn't just the guy that started off the whole sort of the whole green movement back in the day, warning us that the whole world was going to explode if we didn't
Planting
stop.
those seeds.
Yeah. It wasn't just that. Obviously, there is an algorithm which works throughout the internet, throughout Google, throughout YouTube, everything, which picks up on certain words. This algorithm, or Al Gore's rhythm, as we call it, I don't even think we need to be careful about saying the word algorithm, but it's quite funny to call it Al Gore's rhythm, right? Basically, if you're not careful on Rise Above, Al Gore is going to come up right behind you, do the 2-step, and before you know it, there's a gun in his pocket and he's winding and grinding you. So you've got to be really careful what you say. And that's why this whole thing has come about. We are constantly trying to evade Al Gore's rhythm. And it's the only reason we are still on YouTube. Everyone says that, which is so, how the hell are you guys still on YouTube? It's because we have learnt.
Well, we learnt the hard way. We've had some strikes.
Yeah.
Same as poor old Mark Devlin. Big up, Mark.
Yeah, big up, Mark Devlin.
He's on 2 strikes. I think he's got another.
God, I know that feeling.
He's got another 2 weeks of one of the strikes.
It's
and
like
he's back down to
being
one
on 2 strikes on YouTube is like driving around
on
in
11
rush hour.
11 points on your 12-point license.
Yeah, it is. Because the thing is, when you're, as I know, when my original double LMC channel got deleted with 5,000 subscribers, hundreds of videos, travel videos, music videos, personal vlogs, you don't get any of it back. It's just deleted. Obviously, I had most of it backed up, but you can't always back everything up. You know.
WordNerd needs a link.
WordNerd, the link is in the WhatsApp. I will send it to him again. Oh, she's got my phone in there.
There you go.
The links, yeah. Send it.
I'll sort it out.
Get it in. Yeah, you sort it out. Andy PG it. So yeah, this meme here, I can't remember who made this, if it was the Sagehead. It's a picture of Bournemouth, which is where we are located. That's not actually the Rise Above HQ down there, I'll just let you know, but that's a representation of the Rise Above HQ. And Al Gore is flying above Bournemouth saying increase the rhythm in that area. Obviously, we've done a tasty stream, like Monday's night stream, probably talking about Travis Scott or something like that. And Al Gore has to fly over and pepper bomb us with his restricted boogie step algorithm. So yeah, guys, A is for Al Gore rhythm. Anyone else want to say anything about the algorithm?
It's a shameful dance.
It's a shameful dance. It's a shameful
Well, it
dance.
helps to maintain the egregore.
Oh, don't jump ahead. E is for egregore. We're going to be coming on to that one soon in the Guardians. Okay, A is for Al Gore rhythm. B is for guess what? Britney Spears.
Britney, bitch.
Yes,
It's Britney, bitch.
Britney, bitch. Right, so I think I can't take credit for this one. I will take credit for Al Gore rhythm. I coined that as I did many of these terms you're going to hear, but I cannot take credit for Britney Spears.
It's not in there, mate. You need to ping it over.
Master Lee got it.
In which we've got 3 groups. Which one is it?
Rise Above team.
It's not in there, mate.
Okay, I'll have to get my phone off her. Can you go and grab it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Britney Spears, we obviously use this one to describe.
Yeah, this is a very confusing one for some people.
Especially when we're talking about concert number 1, concert
they're
number
like,
2.
what, is she performing again?
Britney Spears' world tour, you know. So, yeah, I think anyone that's watched the show knows what Britney Spears is. It is describing a spearing, an injection.
Particular procedure.
A particular, as Terrence Lynn calls it, the procedure.
Procedure.
It's Britney, Britney, bitch.
It is Britney, bitch. So here we got Britney Spears Are Toxic, a Bill Gates film produced by Pfizer. I think I'm ready now. Coming December the 8th. I guess December the 8th, that was the date when old Bill Shakespeare got Pfizer's first Christmas miracle.
Britney and the Boosters.
Britney and the Boosters. All right, let me get this link. Copied link. Or maybe I didn't send it to Word.
No, you didn't,
I
mate.
apologise, Word Nerd.
I think you directly...
Mate, I had so much to think about. I've been slaving over this meme show all week. Like a witch over a hot cauldron. So
Bill Gates over a Britney Spears brewing pot.
like Bill Gates over a Britney Spears distribution factory. So on Britney Spears' left tit, you've got like the sign of the House of Borg. Oh, what is that? That's one of the black nobility houses. On the
Sigil.
Yeah, sigil. So on the right, Britney Spears booster number 33. Oops, I did it again.
And you can see she's got the reptilian eye. I think there's a crab claw there.
Yeah, so anytime you hear us talking about Britney Spears, guys, we are talking about specifically needlecraft, as Thomas Sheridan calls it. Thank you, Steve B. Yeah, I really like that as well. Big up Thomas Sheridan. He's the only person we've said his name so many times on the show and he hasn't come on yet.
We really want him on the show.
I'm kind of offended.
I really want to talk to him about Saturn worship.
I want to talk to him about loads of things. I think Thomas Sheridan is wicked. I keep saying his name. Normally, when I say people's name, they just sort of appear and turn up on the show.
Yeah.
You know,
On
it's
the ether.
happened.
Yeah, just come out
like a candy man out the corner.
Talking of Saturn, do you know what I learned about Saturn yesterday?
Go on,
Go
over
on.
Beats.
It rains diamonds.
Interesting.
So diamonds aren't worth shit on Saturn.
No,
They literally
nothing.
rain out of the sky.
And there's an exoplanet miles away which is made out of one big diamond.
Who told you that? NASA?
Google.
Yeah, nice one. Right. So yeah, Britney Spears and the Boosters. Oh yes, I did include it. Here's some great ones, yeah. Meanwhile, at the Britney Spears and the Boosters concert, oh gosh, I've had 10 boosters already. I can't wait to get penetrated again. This, that's right. Oh, that's Ito Memetica. And then we've got this really cool little Britney Spears concert ticket here featuring myocarditis, blood clots, and death. And more from Ito Memetica. I can see you've been to the Britney Spears concert.
Klaus Schwab was in attendance. B33 was the block he was in.
B33.
Yeah. And Pfizer Entertainment.
In association with Pfizer Entertainment. Brought to you by Klaus Schwab Arts.
And it's free, of course. It's free.
It's free. Welcome to
Funded by your local government.
Welcome to another faithful team member. Spoken Word Nerd, welcome to the stream. Spoken Word Nerd, welcome to the stream. He'll turn his mic on in a minute. He forgets to switch the mic on. Here he comes. Word Nerd. All right, we won't dwell. Right, so yeah, B guys is for Britney Spears. I think everyone knows what we're talking about there. Are you with us now, Word Nerd?
Hello.
Soon. Here he comes.
He is always with us.
B guys.
Good
B.
evening. I cannot hear anything. Can be heard.
Oh.
We can kind of hear you, but there's some serious crackling going on there, mate.
Sort
Good
that out, Word
evening.
Nerd. No, you need to sort
Good
your
even
mic
song.
out.
I hope we're done see yet.
No, not having that. Word Nerd, you sound like Darth Vader. Please sort it out. B is for Build Back Better. Can anyone notice something about the Build Back Better
agenda?
Not just the agenda. What about the first letter? I know we've covered this, but this is for our new viewers.
Ooh.
If you put the B as a small b, you obviously get 666.
Oh, there you go, guys. What a coincidence.
What a coincidence. Just like the 666 in the WF logo as well. So yeah, B is for Build Back Better. I guess if people are new to the stream, they might not know what Build Back Better is. Has anyone noticed it's behind? Nah, you must know what Build Back Better is. It's behind like
every country's saying it, mate.
Yeah.
Now, Word Nerd, you're still crackling, mate.
Check all your connections, Word Nerd. Unplug everything and replug it in. Sort it out. He'll be back in a sec. Yeah, B is for Build Back Better. If you haven't heard it before, you haven't seen it before, you will notice it now. Next time you look at the mainstream media and someone is talking about the future after COVID, they're always going to be talking about Build Back Better without fail, basically. Neil Christie says no one is that new. What if someone started watching on Monday night? Remember, guys, not everyone has been watching Rise
Yeah, because
Above.
the Sheep Farm boys have been plugging us as well.
Yeah,
so
big up Dom and Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys, for what you're doing promoting our show.
We love Sheep Farm.
But yeah, we got a lot of extra viewers on Monday for the first time, and they were like, "Awesome show, subscribe."
And also, massive shout to JD and all the crew at Truth Be Told. He put it in his Telegram, and we had loads of people come from JD's Telegram. They're like, guys, we love the show. Like, I'm just everyone, welcome to the table. We broadcast every single Friday night, usually without fail. And oh god, what is that from Sony? Oh no, I bought something from Sony. I thought we just got a copyright strike for some reason. When Sony Entertainment comes up in the corner, I'm like, oh shit, what's this? Yeah, so yeah, a big thank you to all of the new people that have come over to the table. We sit here, we feast upon rabbit, we sip anti-Coviet lemonade.
We pull the rabbit out the rabbit hole.
Yeah, well, don't go too far, because remember, we haven't got to W or R yet.
There's nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
Opportune jingle. That was an opportune jingle, Emma Beach. Really enjoyed that. Right, what else have we got for B? Inner Guardians, right? For our new viewers, Inner Guardians is our metaphysical expert. Have you got anything to talk about with this Build Back Better before we move on to the next B, from an occult point of view?
Well, it's obviously they're using 3 letters, which is it's the best way to insert a narrative. Using 3 words. It's a
3-word slogan.
My check.
Well, think about what they've done for the whole of the.
Nah, it's the word now, mate. You're still crackling, my man.
We had the protect. What was the 3 words for the NHS one? It was
oh shit.
Hands, face, space.
Oh, hands, face, and space. I wanted to remix that to hands, face, base.
Oh, 2 meters, you cunt. Where is it?
2 meters, you cunt.
2 meters, you cunt, indeed.
That was our one. 2 meters. Is that 4? Nah, you cunt's 1 word, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when they brought out this Build Back Better, I don't know if you noticed, it was, well, obviously we noticed, but it was everywhere. It was like a unified, it's like a marker, so they can communicate using certain things like this.
It works. It's simple but effective. Build back better. But remember, before you build back better, you generally have to smash what is there before.
It's quite it's to anyone who's looking for
Build Back Better.
No,
you're crackling, word nerd.
There's a problem with that microphone, word nerd.
It's real crackly,
Build
mate.
Back Better.
I reckon you should restart your laptop.
Yeah, word nerd, restart everything. You've got a problem there, mate.
Like, if you take a step back and you want to find out which countries are involved and doing what they're told to do, and each leader is saying this, build back better. It's quite easy to then to determine who's playing the game and who's not.
It's not just that. I've also seen big companies when they're doing their talks now saying the same phrase.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. So they're involved. That's what I mean. They're all, anyone who's saying this phrase is involved. I'll say that as a blanket statement.
The thing is, in itself, it sounds quite innocent, but you've got to ask the question: build back better. But better for who?
I think it sounds stupid.
Yeah, better for who? That's a very good point.
I think it sounds stupid, mate. I think it doesn't make any sense. Build back better.
It also says to people, look, it's broken. This is broken. You need to build it back better because you're not very good.
Hey, if it wasn't broken before, watch how broken we're about to make it, comrades. Watch this.
Yeah.
Right, next B is also for Bell's palsy curve. Right. Now, this is a collaboration between myself and Virus Man. If anyone's not familiar with the IQ scale, it falls on something called the bell curve. Okay, because it's the shape of a bell, and most people sit in the middle at 100.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we have called what's going on an IQ test. I think in the Guardian's first page,
the ultimate test.
The ultimate IQ test. So, yeah, we know what Bell's palsy is. It's the condition that happens to your face after you take a Britney Spears concert ticket.
I can hear something in the background.
Feedback
Someone's got something on in the background. Is it you in the Guardians?
No, it's not me. No.
Can you hear that, Overbeat?
I can, yeah. It sounds like someone's just got this. It's just a feed. Someone's listening to it in the background. So.
I reckon it's coming from my earphones. Yeah, it must be.
Turn them down then.
I will. Sorry, guys, we have to have optimal settings here at Rise Above. So the Bell's palsy curve, basically, most people sit in the middle and they just get speared to go on holiday in virtue signal. People with an average intelligence. People with a very low intelligence just get speared out of fear and ignorance. But people at the very top of the Bell's palsy curve, they just basically remain organic humans. This really pisses people off, especially if they've got Bell's palsy from going to the Britney Spears concert. So yeah, B is for Bell's palsy curve. Big up Virus.
It means it's working though, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The more people that appear on the height of the bell in the Guardians, it means it's working. Absolutely.
The more people maimed.
Trust the science.
Yeah, trust the science, guys. Trust the science.
Trust the science, comrade. Oh, I should have had that for tea. I don't think I've got it.
Oh, we can add it.
This
This
slideshow, this Schwab show, is going to be an evolving document. Okay.
I think it's going to be about 3 times longer by the end of tonight.
This is going to be like this never-ending story. B is also for Big Pharma Gates. Now, Big Pharma Gates, what does that mean? Big Pharma Gates is a term which we came up with earlier on this year when we started to follow an avenue of research which basically came to the conclusion that Bill Gates has become the biggest farm owner, an owner of farmland in America. And, you know, I'm sure he owns plenty else around the world as well. But it's not going to be just America, is it?
That's a scary thought.
It is a scary thought. So, yeah, he doesn't just represent Big Pharma as in the pharmaceutical industry. He's also the biggest farmer. So Big Pharma Gates is a stream that we did. And it's on the second channel. I've started editing it into smaller bite-sized chunks, getting the fillet of it. And it's part 1 and 2 is already out. So if you're new to Rise Above and you didn't know about Bill Gates' other side gig of being like the #1 farm owner in America and basically owning all of these different companies to do with real meat, fake meat, lab-grown, sort of 3D printed bio meat, Bill Gates has got fingers in many, many pies. Yeah, Ardman says he needs his ass kicked. Do it, Ardman. Just go and kick Big Pharma Gates' ass.
Hey, that's hate speech, yo. You can't be doing that
careful.
in this NPC world.
Not in the NPC world.
I think he's ill. He's psychologically ill. His parents did a hell of a number on him when he was little. They must have done.
Is that the magic man?
To turn him into what he's fucking doing now. Jesus. So, the guy is psychologically ill. What do you reckon, Homer Bees?
I think he's more than ill, mate. I think he's got.
He's
got twisted
this
reality
guy
as
is
well.
fucking sick.
But then
His
he's had a
psyche
privileged.
is sick.
He's had quite a privileged stance on the world, hasn't he? So he can twist it up as much as he wants, really, and not be questioned.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Big up Magic's in the house.
Yes, yeah.
Didn't sit on the cat, did you? He's gone already. You're my wire, Andy PG.
Have you noticed we've changed the chair for Magic so he don't fall asleep?
Yeah, the other seat just sucked him in.
What's up, everyone? Can you hear me?
Oh, Word Nerd, you're sorted out.
There
Welcome
we go.
to the stream, Word Nerd.
Hello and good evening. I was 1 minute
happened?
late.
What was going on there?
Oh, I don't know what was going on there. Nothing
Bad
was
connection,
working.
mate.
But I reset
50
it.
episodes of Rise Above Word Nerd. You were episode 1.
Yes, the Phantom
Before we were even
Leftist.
live. The Phantom
Yeah.
Leftist.
Yeah, I forgot about
Shit,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
The first ever
show,
Rise
yeah.
Above show. It wasn't live, it was
Yeah,
recorded.
that's right.
Yeah.
We had
Phantom
Homer
Leftist.
Beats was sat over here being Andy PG.
That's right.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Been with us since day
Good
1.
times.
Yeah. And now we are here almost, it's over a year later.
A monster
Yeah, we
we've
missed our
created.
year anniversary, didn't we? We actually did miss that.
Did we just
Yeah.
blast right past that?
Yeah, we just went straight past it. We totally forgot.
I'll catch it in the edit.
all I could think about was the next show. Big up. We've got sheep farming. Hello, sheep farm crew. Everyone's in the chat room. 300 people tuned in. Holy shit. So,
Boom.
yeah, boom.
You say a year's passed, yeah?
Over a year since the first live stream. Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it.
300
do you
people
get-
at 9:33.
Do you get the sense like time has kind of stood still?
Yeah, because it actually feels like much longer than a year, and at the same time, it actually also feels like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, which is quite
Yeah.
weird.
Think they could be manipulating the timelines?
Yeah.
We've seen
kind
that
of
they've
part-
been
part of the
trying
reason.
to
This in the
manipulate
past,
the
haven't we?
timelines.
About
If
the
it can be
delay
done,
they
they're
might
doing
have
it.
put on
I think. Yep.
Well, they've definitely been changing history and rewriting definitions of things. We called it. Me and Magic's called it editing the timeline. We caught them doing that on 3 or 4 different things. As we're moving towards this this eschaton or whatever's happening, this coming build up of energy, there's definitely something going on with time. Definitely.
Yeah. I've got a little jingle for this as well, you know.
Have you? Go
A
on
new
then.
age has begun. An age of freedom.
I like that. Sounds good to me. Okay, so we're only on B. B is for Big Pharma Gates. Let's make him a bit bigger. Something like this. Oh, that's all right, though. So, yeah, that's a good view. Big Pharma
Talking of
Gates.
freedom.
Go on.
Talking of freedom, I was quite impressed with some of the posts that you're making on Facebook regarding the remembrance of World War II. And people
The post that I made.
You've been absolutely
fighting for
hammering it,
freedom
mate, all week.
Yes, I know.
On your social
I
media.
couldn't help it, mate. I'm simply an instrument of the greatest apocalypse ever now. Like when things happen, I just have to fucking post about it. But what was it I said earlier? I said like, if you've been complying with the Soviet Union for the last 18 months, don't even fucking think about wearing a poppy today, because those who died for your freedoms would be ashamed of you. That's right. It's true. I don't care. The gloves are fully off now. If people thought I was antagonistic before, holy shit. See what I'm like?
you said exactly what I was thinking.
Well, I think that's, who was it that said it? Zuby said, the best way to quickly gain a massive, authentic following on social media is very simple. You just tell the truth. Very blatantly and very bluntly. And it certainly worked for him. Like, there's nothing special about what any of us, like myself, Zuby, any of us people, us commentators or apocalyptic pundit, as I coined it the other week.
Yeah, nice.
All we're doing is basically just pointing out the obvious. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just pointing out the fucking bloody obvious.
Common sense.
Yeah.
A revival of common sense.
Well, yeah, it's like back in the last days of Noah, you had to build a fucking massive ark. Now it's like your ark is just common sense. It's fine.
Not according to God, Vaj.
Not according to God, Vaj.
Big up,
right.
mighty whim.
Oh, don't skip forward that far. Right, so B is for Big Pharma Gates. It certainly is. Oh God, wait a minute. B is also for blood clotting. I had to just put this in there because I don't know if everyone saw about this today or the day before. Big Bird on Twitter, the official Big Bird on Twitter, posted that Big Bird had been to the Britney Spears concert to protect everyone. Big Bird's arm was a bit sore when they come out of the Britney Spears concert. And Big Bird had been informed that they'd been going to Britney Spears concert since they're a little bird, but they didn't even know. So this is where all these Big Bird memes have come from, because this was officially posted on the Sesame Street Big Bird Twitter account.
And that
it shows the motives, doesn't it?
The mind control for the children is in full effect.
But
look at this.
The plot thickens. I said it had some good ones.
This is one of the best things I've ever seen on all 50 of our Rise Above shows. This singular photo right here. This is brilliant.
Mate, there was one I should have put on. It was like Elmo's my first heart
Who made
attack.
this?
I don't know. I just farmed it. Mate, I'm just a humble meme farmer.
This is excellent. Whoever did this is 10 out of 10 from the Rise Above panel.
The Rise Above meme appreciation panel. Yeah, remember, guys, if you want to contact us, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Instagram, Rise Above News, and Telegram, Rise Above Official. I can't pick up the Telegram crew enough. If you like this show and you want to keep in contact with Rise Above type-ish people throughout the week, you need to get yourself on Telegram.
Rise Abovians.
Abo-Rizian adepts, Rise Above-ish. Yeah. Everyone in the Telegram group, it's like, I only post in there a couple of times a week. They're just doing their own thing, chatting, sharing information, sharing research.
Posting memes. That's where I got that Greta meme from.
Oh, is it? Right.
Yeah,
okay.
I just took the clip off the top because it was a personal thing. Someone just obviously snapped a screenshot and put it in the Telegram. Big up you guys on Telegram.
320 people tuned in. We're only 40 minutes into the A to Z of Rise Above, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Great Awakening, a dummy's guide to the greatest apocalypse ever. B is for health chop. B is for Big Pharma Gates. B is for blood clots.
Big Bird Bill.
And B is definitely for Big Bird.
Big Bird Bill.
Oh shit. C, comrades. C is for none other than the Soviet Union. For our new viewers, I think I need to drop it. Okay, right, you get the idea. That is the Magic's exclusive Soviet Union grime remix. Myself on the visuals. This is really, in a way, sort of like the one that started it all. The concept of the Soviet Union is one of the first terms that I really coined at the start of this.
So this is actually quite symbolic because you've actually used the Soviet Union propaganda directly.
Yeah, I've recatalyzed it, mate.
This is their was the first image they put out when they said we could actually see the CV. You could actually see the COVID, the infection, whatever it is, whatever they claim it is, and this was the picture that they put out. So yeah, you've actually used their shit against them.
This is the entire conceptualization is the Soviet Union. I actually have the date and almost the time that you came up with that, Lance.
Wow.
You've been recording everything. The other day, you whipped out a book and you started quoting like what I'd said, and I was like, mate, this is sick. Like I said some quote like in 2000.
The black goo guzzling triad.
No, it was about whether people should worry about whether the Earth is round or flat.
Realm. Yeah.
Oh shit, we need to welcome another team member, Mr. Virus Man.
This one, because you don't do it yourself, Lance. He came out of the police station. It was
Greetings,
the day
Virus Man.
And you came out of the police station having just been arrested, and we waited ages for you. And then you were like, "I've got this concept we can like use, and it's going to be like, like comparing it to communism. And it's going to be like by the end of the, by the time we got to Exeter, it was Soviet Union." You came straight out with it, straight out of the police station, and said it's going to be compared to communism.
Do you know when I first came up with it? And this is it's actually recorded on BitChute. The first time I ever said the Soviet Union is when I did those videos when I was chasing down the COVID weasels in the street, the COVID wardens. Right, and I was going after him. I was chasing him, and I was filming him. And he's like, "Why are you bothering me?" I was like, "You are here. You are just like you're like Hitler's brown shirts." I was like, "This isn't the Soviet Union," and I meant to say Soviet Union. And I was like, "Fucking hell, the Soviet Union. That's well good." And I make a mental note, and I'm still chasing the guy down the street. The Soviet Union, comrades. In fact, that's a picture of the Soviet weasel right there. V-Man, you made this meme, didn't you?
Yeah, this is a very early one, yeah.
What's up, Virus Man? You right?
I'll big up Virus Man.
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Salutations, celebrations.
We're just all celebrating, mate. 50 episodes of Rise Above. What do you know? It's a milestone. It's a milestone for all of us.
No retreat. No surrender.
That's what we've shown.
Loving these new jingles. Oh, it's Britney, bitch. You made it happen. I'm so happy.
Yeah, of course you made it happen. This is Rise Above. That's Homer Beats.
It's Britney, bitch.
Love you, Britney.
Look at the panel. So yeah, the Soviet Union, the original image of the virus with the hammer and sickle on top, and then we've got a picture of the gulag and the Soviet weasel. This is really this has gone around the world now. People are using this term around the world, and I'm happy to say that it came from right here, from the Rise Above stable, straight from the rabbit table.
This is why we're not allowed on TikTok anymore.
Is it? This is why you got banned
we've
from
got
TikTok?
3,000 shares on Soviet Union. Got more shares on that than Rise Above. And then they shut it down.
Oh, what? You made a channel just called the Soviet Union?
No, I made a channel called Rise Above News, but they censored it straight away. And then when I checked the figures, it was like, there's been so many people on the channel. Where's the censoring come from so quickly? And it was 3,000 searches on Soviet Union and a few hundred views on the video. So everyone was Soviet Union on the hashtag.
Love it.
That might have done it.
Yeah, so if anybody's wondering, if you're new, what the Soviet Union is, it's what you're living in right now, comrade.
Yeah. Suspend
all logic. Isolation is freedom. Ignorance is strength. You know the score. Everything's upside down. Soviet clown world, the peasant pantomime, the Soviet carousel, whatever you want to call it.
Don't breathe properly.
Yeah.
Well, we had Jay in, didn't we, to discuss this before?
Yeah, we actually had someone that grew up on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall.
Oh yeah, what a guess.
Soviet Jay. So he grew up in Soviet-controlled East Germany, and he wanted to come on the show. He contacted me through a third party, said he wanted to come on the show, talk about what's going on. And I said, well, what do you think about our term, the Soviet Union, to describe what's going on? He goes, this is what he said, I think it's an insult to the Soviet Union. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, the Soviet Union was much better than this. I was like,
more freedom.
He goes, yeah, there's more freedom. This is going to be much worse than the Soviet Union. I was like, fuck, okay. Because people think it's stupid that I call it the Soviet Union, and I was like, no, it's not. No, it's really not. Like, literally, like what's going on is straight out of the Soviet playbook on so many levels. It's as much fascistic as it is communistic.
So my mate, just on that note, so my mate, a very close friend of mine, he's literally just gone to France this week just for 2 days with a friend of his. They went to Paris and he's unspeared. So he said that going into France from the UK, you get immediately separated if you're unspeared. You have to go into a separate booth and you have to show like this your lateral flow negative tests, like, and you have to get tested every day. You have to wear your mask everywhere if you're unspeared in France. You can't go into a restaurant, anything without showing your negative test or your proof of spearing, double spearing.
Fuck a lateral flow.
But literally, yeah, you get segregated at the airport into non-speared and speared. He said, if you're speared, you go that way. If you're unspeared, you go that way.
Mm-hmm. And all of France is protesting more than they were even before. All of France, and no reporting.
How could they protest even more than they were before? They've been hardcore
exactly
protesting for like 60
7-8
weeks.
years.
Before the Soviet Union even took power.
You know, I was thinking this the other day, right? I'm going to say...
They've been protesting since the French Revolution finished.
So I am no way inciting any violence here whatsoever. I'm no way inciting any violence.
We never would.
But I think it would be quite good if we did a Rise Above kind of like raffle when someone can place a date or just maybe a country from who is going to physically rebel and physically overthrow their government.
So what are you saying, Andy? You saying this?
We will stand and fight.
Yeah, like that. I mean, which country is going to be first to actually stand up and physically take their country back from the quote-unquote leaders?
How are Madagascar getting on? Because I haven't read much about them.
I don't know, mate. I don't know.
I know that Madagascar had a bit of a stance against the glorious cure.
Yeah. Belarus
Belarus as well.
Yeah.
Belarus.
What do you reckon, Lars? Which country would be first to physically overthrow their government?
Hopefully this
revolution style.
I hope it's going to be the head of the snake. It's going to be us.
Yeah, hopefully us. Yeah.
Listen, if anyone's going to stand up to the Soviet Union, it will be us.
You reckon?
Well, Australia didn't.
No, they didn't, did they?
No.
And no disrespect to everyone that's anti-Soviet Union in Australia that is ready to stand up. But collectively, I mean, hey, we've talked about this before. I don't even know if standing up with force is the best thing to do anyway. You know, we've talked about this. When the Soviet Union is literally beating on people's doors, yeah, what, you're going to try and fight them with force? The people that have the ultimate monopoly on violence. You know, do we want to play straight into the hands of martial law by walking down the street and chanting and smashing stuff?
The trouble is, we'll just fill up their little camps, won't we? Then
exactly. You know, all of those plastic coffins and all those camps have been built for something. Wellingborough is being built for something.
Similar to that Gulag picture, somewhat.
Yeah, there's gulags waiting for all of us. We need to be smarter than that.
If the idea is to take out America as the world's superpower, isn't that going to be where the rebellion is kind of led?
Well, I would say so. But look how easy it was to quell all the gun-toting Americans. Just tell them to trust the plan.
Yeah.
And then they didn't do anything. And then the people that did go to the Capitol and storm it played right into the hands of those they're saying to be against. Welcome back into Guardians.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi's crashed, so I'm hotspotting now.
Oh, right, okay. You're not appearing on the screen just because we haven't got enough space. You're still with us.
Okay. No worries.
What's that? Right.
Tell him what I found. Go on.
Right, basically, I sent Omar Beats on a jingle hunting mission last night, and today he phoned me. He's like, "You won't believe what I found. I found a Ghanaian, Chinese."
It's a comedy sketch show, right? But it's
made
perfect.
by Ghanaians, but they speak Chinese in it, and it's called Master Lee.
It's called Master Lee,
and it's all in Chinese, but everyone's Ghanaian. And it's all brilliant. It's brilliant. It's really, really good. All of the Master Lee samples come from it. Maybe in the coming weeks we might play a bit of it because it's as good on the eye as it is on the ear. I've got to be honest.
And I've got some wicked sound effects as well.
Yeah,
on par with
Master Lee. Yeah. Like with the half Ghanaian, half Chinese accent. Banging. Okay, I think we can move on. All right, C is definitely for the Soviet Union. I think is everyone happy with that?
Yeah,
C's for Soviet Union. Yeah,
I'm ecstatic about it.
Yeah, me too. I love the Soviet Union, the best catalyst ever. Okay, so we've got a few images to go with the Soviet Union. We've got a few Soviet generals here. Thank you very much, Russ Kieran, part of our 5-man meme crack team. And obviously, big up Magic's Ito Memetica with the unholy Soviet Empire. I think it's actually the Kovan Empire as well, but I think we might have changed it. But look at Health Chancellor. Oh no, shit. Big Pharma Gates with all of his medals there from Gavi, Pfizer, Microsoft.
Coven is more mystical. A coven is a coven of Coviets.
Yeah. Coven of Coviets. I love it. Okay. C is also for commander of all data, because in the Coviet Union, in Clan World, in Abo-Rizian slang, all of these people have to have code names or Abo-Rizian slang names. Some of them have more than one. This character has more than one.
Yeah, we also call him Sugar Mountain.
Yeah, well, that would be S, so you could have saved that.
No, sorry, mate.
you got to be careful tonight. Right, so...
I didn't know we were doubling up on people's identities.
I couldn't help it, just because this picture is so good. Right, because obviously Commander Data clearly shows more life in his face, in his eyes, than the Commander of Data does. He's literally got a 100% more persona, more life, more humanity than the character on the left. Commander of all data of the Soviet Union, all he wants is data. He's just
and they're about the same complexion.
That's because the character who plays him is played by a human.
Yeah, it's a human acting.
Commander Data is played by a human,
like an android.
Acting. Yeah, as opposed to
Is the character on the left? Is he real?
I'm not sure. How would you ever know? No one has ever seen him in real life.
Yeah, I think the one on the right is more real.
Yeah, the one on the right's more real. You can like learn about him. He's got a name. This guy on the left. Well, we'll come on to more of him soon. But yeah, I've called him the commander of all data, not because just he looks exactly like Commander Data. He is essentially like, everyone in the Soviet Union, or every one of these overlords has got a section, like a segment, a sector.
Should be sectioned.
Compartmentalised.
Yeah. So he's obviously in charge of data. He's the commander of all data.
So in the chat, the Dazzler Report Channel 108 calls him Fuckerberg. Yeah, I think that's quite good. Yeah.
Good one.
Like that. So C is for commander of all data. Right, this is a good one. C is for Kirkeberg, yeah. C is also for coinciditis. If anyone's unsure of what coinciditis is really a medical term that's only really come about in 2021.
Another word would be a short illness, no?
Well, its symptoms include blood clots, exploding hearts, and just mystery sudden death.
Just literally just dropping dead on the spot.
Yeah, so on the street it's often called short mystery illness syndrome.
Sure,
yeah. But
on flights, you could just die in your seat.
Yeah, it happens mainly to school children and professional sports people. They've suffered really badly from coinciditis in 2021. So here we've got Big Pharma Gates, and he's showing a graph. On the horizontal axis is time, so as time increases, the level of coinciditis is exponentially increasing.
I mean, I would say that's pretty through the roof, guys.
Yeah, so that means it's working, right? And here we see how the real pandemic emerges, says Big Pharma Gates, and this is the work of Virus Man. Big up on that on Virus Man. I actually commissioned this one, if I remember rightly, yeah?
You certainly did, mate. Can't take the credit for it.
Well, mate, you've got to take the credit for putting it together. I also noticed the bird here, she stood, and she's got like... is that like the
it's the UN? Yeah, it's the agenda.
17 sustainable agenda goals.
She's just reading the UN documentation.
Just saying, oh right, yeah, increased coinciditis. Time this way, coinciditis going up. Yeah, that's good. That means it's working. Yeah. Yeah, perfect.
Don't forget, they've released Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 documents to the public. They're probably reading Agenda 2040.
Of course.
This is what they're reading here, which has just been...
like Agenda 2030, it forecasts the coinciditis. Agenda, by the time we get 2040, coinciditis, well, we've been living that for 15, 20 years now, so it's a natural thing.
There'll actually be a Britney Spears concert ticket for that as well.
There'll be a Britney Spears like vigil, like a concert from in memory of all the people that have died of coinciditis. Here, come and get another Britney Spears concert.
Yeah.
That'll
to protect you from coinciditis.
What, an anti-coinciditis Britney Spears concert? Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, right, okay.
It won't be a Travis concert.
Yeah.
Too early?
Oh, no.
Never too early here on Rise Above. Plenty of
What do you mean too early? We make jokes 6 months about things 6 months before they happen. We were making jokes about Lord Schwab putting an array of microcomputers in people's buttholes last year. Little did we know he was going to start anally schwabbing people this year. So don't worry, it's never too late. It's too early. Sometimes it's too late. So C is for coinciditis.
Too little, too late.
Okay, this is where too little, too late. This is where I didn't get a picture for this. I'm going to hand it over to Inner Guardians. Right, this is something we talk about a lot on the show that people might not know what it means. The denying force. Inner Guardians, I'll hand it over to you.
All right. Okay. So the denying force. Excuse me. it's something that you have to factor into every activity, every occurrence, all phenomena. It contains the denying force in this realm. Now, it is spoken of that there are other realms or other dimensions where it's not a factor. But in this reality, as we know it, there is such a thing called the denying force, which basically means you've got a positive, negative, and a neutral. So people that only concentrate or believe in just the positive, they often become victims of the denying force. So you could translate it to kind of mean the dark occultists. So anything of the dark occult could be the denying force. Now, if you don't know anything about dark occultism, it's very easy to become a victim of it. So what the light occultists do and can do is to de-occult what the dark agenda is, or what those in power that shouldn't be are up to. Now,
Which is
once
what
you
we do
factor that
here.
in, yeah, so when you can factor in the denying force, then you can actually be protected from it because you can recognize it. Once you can do that, then you can actually start to use it as a catalyst, because one person's denying force is another person's affirming force. So as an
You've actually
example,
you've hit a C there that we should probably come back to in a minute that I missed out on C, which is catalyst. But yeah, carry on.
yeah, so for instance, if you say the word no, that is a word of the denying force. It's a negative. But actually saying no when somebody's trying to kill you or wants to do harm to you is actually quite useful. So you can actually use the denying force. Now, it doesn't mean that you're of the dark occult spectrum. It just means that you understand the use of forces and the ability to balance the forces. There is no escaping the denying force. We're in this realm of which the denying force is 1/3, minimum 1/3. So the objective is to balance the forces. And that's what the esoteric, the light occultists will practice by using various exercises and observations, and being able to recognize when it is the denying force and not the affirming force. As an example, build back better.
Presenting
Better for who?
itself as the affirming force, better,
Yes.
building back.
Yeah.
But obviously, from our point of view, it's certainly being represented by the denying force. Tommy Tickle, who's new to the chat, big up Tommy Tickle. He says archons, denying force? Question mark.
Yeah, I mean, they could be a manifestation from the denying force. The denying force isn't one thing or another. What you got to recognize is that the denying force is 1/3 of a triad, of which is pretty much contained. Well, it's contained in everything that we know of in this realm. Every aspect of this realm contains three forces. Now, everybody understands polarity and duality. So you've got day, night, up, down. You've got the opposites. The purpose of humanity and civilization is to bring balance to the two. So you could use the analogy of having the lamb sat down next to the wolf in peace with the human in between them. So a human being, how they should be, uncorrupted and without hijacked education, would be a human being who can bring balance to the polarity or the dualism.
Okay.
And that is our purpose. That is the meaning of life, in essence, in this realm.
There's nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
That's a good one.
Okay. Another way, right? Let me just add one more bit. If you want to identify the denying force, okay, remember the denying force isn't necessarily good or bad. It's anything that denies what your aim and intention is. So, for instance, if you wake up in the morning and set an intention to do something, it could be anything, whatever opposes that aim or intention automatically, by definition, becomes your denying force.
Yeah, I remember when we first started speaking, you said, like, if you get into a small group and you sit down, you make an intention to do something out in the manifestational world, an action, what's going to present itself to you as the first obstacle is going to represent the denying force. If you said if you want to fight, if you want to seek out the denying force, try and do something positive.
Yeah, I mean it's a tricky one. Now these messages are very, very tricky. So as an example, when you broadcast something that you intend to do, and everybody knows this. So for instance, you go on Facebook and talk about something that you're going to do in the future. Guess what? You're summoning the denying force to come and get you, to prevent you from doing it. This is why. So for instance, myself, I generally talk about what I've done, not what I'm going to do. Because remember, when you speak it, when you speak it, you're putting it out into manifestation, into a fluid realm that doesn't have
this
any
world
particular
is
output.
spoken into existence.
Yeah, it's very flexible.
Can you argue though, if you sort of like following like The Secret, the law of attraction, if you clearly state your intentions, is that not a way of helping them to manifest on the flip side?
No, you have to. No, this is where a lot of people get confused. You have to state your intentions as though it's already done.
Yeah.
Not that you're going to do. So, for instance, if I say I want to give up eating ice cream, then that means I'm manifesting that I'm going to be giving up ice cream. I haven't actually given it up. I'll be trying to give it up, which is a massive difference.
Got ya.
Yeah. So you have to speak it as though it's already done. And that's very, very difficult because you're dealing with timelines. And this is why I say I live my life backwards. So I observe and I project backwards in order to go forwards. Because you're playing with timelines.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we'll leave it at that.
Excellent. Yeah, because we are going to be dipping in and out of humour and the
metaphysical.
Madness. So yeah, D is for denying force. Now the next one I'm going to show, this is really proper Aborigine slang. No one would know what this means if I wasn't about to tell you. So if you ever hear us say the next one, D is for Dave's ice cream. Right?
Yeah.
Do you remember this one?
Yeah, yeah.
Now this goes back to when was it? December? Oh, no, it was about November when I first did the research last year, 2020, when I found out a link between the Soviet Union, the Britney Spears concert, and a certain virus. I can say HIV. I said Dave's ice cream because Dave's ice cream was the nearest 3-syllable thing that sounded like HIV I could come up with very quickly. Because I basically couldn't. Yeah, it was the nearest sounding thing phonetically. Dave's ice cream. It sounds like HIV. Dave's ice cream. Just the way my brain works.
Sorry, I've been wondering. I've been meaning to ask.
I made the video. It got us a real heavy strike on YouTube.
Immediately,
an immediate strike on YouTube. So what I had to do was I made a comedy video talking about Dave's ice cream, and then I put the real research on BitChute. Now you can find this on the LMC BitChute channel. It's called Coviet 1984, and the Dave's ice cream connection. It's part 11 of my Coviet 1984 series. It's got some real hard-hitting information there. It's all from peer-reviewed science papers and actually from mainstream science papers as well. And I didn't even draw any conclusions. I literally just showed what it said in these papers about the creation of the Britney Spears concert, the virus, and Dave's ice cream, and the links, which I can't even talk about here because we'll just get taken down. So that's what, if you ever hear us, Dave's ice cream.
That's what it is, guys.
That's what it is, guys. And remember, that's why we're doing the A to Z, because we have to use these Aborigine slang words to boogie to the left, boogie to the right, to get rid of the predatory rhythm of Al Gore.
That's it.
It is predatory.
He likes to
when he
boogie,
hits the
guys.
dance floor and he sees a sexy
he'll
lady,
spike you.
He'll
Dangerous.
spike your drink. He will come and do the cha-cha behind you, and before you know it, you're waking up in Bill Cosby's hotel bedroom.
With your pants down and you're tied up.
Gosh.
With Al Gore washing from the
Dancing.
Dancing in the cupboard, watching Bill Cosby have his way with you.
Yeah. And then you've got the Jimmy Savile experience in the
The
metaverse.
metaverse
to
Jimmy
come.
Savile experience.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, so, God, we're weird. Right,
with what we're talking about with this A to Z, we're being very creative, which is very important to be creative, especially to try and outdo those that seek to control with algorithms and these other things.
Yeah, because they're not creative. They're the opposite of creative. They're formulaic. They work through patterns and numbers and algorithms, essentially.
Yeah, it's all about control.
Yeah.
Control freaks.
I can create a whole language of really stupid words to describe what they do. It's great.
Open your mind.
That's from the little dude that grows out of the other mate's like stomach in what's he called? What's he called? No, he's like Quaid. No, the guy Arnie's called Quaid.
Yeah.
He's called. Someone tell me what the little dude in Total Recall, the little stomach dude. What's he called? He's the leader of the resistance, and he comes out of the other guy's stomach. He's like Quaid, and he's like a little homunculus.
Open your mind.
Open your mind. That's a badass drum and bass tune, isn't it?
That's why I've got it.
Hey, Nick Longworth's asked a question. Aren't you?
Yes.
Aren't you guys worried about the Al Gore will update? Because we kind of writing it down. Well, this is it's a very good question, and you will find this when you're confronted with anybody that's kind of psychopathic or narcissistic. They generally, if you're playful and creative and use a lot of vision and imagination, they just can't get it. It's almost you go in a different dimension to them. Literally.
The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration. That's one of my bars, and they couldn't understand this level of innovation. They can't. The algorithm
can't keep up.
They can't. Al Gore cannot break dance battle with me. Can't do it.
How can it? Because it's been programmed by people with no creativity.
No. And
that's why I say put me in a room with the chiefs of this mess, shall we say, and I have no fear at all. I can completely outdo them. Mentally, verbally.
And we would pay to watch.
And probably physically, I'd say, Master Lee.
Beat them at Scrabble too.
Summon your inner Statham.
Yes, that's perfect.
Statham.
What do you call? Okay, so yeah.
I mean, do you want to explain that, or we'll wait till S?
No, I haven't put Statham in there.
Well, we'll add it.
Okay, yeah. Just remember when we get to S to bring up Statham. All right, so D is for Dave's Ice Cream. I said before we get to G, we'll have a music break courtesy of Homer Beats. D is for Dave's Ice Cream, the virus that's connected to Britney Spears and the Boosters. Right, here's a good one. This is recent. Sheep Farm Boys have been going in on this particular. D is for Divok 91.
That's it.
What is Divok 91, Andy?
So you put a mirror on that, guys. Yeah, and it's Coviet 19 back.
Now, the word Divok in Hebrew also means possession of an evil spirit. Its Hebrew origin, Divok means in Latin to break up, to sunder, to disrupt, divide, tear. The spirit of a dead person, essentially. The thing is that Hebrew is read backwards to conventional alphabets. So they read from right to left rather than left to right. So every time that the C word has been plastered all over the globe, and this is what we said when we first found out about this, every time it's been said, it's like backwards, that means Divok. Divok 91. What was it I said? I've got 90 problems, but a Divok ain't one.
I've got 91 problems, but a Divok ain't one. That's the anti-Divok mantra that we use here on Rise Above.
So what I said, like, if you were to try to summon a Divok, like if you summon the Candyman, you've got to say his name 5 times.
Yeah.
Imagine how many times Divok 91 was said throughout 2020. On a
global scale.
Master Lee estimated that if you counted every single time it was said on every different TV set, not every station, every different set, every time it was printed, every poster, every sticker, at least 33 billion times.
33 billion, guys.
Just a rough estimate. Just got his metaphysical calculator out, goes, yeah, roughly 33 billion. But, you know, it would be in the many billions, I would say. Pretty good way to summon a Divok, wouldn't it?
Well,
say my name, say my name.
Manifestation is spoken into this world, so there you go, guys. Stop saying Divok 91.
So on the right there, we've got some V-Man. Do you want to talk us through this? Because this wasn't a Divok meme, was it?
No, it wasn't. No,
I've reappropriated it here.
This was when Chris Whitty announced to the public that they were going to Britney Spears the kids, and so this is kind of a representation of Pandora opening the box to a whole world of hell. I'll put it like that. Yeah.
I chose it because for anyone that's has common knowledge of Hebrew folklore, a divuk or a dibuk, as is spelt in Yiddish with a B and a UK, they can often be stored inside an object
A container.
or a box. I've seen unwrapping videos of dibuk boxes on YouTube where people buy a dibuk box on YouTube for like a couple of $100. It arrives, this stinking old wooden box. It smells of like rotten flesh, and they're unwrapping it, and there's like rabbits' feet and stuff in there. And you know how real it is, I've got no idea. But they're trying to make a spooky video, and the thing's got dead animals in it. And it's
This
like,
is what Lance does in
would
his
you-
spare time, guys. He watches videos like this.
You see my YouTube playlist? Holy shit!
I think
You wanna check out his
Astro was
algorithm.
Yeah, algorithm doesn't even want to dance with me. You won't even get on the dance floor. Dirty dancing. Patrick Swayze, this motherfucker.
The Astro World thing was a manifestation of, the Pandora's box being opened, right?
Well, they opened the portal right at the right minute, didn't they?
It looked like they opened the fucking box from Ghostbusters where you step on the pedal and it sucks all the demons in. Like those ectoplasm rays come out and everything gets sucked in. That's what he looked like when he started stamping on stage. When he saw the people passing out, he goes, yep, yep. Start stamping on stage and then open up the portal. It looked like the Ghostbusters ghost box. That's
He was
what I
like,
thought.
2 hands up. I want to hear this. I want to feel this. The floor shake.
I want to
didn't he?
feel it fucked up.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was listening to an eyewitness account today, actually, about that concert.
They're
And
starting to
they
get
said-
banned off TikTok now.
Yeah, they said when they were running out, they ran past, they reckon, around about 50 bodies. And this is what made me, it sort of spiked my attention, is that they said they were all laid out in triangles.
What?
Now, this eyewitness, it wasn't like somebody from the esoteric or the occult. It was just a random.
A normie.
Yeah. They said the bodies were in
All
triangles.
the dead bodies were laid out in triangles.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but
And does everyone know this? That an internal security document has leaked to CNN that shows that the security guards were briefed before the concert to never use the word dead or deceased to describe partygoers. When they died, when they carried out, do you know what the code word was for them?
Go on.
Smurfs.
Smurfs?
Yeah, because they didn't want anyone over the radio to hear dead or deceased, as if anyone at that concert would have heard anything coming from the security guard's radio.
Yeah,
They
right.
couldn't even hear it themselves, apparently. But why would you have a protocol for describing dead bodies so that other people can't hear it? Because that means you want the concert to carry on. So you've actually written into your security protocol that you're expecting to be pulling dead bodies out of the crowd. You will call them Smurfs. So
As to not alert anyone
just
on
to know,
radio,
People won't be alerted by
transmissions.
the fact they see a dead body. They don't want to hear the word dead body on the radio, so call it a Smurf. Like what? That's some
So again,
that's some
it's
Divic 91
It's a
business.
prerequisite that they knew what was going to happen.
Well, I don't know.
I would be interested. Do you know who I would be interested to hear from? Is somebody who designs, who works for someone like Glastonbury, right? Because you think a huge event like Glastonbury, right? Whoever actually designs the layout for the crowd of the main stage, I would like to speak to that.
What,
to
you
have
mean by
someone
putting
like
the
that.
cross
Master
in the
Lee
middle
could
of it?
actually.
Oh yeah,
put a
no,
bit
but
of
I'm just saying
insight into
for them
this.
to look at the layout of the place and analyze it from their perspective and be like, yeah, this is totally fucked up. I'm guaranteed they would say it's not right for them to have that layout for that
I mean-
many people in there in that small amount of space. I'm sure they would say that. And like you're just saying that if they've got a prerequisite it's called Dead Body Smurfs, they obviously know what's going to happen. It's obviously orientated.
Well, also
that way.
Travis Scott has been caught on a radio interview from like a year ago, and someone was saying about how his shows are so lit and turned up, and he's like, "Yeah, my shows I want blood, blood." And the guy's like, "What? You bleed?" He's like, "No, not my blood, the fans' blood. I want blood."
Yeah, there you go.
He demands blood from his fans.
He demands his fans' blood, and look
Yeah,
what happened.
The guy's obviously, he's obviously a
All you
psychological
got to do, I
Satanist,
didn't even
mate.
know who he was until less than a week ago, right? And I literally just put
Stop
his name.
shouting! You are so loud.
Sorry, I put his name into Google and I just went images and there's loads of pictures of him like with blood all over him.
Yeah,
and,
he loves it.
Like inverted
this is-
pentagrams and shit.
this is something I've observed
He's
lately.
into it.
So, something I've been looking at lately is that these characters on the stage, like world stage, how they just appear from nowhere.
Yeah.
It's like you've never heard of them, then all of a sudden they're like very important.
And also, they
Lots of fans.
often they have very low levels of skill and talent. Like Travis Scott, he's famous for rapping about nothing. And I'll say it now, the guy can't rap.
You said it. You coined it amazingly the other night. Mumble rap.
Yeah, no, it's officially called mumble rap.
Well, that's what it's
even
called.
call
I've
it
never heard that
They
term,
all they even call it that themselves because
Right.
they know that they can't rap.
So what else are they? Like you said on Monday's Mercy broadcast. What else has he got? All he can do is make. He's got no lyrical skill, so he just says, "Yeah, just go mental."
Well, and he
Yeah,
sort of
just
goes,
go nuts, just go nuts.
and he does that like off-key singing, and they put the auto-tune with it, so it sounds even more demonic. You saw him on the stage while the people were dying.
It's like
he
in a
was
trance,
he was
wasn't
like
he?
doing
Yeah.
the robot, going, "Oh man," and it's like, what? You sound like you're dying as well.
Yeah,
That's his performance.
it's very odd. And then we played the Kanye West little clip of him talking about the chakras.
I need to point this out, right? So Astro and 8 is something that happened. We had Astro World, we had Astro from UB40 dying on the same day.
Yeah.
We had all of the 8s at this thing and the Saturn connection, right? We had the 808 music that Kanye was talking about. Well, guess who else died on the same day?
Go on.
The guy from 808 State.
No.
Yeah, he died of coinciditis on the same day as Astro
Wow.
did. So you've got another 808. I would say this is an Astro 808 ritual.
So how?
Yeah,
how
this particular
is-
ritual, you could spend years dissecting it.
People
This
will
is
be talking
probably
about
one of
this
the
for years,
most
Master Lee.
occulted rituals, dark occulted rituals in history. Honestly,
Look
it
at
goes so
look at what
deep.
Levi's saying. Astro World is part of Astro Week too. I
Yeah,
wonder
yeah,
if the
you've
rest of
also
the thing
got,
got cancelled.
What's the week? This is the Samhain week or Samhain.
So Master Lee, is
Sam
that
Hain.
is
Sam
that
Hain
an
week, yeah.
actual a ceremony? Is it or a ritual or of some description? And it's called 808 Astro 808. Is that what you're talking about? One of the most
Who, me?
occulted things. Yeah.
No, just this whole particular ritual.
Right. Sorry. I'm with you,
Sacrifice. Yeah, this particular sacrifice. The more I look at it, it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper.
Sorry, I'm with you. I thought
Yeah.
you were talking about the actual name as Astro 808.
No, that's what I said just before. You just swabbed it together.
Yeah. So the well.
No, I'm with Inner Guardians, right, Master Lee. I think that this will be talked about for decades. The same way
Like
that
9/11.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
9/11.
yeah,
The same people, the way people are still looking at videos of the London 2012 Olympic ceremony.
Yeah, for sure.
The same way people are still looking at pictures
At
of
the Boston bombings,
the Boston
everything,
bombings, the
yeah.
Bataclan, stuff
and
like that.
the football, the Liverpool,
But this is so much more. It's so much more.
Yeah.
It was a super duper portal to hell light show with phoenixes and
I'll tell you
people
what, I'll tell you what
dying.
it is. I'll tell you what it is, right? In particular, it's a ritual, a sacrifice that was done in public and right in front of everybody.
In front of the whole world.
Yeah, which gives it extra in their world. It gives them extra points.
Well, I was going to
Extra
make a
value.
post on Facebook the other day, but I stopped because I thought I was just taking the piss too much. I was going to say 2021, the year when human sacrifice finally became acceptable again. And I'm not just talking about Divic 91 Britney spearing kids. Look what happened at Travis Scott. I think it was the most blatant example of a human
This
sacrifice.
is going to be the new
ritual.
normal. This will be the new
Yeah,
normal.
yeah,
We were
this is the new
talking-
normal.
we were talking
Human
on Monday
sacrifice
night.
is the in thing again, comrade.
We were talking on Monday night, weren't we? We were saying that they want to stop, events and people moving around the realm and doing things like that. So they're going to make things appear to be very dangerous, and
But I think things are quite dangerous.
yeah. But
No, I think Lance is right. They're bringing back human sacrifice. They're going to make it acceptable.
So it's like, if you want to live in the real world, you'll have to live the new normal where human sacrifice is the in thing again. Or you can
Yeah.
go to the metaverse. But who knows what type of sacrifice you can do in the metaverse? You can just sacrifice someone over and over again.
eternally.
Eternal sacrifice.
They're trying.
Wow, digital sacrifice.
Or unless that is the
Desensitise,
sacrifice.
dehumanise.
Michael.
Going into the metaverse is sacrificing yourself.
Well, for the most part, anybody that actually attended that concert was sacrificed. Not
They
just the
had
ones
to
that
witness
died.
it. That's in their psyche. The ritual was in their psyche.
Well, they're aligned to that. They're aligned to that frequency. I don't mean music.
That will
I
be
just
with
mean
them
the
for
whole
the rest of their
whole
life.
thing.
They'll haunt them for the rest of their life. The frequencies, there are so many of them coming out now. I was talking to Martin Edwards about it last night when he popped round to the studio to get his hoodies. He was saying that like the amount of testimonies that he's read of people that went to that concert, and this other person was writing about how some of these people that have gone to that concert have been asked onto podcasts that are totally underground, even more underground than us. They're like on the dark web and stuff, right? They're not even on the normal internet. And these kids have gone on these podcasts and they've talked about stuff that they couldn't possibly know about, and everyone in the podcast is eating it up like, holy shit. They've literally been injected into a whole new world of symbols, demonic shit, human sacrifice, occultism, and they've literally come into the world by witnessing it firsthand.
That is
right in front of their face.
Balls first down the rabbit
jumping.
hole.
That is jumping
straight in.
directly into the deep end of the swimming pool.
But this is also part of this apocalypse, the greatest apocalypse, because it's been exposed. So this type of thing would have taken place in undercover. Now it's gone public, along with a lot of other things, a lot of other behaviours. It's gone public.
Question,
this is part of the apocalypse.
On what you just said there, so them making it go public, right? Do you think possibly that could be some dark occultist, just like almost like a pissing contest? Like
no, I think they're trying to take
do out in public so blatantly, like to the public. Like, do you think that's someone like almost showing off?
No, they're trying to take the whole sacrifice thing to another level. I was going to say this on Monday about the true meaning of sacrifice. Most people don't know what it means, like in terms of the dark occultists. There's no real first principles about what it actually is. It's not just about the taking of life. You have to fully understand what is the meaning of life and death.
So I go into. I mentioned before. I'm putting together a presentation on the season of sacrifice, and I go deeply into the ancient etymology of the word and what it actually means in dark occult terms and light occult terms, actually.
Yeah. Well, so as an example, if I was to say life and death is like a heartbeat or a pump of this realm. So when somebody dies, that gives life, and vice versa. It's an organism. It's a pump. So when you've heard me talk about death brings life. It's only when you're the living dead that it becomes problematic. Now, if people stop dying in terms of death, then existence, we couldn't exist. It's literally like a pump. It's
like a breath,
a mechanism. Yeah, I mean, the way I generally describe it is I say every life and death is a cosmic breath, heartbeat, or in some cases, a fart.
Yeah, your life can be either a divine cosmic breath, or it can just be like a cosmic fart.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, it depends on the quality of your consciousness, and it depends
the
what
choice is yours, comrade. be the divine breath or the cosmic fart. Okay, so we have covered Divic 91. We slightly went on a bit of a Travis Scott occult ritual rabbit hole there, but that's Rise Above. That's the nature of the beast. Next, D is for digital immunity passport, as in. Show me your digital immunity passport, comrade. It's for your safety. This is a classic from
This
Virus.
Is one of the first.
This is one of the first.
Yeah, this one's coming true, isn't it? This was kind of tongue in cheek at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, because like I remember, like I think this is one that I poked you for. I was like, we need a stormtrooper outside a supermarket saying, "Show me your digital immunity passport." You came up with this. Everyone thought it was either hilarious or they thought it was really stupid if they hate Rise Above, as some people sadly do. But the joke is on them because this is coming here at 100 miles an hour.
Actually, I'd like to correct you, mate. The joke is on absolutely everyone. Yeah, that's it. The joke is on all of us.
Well,
I call it dip. I call it dip. Dipshit. It's for dipshits.
Yeah.
DIP. Dip.
Yeah,
DIP.
nice.
Sheep dip. Sheep dip.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, a sheep dip. Yes, give me a sheep dip. I've already said, right, I have made a promise, and I'm going to say it on air right now. Since the 50th show, Everyone knows me. If you know me by now, if I say something, I generally do it. If they pull off this thing that they're talking about, they've just done in Austria and in Australia, that the next lockdown is only for people that haven't been to the Britney Spears concert. So people that haven't been to the Britney Spears concert and not allowed out of their house, do you know what I promised to do?
I've seen it, but
I'm going to dress in the Soviet Union General's uniform, right? And I'm going to do a nationwide tour of town and city centres. I'm going to stand in the middle of the street, going up to people dressed as the Soviet General, and ask them for their papers live on the street, and I'll film it.
Wow.
If that happens, I will do that. There'll be a whole little mini-series on Rise Above. Show me your papers, comrade.
I'll buy a jacket.
Yeah,
I see people in the comments are getting into the spirit of it. LFX, he's put dipshit and divos.
Dippos. Dippos. Have you got a divok? Show me your sheep dip.
We're evoking the spirit of creativity.
Oh, wait a minute. I better just increase the alphabet here. Wait a minute, comrade. Yeah, so D is for Divox 91. It's also for Digital Immunity Passport. It's for your safety. Show it to me now if you want to go to Sainsbury's. Okay. This is where we hand over to Inner Guardians again. E is for essence. Essence is something we talk about a lot on the show.
Should have had a newborn baby.
I know. I thought I had a picture of everything, but there's a couple of gaps. Yeah, a picture of newborn baby. So essence, Inner Guardians.
Well, I mean, that's pretty metaphysical because you thought there's nothing there.
I deliberately did that.
Yeah, very deep. Why do I get all the deep ones?
Well, because you're a metaphysical expert.
Okay, all right. Well, I can do this in two ways. I can go into real detail, or I could probably pull this off in one sentence.
I mean, we're only on E, and it, so
we've got to speed up a little bit.
Right. Okay, right. So I'm going to give the gist of essence.
That's better.
Yeah.
Okay, so
G is for
essence. Essence is what is essentially yours.
Essential.
Nice.
That's it.
Wow.
I'm not talking on the physical plane.
No.
It's not like your
essence.
It's not like your lighter.
It's what essentially yours.
Yeah.
I like that.
Remember, I said when I got asked the question before, I said it's what you bring into this realm. In fact, it's potentially the only thing that is really you.
I get
essentially.
People question me a lot on this, and they say, oh, it's just the same as the soul, and I'm like, no. So do you want to go into the differentiation between the soul and the essence, Master Lee? Just quickly, little breakdown.
Yeah, well, you can add another one, which is spirit. So people get confused. So that gives you the triad. So let's start backwards. So spirit is breath. So any creature that breathes has spirit. Okay, but it doesn't necessarily have a soul or essence. Okay, the soul, and there's different schools of thought on this, but the one I generally ascribe to is that a soul is not something that's guaranteed. It's something that you are here to develop. Essence is what is essentially yours. So that is your kind of sovereign right. Not everybody has the right to a soul. You have to.
Did you get cut off there?
I think maybe battery's moving.
Oh, he's got a bit of a bad signal. That always happens when he's about to say something really important. Yeah, he's gone down to zero connection. I think, what he's getting to is essence is something that...
Everyone's born with essence, but
you
not
have to
everyone.
earn a soul.
You have to earn a soul and have to develop a soul over the time that you're here. I think that's what the gist is.
That is the gist of essence. Yeah. If anyone wants to hear it a little bit more, on Monday night's stream, where there were some questions, and I do believe Master Lee talked about essence on Monday night as well, didn't he? Yeah.
And I think just, generally go over to Inner Guardian's YouTube channel and check out his videos there, because he goes into a lot of this stuff in quite a lot more depth than he has time for here.
Yeah. So E is also for esoteric and exoteric. We can explain this one.
Yeah. So esoteric is within, and exoteric is without. So you don't like exits. Yeah, that's the thing. Exit out, and eso in. That's all it is. This is the difference.
So we talk. It's the word we use a lot to describe what we talk about on Rise Above, along with the word occult. Esoteric is really the inner teachings, the inner world, the world of.
Master Lee, you there?
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. You've got green signal now. You went a little bit
Where
red there.
did I drop out?
So
Where did I
you were
drop
just
out?
saying about everyone. Everyone is essentially born with essence, but you're here to develop this soul, and you have to kind of earn a soul in this world.
Yeah. So essence, soul, and spirit is like the trinity of a human being, but the soul is not guaranteed.
Okay.
And those that don't develop, actually, I'll leave it because I think this is on the A to Z as well.
It will be, yeah. Trust me.
Okay.
All right, we
Cool.
actually went on to the next one, the difference between esoteric and exoteric.
Okay.
Yeah, so we use
exoterics without, and esoterics within.
Well, could you say, yeah, it's the outer world and the inner world?
Yeah. Or, if you talk about like mystery schools, like it would be esoteric teachings, and if you're talking about things like what's put out to the public, Christianity, and go to church every Sunday, that's a very exoteric teachings that they're doing there. That's what it is. In the nuts and bolts. Would you agree with that, Marcelly?
Yeah. These can be. I mean, you can describe these in very simple terms, or you can go very deep. You could use this as like inside world, outside world.
Yeah, that's what you just.
But it could also mean what is open and what is hidden.
Yeah.
There's actually a third one, which is mesoteric. So exoteric is what's commonly known. Esoteric is what is not commonly known.
Yeah.
You can also break this down in a slightly different way. You've got C influence, B influence, and A influence. So that's double occulted. So if I was to say to somebody it's C influence, that would mean it's esoteric. If I say something's A influence, that means it's exoteric. In actual fact, everything comes from the esoteric, and then it gets downgraded or degraded
into its outward manifestation, right?
Yeah. So this is why you have to truly appreciate and understand the exoteric, you need to understand the esoteric.
Yeah, I've just because Magic's asked a question. What does teric mean? So I've just had a little look online. Teric means more. It's a Greek term. However, it's specific to these terms. Esoteric is the example they give, which means belonging to an inner circle. In the Greek, esotericas.
So it's really sort of like it's really talking about the mystery schools then. If it's.
It can do, yeah, but it can be applied to anything. So, for instance, you could use, say, the scale of A, B, and C in terms of food. So, McDonald's would definitely be A influence. So, anything mainstream, anything that is of the general public, and that's very popular, it becomes closer to A rather than C. Sometimes people say that C influence, the word C stands for celestial. So it's coming from a higher place. But it doesn't mean like one is better than the other, because at the end of the day, it's like any triad. You need all three.
Got an excellent question here from MK using 2 Aborigine words. Does Britney change the essence? In a Guardians?
In my opinion.
Yes, in your humble opinion. Can Britney corrupt your essence?
I think it's a tool to do that, yeah. I think that's what its aim is to do.
Who knows
but whether
how
it
many
can
doses,
do it, whether it can actually do it is down to the level of somebody's intention or ability to aim. Intent conquers everything, or overrides everything. But taking the Britney is not it's not helpful. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Because this is all part of this. This is all part of the soul capturing. They're trying to you heard me talk about developing a soul. Well, they're trying to capture that mechanism where you develop a soul. They want you to develop a soul for them because they don't have one.
Wow. So could it actually, that mRNA technology, it could be actually rewiring us in a way that we're more, what can I say, like
Disconnected
well,
from
disconnected,
the
but maybe
capability.
potentially more connected to a different frequency that's more
That's not
compatible.
yours. That's not
Yeah,
essentially
that's not-
yours.
Yeah, exactly.
But whose is it? If it's not yours, whose is it? It's got to belong to someone.
Well,
something.
It's being hijacked.
The next E goes on very nicely from exactly what we're saying now about the hijacking of our souls. E is also for egregore. Egregore.
Great imagery there.
Yeah, I just typed in egregore to Google,
yeah.
and this is what it came up with. So, I mean, I'll start off because we've been in the Guardians, we've been working hard the last few. The egregore is, as I understand it, a collective thought form. It's like a golem of what's the word? Ideas that come together and form something from the collective that acts out on all of us. Am I getting that right in the Guardians?
Yeah, and it's also linked to the exoteric. So an egregore would be a mechanism designed potentially to take something from the esoteric and make it exoteric, so that it's based on volume, not quality, but volume.
Right.
Because they're playing a numbers game of control.
So we could say that Divok 91 is an egregore. It's been created through a collective thought form projected out from the Soviet Union into the minds of the populace, and now it lives in it illegally occupies their mind, and they act it out, and then therefore it becomes manifest, right?
Yeah, it's literally like having a program and somebody sitting back and pressing enter, and an egregore eventually is self-sustaining, kind of. So if you look at, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, it's like in this country, say the government are holding back, and now the people are just rolling with it without the assistance of the government, because it's actually been created, it's become its own beast.
A self-sustaining collective illusion.
Yeah,
trapping
but
you in a show like Truman.
Yeah, one big problem, because anybody can create a thought form. You can give birth to a thought form and send it out into creation. But that's like a single thought form. An egregore would be a collective thought form. Now, one of the big problems is if you create a thought form manifestation, if you don't continue to feed it, it will come after you because you've given it life. So you're kind of indebted to it to keep sustaining it. And this is where, say, for instance, the denying force, if you create something on the denying force spectrum, it will come back at you at some point.
And the egregore is coming back upon all of those that have been building it and feeding that Divok since March last year, saying stand 2 meters apart, put your mask back on, to stay at home.
Constant barrage of propaganda.
Propagandizing themselves.
Yeah.
Self-sustaining propaganda, turning everyone into their own individual propaganda machine. That is the nature of the egregore.
Self-slaughter.
Self-slaughter on an algorithmic scale. Wow. Okay, so what's my next slide? I've got a little preview here. Okay, next one. We'll do F, and we'll finish with F before a break. The next one is another Rise Above classic, courtesy of Inner Guardians. F is for Food for the Moon. Right, what the hell does Food for the Moon mean? What is Food for the Moon? That sounds weird. Okay, so I'll start off by telling who...
Sorry, that was an accident.
We can hear you playing around with the decks in the background.
Sorry, apologies about that.
Food for the Moon is a derogatory term that we use for people who are ignorant of the things that we talk about here on Rise Above. And they will basically, in the end, fall foul of the agendas that we talk about therefore becoming sacrificial.
And the reason we say moon is because it's the dark sun. That's what it is. These people, they're sun worshippers and moon worshippers, and the people that worship the dark sun, i.e. the moon. You're going to be food for them.
Sacrifice for
That's
for
what
the
you
moon.
are if you're ignorant to all this stuff that we go through on Rise Above.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the sun and the moon and the earth, which is a triad. So the sun would be the affirming, the moon would be the denying, and the earth is the reconciling. So there's kind of the symbols of the three forces. Now, as without, so within. So everybody contains a moon within, and a sun, and an earth. And it's also, so esoteric could mean the inner workings of creation. Exoteric could mean the external manifestation. As without, so within. I forgot to mention that with the previous one. Yeah, that's another meaning for it. So
the esoteric, exoteric, as without, so within.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so food for the moon. If you have to kind of be objective with the state of humanity, and we have to fully understand, and I said this right from the beginning when I first came on the show, that we're living in a food diagram, a food chain. So you're either feeding or you're being fed upon. Now, that sounds quite harsh, but actually it can be very beautiful. So it'd be like a symbiotic relationship or friendship or family situation where it's mutually reciprocating. The problem comes is when you get an entity usurp that process, and then they start playing around with the food chain, which is what we see manifest. If you look, you go into the local supermarket and you look at the food, or if you go into the garage, look at the food that's on display. It's very clear and evident that somebody's come in to the food chain and has corrupted what would be natural to humans. Okay, so in a nutshell, food for the moon would be people that didn't bother to develop a soul, and they become fertilizer of part of the creative process of the cosmos. So you could say there's a cosmos or the compost of the cosmos.
A sack of moon fertilizer bursting. They should have put the work in. Away from that message, they were shirking. Yeah, that's I think that's an amazing breakdown of food for the moon, and I don't even know if I went in on the M as well for like moon fertilizer, because moon fertilizer is sort of like a proper derogatory term.
Yeah, it's generally a term we would use for somebody that has absolutely no regard for the development of their soul, or they can't look at their lives from an eternal perspective. They're just living kind of in the moment, but in the wrong way, not in the
They're not.
good way.
Why would I care about the dark occult? La 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 la. Those type of
They're
people.
in the world. They're the opposite to being in the world. Sorry, living in the world, but not being of it. That's the opposite. It's completely physical.
But one very important point, and this goes back to the esoteric and the exoteric. In fact, everybody is food for the moon, but the main difference is you can or you should become the food for your moon, not somebody else's moon.
If your own triad isn't enacted.
Yeah, you become food for somebody else's moon. Yeah. So that's another way of describing it, and it goes back to the whole ritual sacrifice type thing.
Okay. Just got a comment here from Lord Doobsworth. He says, the moon is made of Lord Schwab's dick cheese. Thank you for that. Okay, so the next one, the last F before we invite Beats to lay down some beats, is F. Is for fire.
Another one.
Yeah. Focus, intent, remember, execute, manifesta. Fire is the system that you presenter in a Guardians, in a Protector. Explain fire. What does it mean?
Okay, so we're in this realm and we need mechanisms of protection. So using this fire system would give you protection velocity, which gives you the ability to move around this realm, and to be in motion, and where no harm will come to you. Okay, so you're fully protected, and so we use fire like a firewall, because you're dealing with not physical attack, but mainly non-physical problems from the denying force that will try to disrupt your intent, your focus. Now, the reason why it's worded in this way is that the first thing is that you need to be focused. Now, without focus, you can't really do anything. That's the starting point. From your focus, you develop an intention. Now, the problem with intention is when the denying force will act as a distraction. You will fail to remember what your intention was. So by using the ability to remember what your intention was, by using focus, you're able to execute it. So you could start off with a very small ambition or aim. And I'm talking like really small enough to put inside your pocket. I'm not talking about big ambitions. I'm talking about just an exercise to say every 30 minutes to sense your feet. So you become more aware of self within this realm. Now, doing that alone, for say, I don't know, 3 hours or a day or 3 days, whatever, it's actually very difficult. And I think you'll remember that conversation we had on the telephone when I said
It's what I was about to say. It was the first ever exercise you did with me before any of this, when we done the show, before you been part of the team, when we were just talking on the phone and you were mentoring me. The first exercise, it's like, Lance, do you think you're someone that's, you know, in control of your senses? Concentrate on your feet, and whatever you do, don't stop concentrating on your feet. 10 minutes later, how are your feet doing? I'm like, damn. You know, you're taking me on a journey totally somewhere else. I was trying my best to concentrate on my feet. Trying my damn best. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so that would be a good example of a very simple exercise. And they're very useful. You know, this whole kind of esoteric thing, mystery schools and the occult, the simple things are oftentimes the best, because we're not quite at a level that we would like to think we are. And in esoteric groups, we use lots of these simple exercises, simple intentions. And then from that, because it's like a muscle, you exercise your focus, you exercise your intentions. And the more you do it, the stronger you get. And then you can start to apply it to bigger intentions. So, for instance, if I said, I want to live for eternity, that's a pretty big intention.
Absolutely.
I've got to try and get out of this realm with my soul intact. You know, it's a big thing. It's a big deal. It's serious business.
Yeah.
But have fun doing it.
Yeah, it's the pursuit of it is certainly gratifying and fun. Okay, so we've got to F. I'm very pleased with how we're doing so far. Shit, we're 2 hours in already. Right, I'm going to play a very quick clip from your personal protection podcast, and directly after that, we're going to have Oma Beats with our first musical interlude. This is Rise Above, everybody. Pretty cool, isn't it? Right, yeah. Check out Master Lee's personal protection podcast. Okay, Oma Beats, you ready to run the track?
Yeah. We've got. Did anybody see that speech the other day?
What speech was that?
Maybe that lady in charge of the royal family.
No, I didn't hear it.
Here we go.
This is a duty I'm especially happy to discharge. It is as certain as anything can be that the situation will become increasingly intolerable within a very short time. Indeed, I have drawn great comfort and inspiration from the relentless enthusiasm of people of all ages, especially Rise Above. I could not be more proud of them. And I have perhaps come to understand a little about what made them special. It has sometimes been observed that what Rise Above do for their people today is to address the impact of government and politics. But what they do for the people of tomorrow That is true statesmanship. It is the hope of many that the legacy of Rise Above, written in history books yet to be printed, will describe you as the leaders who did not pass up the opportunity, and that you answered the call of those future generations, that you left as a community of nations with a determination, a desire, and a plan, and to recognize that the time for words has now moved to the time for action.
Well, thank you, Lizzie.
Wow. Thank you for the kind words, El Lizard Breath. In case you didn't know, this is Rise Above right about now. You're tuned to the sounds of Oma Beats. Come with it, come with it.
they come and go. I'm here. Where are you?
Represent.
Gosh.
Oma Beats. Oma Beats.
And represent.
Gosh.
I got to get on, and represent.
Touch body with them and the article done. Blow up the dance, explosion. 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 Ram pa pa pam pam, touch body, ram pa pa pam pam, touch body, ram pa pa pam pam, touch body with them and the article done. Blow up the dance, explosion. Blow up the dance, explosion. Blow up the ram pa pa pam pam, touch body. Ram pa pa pam pam, touch body. Blow up the dance, explosion. Ram pa pa pam pam, touch body. Blow up the dance, explosion. Little two-step, 4x4, 5J I run. drinks, yeah, I pour. People them a get down on the dance floor. Selector, turn it up, yes, a little more. Little two-step, 4x4. I just wanna party how it was before.
A big sound up here, big tune.
Ram pa pa pa, touch on the. Do up the dance, explosion. Ram pa pa pa, touch on the. Ram pa 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 pa, touch on the. Ram pa 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 pa, touch on the. Ram pa 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 pa, touch on the rhythm and the article dance. Blow up the dance, explosion. 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 Ram pa pa pam pam, touch on the. Ram pa pa pam pam, touch on the. Ram pa pa pam pam, touch on the rhythm and the article dance. Blow up the dance, explosion. Blow up the dance, explosion. Blow up the. Ram pa pa pam pam, touch on the.
Okay. Let's get this Crater party started. What's going on, Rise Above family? Oma Beats is live in session. Double L's here too. Yo, listen up, ladies and gents. Please stand up and get your ass to the bench. We're hitting up all types of events. Clubs, raves, big top tents, big bashments. You know it makes sense. It costs money, so you better save pence. It's gonna be one thing or the other. There's no time left to sit on the fence. That's just how we go on, man.
4x4, vibes yeah I run, drinks yeah I pour. People them a get
Let us know how we're sounding. How's the mix with the mic?
Turn it up, yes a little more. Little two-step, 4x4. I just wanna party how it was before. DJ I play, MC I spray. Pick up yo the mic and me say I wanna wake up, get dressed, go link up.
Sound of Oma Beats. Rise Above family, hang tight all our new viewers. All around the Crater, north, south, east and west. UK, US, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, SA, NZ, Africa. Hang tight all the Amsterdam crew. Big up all the Sheep Farm family. Big up Nick Longsworth. Yo. I'm opposing all these covert forces. It's Britney, bitch. Yo, it's the Great Awakening. Yeah, it's the Great Awakening. You ready for the shift? Yo, sound of Oma Beats, I said. Yo, it's the Great Awakening. Crooked minds are straightening, slow vibrations hastening. We're bringing forth the shift. It's the Great Awakening. For some, this is a reckoning. Masonic floors with checkering, agents of the rift. Rebirth and rediscovery, collective soul recovery, ritualistic thuggery. The earth needs time to heal. The Rise Above family, we're breaking through casually, raising the vibration with something you can feel.
No retreat. No retreat. Ain't nobody stopping.
Oma Beats. Yeah. 50 episodes of Rise Above. Tonight we raise a glass, tonight we raise a toast. Big up Inner Guardians, Word Nerd, all the family. Big up JD, big up Terra Slim. Hang tight, Comprehend. Big up Chris Sky, big up everyone that's come on the show, all our guests. Hang tight, Human Vibration. Who else have we had on? Who else haven't I mentioned? An amazing guest. I've already picked up Sheep Farm. They're in the fucking alphabet. What can I say? Big up Dom and Chris every time. Let me tell you how this started. Yo. Oh, he's gonna change the tempo like that. Are we 140 in? Oh yeah, baby. That Blue Preater. Here's one I prepared earlier. Yo, how did this all start, bruv? Yo, I called it back in like 2013, 2014 when I wrote this. Oma Beats, Double L Skin. Yo, nefarious tactics like nanosecond space-age plastic, high-spec Crowley magic, forged steel by Satan's blacksmith, AI quantum mathematics, full-tug by crackpot fanatics, initiate when the 5G's active, and squeeze their grip round the atlas. Nearing the final stage of the project, prophesied by sages and prophets. Dynamic code is the timeless knowledge, still taught in an IT college. First they ask you, do you produce? Next they'll ask you, can you compute? Who would have thought that the view of the future is humans merging with the computer? Huh. Who would have thought that the view of the future is humans merging with the computer? Huh. Huh. Yo. And again, first they ask you, do you produce? Soon they'll ask you, can you compute? Who would have thought that the view of the future is humans merging with the computer? Xbox calls in high school shooter, drone type pilot, Xbox trooper. Turn up the volume before they mute us. Spread the truth, remove the rumours. Under the myth of progress, we're told to discard our logic. Skeletons alive in the closet, this goes deeper than power and profit. Why? The cycle's already begun. When singularity comes, unites us together as one. Individuals, digitals, under the thumb. When the singularity comes. Do you want a gosh? Just making sure he's got the gosh ready. The cycle's already begun, so singularity comes, unites us together as one. Digital individuals under the thumb. Time and space got tall like fabric, burnt like acid, high depth graphic. Sever that access to the Akashic. Mankind got tamed and placid. Yo, Omar. I'm still so rusty. I only practice my bars on a Friday when I'm still trying to prepare the show. Big up Spitter. Big up Manic. Big up all the family. Big up Tom at 508 Create. Rise above. Yo, Omar. Oh shit, is it Magic? Magic. Repeat offender. Repeat offender. I'm revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, yo, delete the data. That's right, we a repeat offender. Rise above. Yeah, hold on when I draw for the force. Like a Jedi, rebel, Star Wars. And we slay metaphors while fools just lay down foes in 10-page drawers. Spraying out a flow in a lyrical war. Well, that's old quick draw McGraw. Nah, fuck that, back to the force. It's the power that binds us together, of course. Magics, I'll just change the graphics. Yo, they severed our access to the Akashic. That's how mankind got tamed and placid. Double L, with the sound of the magics. And remember, this is how we bun on a Friday night. It's right above the A to Z. Like a vintage wine, I can rinse it, it still gets better and better. It still gets better with time, cause gotta flow like a vintage wine. Rinse it, it still gets better with time, never pinch it. We'll be stingy with a line, gonna clench it and go get 'em with a rhyme explicit. Bars on the beat complicit, no way spillage is crime. Look around, that image ain't fine. Get your own style, stop pillaging mine. No imaging, yo, get your own style, stop pillaging. Yo, there's a war going on for our minds. Magics. Yo, Double L, we're live on the grind. There's a war going on for our minds, for our attention, for our lives, and it keeps going on because we remain blind. The system is shoveling shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that, or anything on the big screen that's flat. Distractions come in a many format, but your time is one thing you never claw back. You're playing GTA, well, you're flushing your focus away and I'm cruising through the 3D illusion. Why do I need your games to play? This is real, are you feeling me? It's all vice in the city, no liberty. Put down the Xbox controller, let me bust my verbal soliloquy. There's no need for a power up, I discharge my aura. Climb a mountain, cross a border, a psychonaut in a mind explorer. Hyper thoughts kill lives, cause torture. In or out of order, ready for the message, reach for your recorder. Your ears gonna burn from the scorcher, panic on the streets cause mass disorder. Are you a player? Are you a baller? Don't matter when your name get caller, how you adjust to the new world order. Magics.
Gary Elliott, no, Magic's real name is not Kevin, mate. No, he is not Kevin.
Definitely no Kevin around here. Big up Victoria Campbell, hang tight with the family. Yeah, we rise above and we extinguish fear when we generate. Whoa, we rise above. We rise above, yo, Magics, yes, he rise above and extinguish fear when we generate love. Focus, intent, remember, then execute manifesta. Fires the system that he presented from. Inner guardians, inner protector. Inner guardians hidden within. Deep in the flesh, deep in the skin. The room goes quiet with the drop of a pin. Come loud in your ear, bruv, now we begin. Let me break it down to the first principle. Apply trivium, analytical. Quadrivium, metaphysical. Never horizontal or literal. We're ascending, not traversing. Inner standing without rehearsing. Feed your soul for eternal thirsting. No. Magic. Big up Shades TV, big up Stuart Rogers. Nat Freedom, Love, Light, sorry. Emotional Beats, Magics. You know what time it is on a Friday night? 9 PM onwards, it's Rise Above time, rabbit time.
You playing
Yo, Doctor again.
games, what's this all about? You playing
And it's on the straight down play special. DJ Magic.
You playing
Cause right now the straight up sound barbarian.
You playing games, what's this all about?
Magics.
We rise the temperature. We know
Yes,
what's
Magic.
no replica. We rise the temperature. That's how the. We rise the temperature.
Big up Savage Asal and to all the Rise Above family each and every Friday.
We rise the temperature.
No Cat Popeye, Shades TV.
We rise the temperature. We no boss no replica.
Gosh.
We rise the temperature. We rise the temperature. We rise the temperature.
DJ Magic.
When Batman come round, everybody sit up. Yo, I might sit, get up. Leave me it up. Don't break yourself, cause you feel more than box and kick up. Ambulance come, you then pick up. Half on himself, the boy shit up. The mother come for you identify, but she just take a look on him and sick up. Yo, your time it up. Me sure and I wear like hiccup. When me done, the boy look for me and say, oh, you can't believe I'm cut. I might space this, you hitch up. You think me care when your face switch up. Me a real bad man, so mind yourself before you get too on. We rise the temperature. We no boss no
Magic
replica.
Dudley.
We rise the temperature. That's how the predator. We rise the temperature. We rise the temperature. We rise the temperature. Me oh no ready for. We rise the temperature. Me oh no ready for. We rise the temperature. We no boss no replica. We rise the temperature. We rise the temperature. We rise the temperature. Me oh no. Let me tell you this.
Sick of these people that always calling me evil. When I'm so high up in the sky that I was soar like an eagle.
Big up Comprehend.
I know I'm a little poor like a beagle. Feed me a piece of pork, so I look more like I'm Smeagol. Skiggity giggity till I liggity split. And I'm pissed at these minimies always giving me shit. I picture this differently when beginning to spit. You can go and see in my history I was limiting this. Hot boxing, so what's popping? Got top notch scotching, watch boxing. Drop top rocks lost in my washing. Cop flop this, stop dick hopping. I never did dirt on the road, but I did get dirt on my clothes. Flipped turf, then alone. Yeah, never did worse, but you know I guess I did get worse with my smoke.
Big up Mad in UK PLC. You're a favourite new viewer.
And a few foes. No P4 brand shoes though.
Yes, Saba.
You know, me, I ain't got a damn clue, bro. I don't do those, still I make you flip out like you know.
Man, I'm waving it still, tell man
Yes,
we don't play
Magics.
the feel car, everything.
Mad.
I got them man blazing the Zeds, man, I raising the levs car, everything. I could have told you before, don't get yourself bun in the walk out, everything. I just laugh at the game, never sound boy barking in pink car, everything. Man, I'm waving it still, tell man we don't play the feel car, everything. I got them man blazing the Zeds, man, I raising the levs car, everything. I could have told you before, don't get yourself bun in the walk out, everything. I just laugh at the game, never sound boy barking in pink car, everything. Yeah. The way I came in the game and showed everything on sight was I just smashed bare work and I watch no face, the respect got I feel the hate in the air, so when I touch down, see a man get every other man wanna be bad till the white light start moving. When it's cap or the champion sounds of the sir, don't know it yet. It's all 2016, so every tune I release you gotta beat. You can't call for the champ like you won't get bun, he's moving. I said come out the way when I bar, look on man before a man get Man, I'm waving it still, tell man we don't play in the field car, everything. I got them man blazing the Zeds, man, I raising the levs car, everything. I could have told you before, don't get yourself bun in the walk out, everything. I just laugh at the game, never sound boy barking in pink car, everything. Man, I'm waving it still, tell man we don't play in the field car, everything. I got them man blazing the Zeds, man, I raising the levs car, everything. I could have told you before, don't get yourself bun in the walk out, everything. I just laugh at the game, never sound boy barking in pink car, everything.
Come on, keep it real. Them man they don't keep it true. Them man come like Ian Bill. Ask man move like Grant and Bill. Them man they love making plans, but them man they don't stick to the deal. Them man wanna drink all the drink and go missing when it comes to the bill. Them man they love getting a cure, but them man they ain't behind the wheel. Them man they love talk about girl, but them man they ain't got none still. Them man they love talk about gun, but them man they never had one still. Them man they ain't got no still. Them man they Blocko, in a the farmer head. Blocko, what's a shot in a the farmer leg. Blocko, me left the farmer dead. Running things red, no me no chat to no bed. Blocko, in the informer head. Bloko, bloko, bust a shot in the informer leg. Bloko, bloko, me left the informer dead. Running things, but no me not chat to no feather. You do when you hear that me and my crew are looking for you. Looking at the boys in blue. Kidnap certain man that look like you. You do when you hear that me and my crew are looking for you. Looking at all the boys in blue. Kidnap certain man that.
Okay, we're back. Some more double L action, yo, live on the track. Magics. I swear I wrote some new bars. Let's give them a go. Yo. Fuck a lateral flow. I come with a multi-dimensional lyrical blow. Straight to the dome of any covert weasel. Yo, let it be known. I oppose your parasite force. You can come with a tank or a horse. Driving at me at 33 miles per hour in Bill Gates' Porsche. They will get bun and torch. Lord Schwab get his day in court. Judgment Day, natural law. Fuck his global course. We remain tougher than leather. Do your worst and I'll catalyse better. Don't survive at the end of your tether. Thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever.
I love you.
Don't survive at the end of your tether. Thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever.
I love you.
Rise above.
I love you.
We rise above when we extinguish fear when we generate love. Rise above. Magics, rise above. Are we sounding Chris? Are the levels right? Let us know if we're peaking.
Yo, if a girl know where you say that's poor. Some poor banger that you go, what for? Pregnant, what you talking about before? 15, she's underage, that's raw. And against law, 5 years or more. Now she wants to score in a half-hour draw. That's the kind of threat that you can't ignore. That hole got you pinned down to the floor, but she own for you said 3 magic words. When that's the one for the birds. When you said that, she forgot other words. It's over, you better start buying the prayers. There was no intention of her being wife. Now she knows this, she's ending your life. It's a real shame you got hacked by the horse. It's a shame that kid probably ain't yours. Yo, some bitch, you know, keep calling my phone. Don't leave me alone. Just moan and groan. Keep ringing me at home. These days I don't answer my phone.
That's why some prick, you know. All up in my hair, thinks that I care. Follow me here, follow me there.
Mr. C Productions,
Ain't that your girl?
No, I ain't my girl.
I swear that's your girl.
Ain't my girl.
She got juice up.
Oh well.
She got juice up.
Oh well.
I swear it's your man. I ain't got no man. With that man, he was just any man.
He got hotted up.
Oh well.
He got whacked up.
Oh well, MC double L's here, oh well. It's MC double L, oh well. They're like, L, why so serious? Well, it leaves me delirious. Psychic warfare and covert attacks will infect your brain and install a fear in us. Enough of the agenda. Fears the enemy will remember. From cradle to grave, you're a lifelong member. Since the moment you enter, we're connected. Feel the energy. Get ready for the global synergy. This choice, you make it willingly. Feel what I'm feeling, the man that you're feeding. Me, I'm speaking literally. Let me bust my verbal soliloquy. Trust, the burden is killing me. I use my aura discharge ability. I discharge my aura. Climb a mountain, cross a border. A psychonaut in a mind explorer. Hyper thoughts kill a life called torture. In or out of order, ready for the message, reach of your recorder. Gonna burn from the scorcher, panic on the streets, cause mass disorder. Are you a player? Are you a baller? It never matter when your name get caller. Are you standing or are you a faller? How you adjust to the new world order? Well, we all make changes. Gotta turn new pages, rising costs, lowering wages. Despite all that, the flame still blazes. And the flame still burning on as the world keeps turning on. The mistakes we've made so far, the lessons we should be learning from. Surely, that's simple. No, we forgot first principles. We forgot first principles. Let's get down to business. Magics. No misunderstanding. MC double L's here and I've landed and branded. Lyrically skills outstanding. This phenomenon, bear witness, is coming on. As I'm beating my fist on the walls of Babylon, up against an immovable object, placing bets on an illusional odds set. And it's cruel from the onset, killing us slow is the usual project. Still thriving despite the drawbacks, ill writing, designing formats. The mind is like wiping the floor mat. It's life, gotta ride it raw back. Greasing cogs inside the Leviathan, keeping watch on the eyes conspiring. Yo, sound up the siren, fuel to the flames and the furnace is firing. Not expiring, expanding, inquiring to gain understanding. A fall from the top equals a crash landing. You got fooled by the devil's rebranding. Haha. Big up Sasha English, big up Hardman. Big up Lord Doobsworth. Blaze one up for me, brother. Let's get grimy. Yo, dance might tear through armoured plates. accelerate at alarming rates. Wipe a smile off a charming face, then stop the war by disarming states like whoa. Who broke the ceasefire? Grab the mic lead and choke the town crier. No matter what transpire, I slash food beef just like cheese wire.
Didn't realise this was a pirate radio session.
Oh well. They started playing the instrumentals. We got some new viewers. I thought I'd let them know what Rise Above is all about. You know that. Wow. Yo. It looks like they turned up the pressure. Magic. So it seems like they turned up the pressure on the speed of unfolding agendas. Magics. Endless means more meat for the blender away from your breathless dream. Consciously rendered. Heavy. Heavy.
You gon' get stolen on if you don't get with them.
They turned up the pressure on the speed of unfolding agendas. Endless means more meat for the blender away from your breathless dream. Unconsciously rendered. You surrendered all ways and means to fight in combat. I kill a vaccine from a wicked regime with a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination to bomb map. Flexibility to bomb back. I never take up arms against my brother soldiers. Tell me, are you on that? I write these dreams to push the extremes, and I'm tired of the blood that's flowing in the streams and the fire in scuds with the luminous dreams. Lads in the sky, not cumulus. Serious, far from humorous. You're mashing it up, Magic. Yeah. Big up Stuart Rogers, Sasha English, Chop the Dog. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Rise above shit, we're live in the booth. Magic's just said, are you ready? What does that mean? You're going to drop an instrumental? Get your bars ready. Oh shit. After all, this is Rise Above. Shall I do it? We won't allow the reset, no, not in a million years. We've shed a million tears, they promoted a million fears. I use my reptilian senses and my mammalian brain. I combat the Schwabian forces, I bring in them ultimate pain. I'm an agent of the awakening, a founding down to try and de-changeling. And I manifest now, right now 3D straightening. I remember my past life, and 5,000 before it. I battled these demons 100 times, so I come in on a settle this score tip. I'm a worthy adversary. In fact, they fear me. Every time I reincarnate on earth, their darkness can't come near me. Why? Because I shine too brightly, a higher vibration, daily, nightly, a dire citation. Try to indict me, silence, L. They want to de-mic me. No, I rise above that. Shit, they can't endorse that. Wipe that sheet on my feet like a doormat. I exit the court on a brand new format. Because I rise above, extinguish fear when I generate love. Yo, we light up the darkness. That is the power that we all harness. Rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. On the beats and magics, rise above. It's like this, more than food for who's on a hook. I write lyrics, I write books. Way ahead, double L overtook. With a statement you can't overlook, and I write rhymes you can't unhear. Drop lines, never run clear, and I tell them direct to your ear. Doubt the signs that guided us here. And these lies from lost puppeteers cut through throats like swashbuccaneers. Call to arms, don't volunteer. Don't take orders from brigadier. From war and carnage they profiteer. The march goes on till we disappear. It's our duty to interfere. Smash them system like chandelier. MC chat about whips and cars. I rap bars about pyramids on Mars and other weird subjects. Hidden for years, bruv, locked in casks. Whoa, fucked up a few times then. Bit of a mouthful though. Baphomet image is hideous. Baphomet image is hideous. Baphomet image is hideous text. Insidious scrimmages tear. Baphomet image is hideous text. Insidious scrimmages tear at your flesh. Advocates limitless criminal privilege. Illest and wickedest kid with finesse. Nefarious passages is written for them. Inglorious savages, sinister men. Deep in the dungeon, time and your friend. Yeah, mix and blend. Magic's Omar. Rise above.
The darkest thing on YouTube still available.
This side of the crater realm. Big up all the family. Remember, roughly once a month we do a whole pirate radio music session. We are going to have lots of new guest DJs coming in, other genres of music too. In case you don't like grime, drum and bass, dubstep and hip hop. Listen, it's like this. I oppose all covert forces. They can come with their tanks and horses, driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Rise above is a mental fortress, the moat's deep and the walls are enormous, built of knowledge and multiple sources. They can't storm us, not climb at a pile of glorious corpses. Don't come with the eye of horrors, you still can't see our auras. We hunt rabbit way across the borders, with the vertical rising forces. The third force installers, the miniature Taurite inside the Taurus. You can't scorch us, it's rise above, bruv. Yes, big up Gary Elliott, big up Kirk Evenden. Oh yeah, we need to have a shout. Has anyone heard from Larry Gallus? Larry Gallus has gone off the radar. Sam Carno wanted me to make a shout about that. Remind me. Yeah. Fuck the greater reset, the whole covert business. We bun them down. Started with step back 2 meters when the camera said. Step back 2 meters, then the camera said. Step back 2 meters, then the camera scanned my facial features. It said, warning, spatial breaches. I'm excited to have Magic's back, you can tell. Big up Mateus, big up Gary Elliott. Dark in the dungeon, it's dark in the dungeon. The evil's abundant, around every corner. R.I.P. Sean Haskell. R.I.P. Woke Realist. R.I.P. Ash. Hit my magic. Big up the Essex crew. Big up the Ilford crew. Ain't like the Glasgow family too.
I had to rip it and bag it. No one can shell it like me, a filthy habit. Evaluate my palate, versatility, it's madness. Something I was born with, a sixth sense with more width. Yeah, are you ready then? I'm in my teens, but many men couldn't touch the kid. I'm up for it, I'm up for anything. Have you ever seen a kid like me to kill this scene? You haven't, cause I've been too clean. Top it up pile for anyone who spits like me, makes hits like me. I'm greasy, very quick like tea. I'll have many looking up to me. Are they fucking with me from the start? The number one, I play the part. Me and Greens, we lay it hard, working hard to make it far. Further than the average, first to ever manage it. With the mind of the fine tune, the sharp, just so I can finally be the finest. Finally hit the prime.
I'm a flame starter, I play harder. Remember, you don't know about me? Well, I'm the same author. Trust me, I son rappers like they mama. Then turn my back on them like they father. I can change the game with J Harker. Crazy 7 on your face and gray marker. Rain pain on every lane to stay farther. Cause goons like an AK that like to spray lava. I will hurt you, murk you, tragic, serve you and burn you. Like that purple passion, I run circles around these little Urkel bastards. I can run and jump right over there, hurdle backwards. Say what you want, I ain't concerned with faggots. I'll act like a waiter and serve you maggots. You gon' learn, it's my turn, goon spits verbal ratchets. And that's why the goon is down with herbal magics.
Hitting magics. Hitting magics. Hitting magics. Hitting magics. Hitting magics. Hitting magics.
It's good to have Magic's back.
Hitting magics.
Big up Daniel Davidson.
Hitting magics.
No mumble rapper around here, bro.
Hitting magics. I'm starting a wave, they're passing a flame to this one. Which one couldn't he kill? They get to pick one. Laying down my levels cause his presence I'm possessing. Praying that the man they're at the top they start assessing. The man in his field, he ready to kill to make it. The harder they feel, they calling me ill, I rate it. The work rate's mad, put pens to pads for hours. The vibe too bad, my men who's had the powers to pick it up, the talent it's nothing that they're handed in. It's only been a couple months of spraying and I'm manic. It's starting to really think about how I'm so free, how I'm so mean with everything I touch too clean. So you better keep on listening, you don't wanna miss this. I'm getting the pricks pissed, they hate to see it. A young black king who never stops the winning, a young black king who never stops the spinning.
I rep the goon style, double edge, select Excalibur in attack. I will wet your set, I step correct, so I just get respect. Who's a Yankee? But right now you next, the best I flex and get. Anybody who's effing next, pulled up on the right. Howard made a F and left. I take a shot from the effing, then I F and left. It's like I'm promoting effing, so I want that effing trick. I get to let anybody
movements again. I use it, I lose it, is truly a thing. Move to improve, we don't move for the bling. Stick a move in the thing. Life is the ring, opponent is me, and I'm fighting with him to be free, to be free. Fly like a bird up above everything, spread wing. New place touchdown in when we bring nothing but love to the thing I begin. Turning round frowns to a grin. If you're down, stick around, stick your frown in a bin. I'ma show you how to fly right now, spread your wing. I wanna show you guys everything that I learned from my life, where the choices are slim, but could be great if we all pitched it. Eliminate victim, need 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 victim,
Yeah.
Is how we do it, Rise Above, each and every Friday. If you like the tunes and you're new, let us know in the chat. If you want to join the chat room, you don't have to subscribe or anything. You just need to have a YouTube profile or be on Facebook. Jump in the live chat. Let us know how we're sounding. Right now, this is Magic's. Good to have Magic's back in the studio. Big up Chrissy, big up LFX. Right, 5 more minutes. Gary Elliott. Oh no, I haven't got. But we'll say what PCR stands for.
over my head. But the truth is I clock everything you said. You won't see me kicking up a big fuss. Time will tell you if you have maintained my trust. Did it. I'm a lioness. I fiercely protect my pride. I'd gain no respect for outing your weakest side. I'm a lioness. Don't underestimate the score. I'm the scariest. My bite is much worse than my roar. Sometimes I may rise above it. I might let the odd thing slide, but I won't keep doing for the love of it. If I feel I'm being taken for a ride. I'm a lioness. I sit, I watch, and I wait. You won't fool this miss, stringing up your colorful bait. I'm a lioness. My strength is my confidence, and with a little less, I'd be fooled by your pretense. They say, don't know what you got till it's gone. Can you see where I am going with this song? You might think I need your company. The truth is that you'd be less without me. If you want me, you've got to show us some love. Chase what will not feed me. I won't waste my time and energy.
Big up everyone tuned in.
I won't chase what will not feed me. I won't waste my time and energy. I'm a lioness. I fiercely protect my pride. I demand respect. I won't suffer any fool stole my stride. I'm a lioness. Don't underestimate the score. I'm the scariest. My bite is much worse than my roar.
Big up Lee Redpath. Is that it now, yeah? We are supposed to be going back to the chat. We've only got to F. Homer.
Over. When I say it's over.
It's Omer when I say it's Omer, yeah? Shout out to Snakey Ponder Mike. Big up Ben Stringer. We've got a lot more rabbit to get through here, you know. Go on, let's have a bit more Britney. Bring forth the spears. Spears of the jungle. Master Lee! I'm going to welcome everyone back in. The whole team. Master Lee's back in the chat now. Master Lee! Right.
Andy Piggy.
Right. I can listen to those jingles all night, but I'm a Beats. We're 3 hours into the show and we only got to F. Big up Homer Beats. Right, so once again, all the new viewers, all of the family, all of our medium level initiates and adepts. This is Rise Above, YouTube's #1 open mystery school. We're like the open university of the esoteric and the occult. And today we are de-occulting our language. We are doing the A to Z of Rise Above. So far we've completed F. And we start with quite an interesting letter. So let me just prepare the screen for maximum vag. In case you hadn't worked out already, I'm just going to share the screen. We're going to start with the letter G. So the A to Z of Rise Above. We're explaining to everyone, if you're new, what the hell we're talking about. If you know what we're talking about, we're simply recapitulating.
Absolutely.
We're simply recapitulating, yeah? Okay. So let's share the screen. G, ladies and gentlemen, is for Godvag. We call him Godvag. On YouTube, he's called Godvlamast, but I feel like I just don't like using that word. We call him Vaggy.
Is that the pronunciation?
I guess so. Guess so. Where should I start with G?
Forecasting across the entire crater realm. #VagLife.
Yeah, that's pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
Godvag or Godvlamast, Wim.
He is I'll describe him as
Go for it, please.
An
I've been talking too
esoteric
much.
teacher. He is a form of an esoteric teacher. He's also a spiritual and metaphysical theorist. Wouldn't you say that's fair?
I think that's very fair, yeah.
Yeah, a spiritual and metaphysical theorist who presents his work very well and who's got a huge following now.
I think Godvag is a visionary.
He is a visionary.
He's literally the epitome of a visionary,
And
right?
I'll tell you what, this guy's got some serious courage, right, putting out the content that he has done in a way that he has, purely on his own. He admits right at the start of his videos that he's not very good, like with graphics and that kind of stuff. So yeah, this guy's got a lot of courage. Like, let alone what content he's putting out. This is some serious.
Well, he sort of took on the whole flat Earth community and the Globers all at the same time.
Yeah,
which is very brave.
He took on the entire crater.
He took on the entire crater by coming up with the crater theory. That sort of basically it smashes globe theory and flat Earth theory out of the water, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
If you really
It
want to
combines
go,
a few ideas. I think
it does, and it solves a lot of problem of why you can't go to Antarctica. It certainly solves that problem. That we actually live in a crater, and the moon is a reflection of a greater Earth that our crater realm is on. You know, to do this justice, it takes a lot. In the Guardians, you still with us?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound very distant there. Let me just turn you up a little bit. Maybe put the mic a bit closer to your mouth.
Right, how's that?
Yeah, how would you describe Godvag?
He's a crater yoga master. I call him God Namaste.
God Namaste. God Namaste. Yeah, wait a minute. I heard, well, he's Flemish anyway. I actually heard that the word God Namaste was actually some sort of like swear word in Flemish, or slang swear word. It's probably like some fucking like rise above word, isn't it?
Yeah.
In Flemish. Well, listen, if you watch this show, you know about Godvag. We almost play one of his videos almost every week.
Yeah, we'll put a link to Godvag's work, aka Wim. We'll put a link to his YouTube channel.
He's probably watching right now. Just big up Wim.
Absolutely. If you're there, Wim, just big up yourself.
At the end of the day, what else are you going to do on a Friday night apart from watch Rise Above? You know, we hang on Wim's videos like on every video we make. We'll wait for the next one to come out. He had a bit of a hiatus throughout the summer months and came back with an amazing offering. We haven't even talked about his last video yet.
I'm seriously waiting for his next one because I'm sure it's going to contain the metaverse.
Yeah.
And then Rise Above and Godvag have synced again.
Yeah, we have a lot of crossover, we do with Sheep Farm. There's a lot of crossover with our work and Godvag.
Yeah.
Syncretism.
Yeah, we synchronise and we syncretize rather with Godvaj a great deal.
We missed a sync.
Sympathized.
Hey, me and Wim, we just email. You know, if something goes down. Before I do some research, I usually consult Godvaj first. Like before we talked about the metaverse, I was like, I sent him the symbols. I was like, what do you think the metaverse is? And you know, he sort of confirmed what I was already thinking. You know, he sent me like we showed on Monday when we were talking about Travis Scott. He sent us his own take on what was going on. He transposed the picture of the Travis Scott whole soul energy harvesting.
What country? Where does he actually live?
Belgium.
He's in Belgium.
Yeah, Flemish.
I wonder
Belgium.
if we can get him over.
He said the only reason he doesn't come on the show is because he doesn't like speaking to people through a screen. He said if he could physically come here, he would love to come and chill out with us and come on the show. He actually said that.
Let's get Godvaj. Let's get him over.
Imagine the paperwork you'd have to fill out to import like 80 kilograms of pure Godvaj into the United Kingdom of the Soviet Union.
Wow.
Imagine like the EU, the import-export form.
The Soviet restrictions.
This here is actually the
only
only
Godvaj and Rise Above physically collaborating in the same.
What would the
God, could you imagine if we invite Sheep Farm down to the studio as well? And had the full triad.
33 pages of the Crater Passport. You have to stamp all 33 pages every time you come over here. Yeah, this is the only known photo of Godvaj in existence that was on the top left here.
We don't even know if that's him. That's just
we don't even know if that's
could be
him.
his alias. All we know, that could just be some picture of some dude we don't know.
No, but honestly, big up Wim. Like myself, he's a musician. He's a bit of an artist.
Is he a musician?
Yeah. I think he makes.
Oh no, yes, you showed me.
He's
some
got
of
a
his
rock
music
band.
Pre-Crater.
Well, pre-Crater theory, yeah. And like you see here on this little graphic. Yeah, he created
Crater Rock. Awesome, amazing.
So you can see here that he didn't make this thing on the bottom right. Crater on the Greater Earth. Discoveries made by Godflamast. Solspicius Gallus M, the name of the crater, the moon map, the firmament, NASA, Walt Disney World, Space Shuttle. People have made whole websites dedicated to his work.
Yeah, you've told me this before.
And
They've got whole YouTube channels dedicated to his work.
No, I wouldn't say it's dedicated to him. I would say that Radiation Matters guy on YouTube is like a Godvagian disciple who has taken Godvaj's work and
run with the ball.
And he's picked up the ball and he's running with it 100 miles an hour. If you like Godvaj, check out Radiation Matters on YouTube. If you think Godvaj's videos are out there, wait until you see this guy.
I sent you one the other day, didn't I? And you were like, yeah, this dude's like another Godvaj.
Well,
yes, he's got some good content as well.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, so G is for Godvaj or Godflamast. In case you didn't already
Mighty
know.
Wim.
Big up Mighty Wim, the chief seer of the Crater Realm. G is also for the Greta Reset. The Greta Reset. This here, ladies and gentlemen, this is a seminal piece of Rise Above work. This is the first ever meme that we saw from Virus Man.
Yeah,
remember?
it was, yeah.
Tell how this came about.
We commissioned it, didn't we?
We had a competition on one of our very first shows, maybe episode 3 or 4, maybe.
Yeah, he was the only one that actually entered, and we were like, well, that's enough anyway. We
were talking about the Great Reset, right? To be fair, we've been talking about it since episode 1, and we've been, taking the piss out of Greta. And someone just said, I don't know who it was, just said the Greta Reset, and I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. Right, meme competition. We need a meme that's got Greta, Lord Schwab, and the Reset in it, and this was the first and only entry.
And that was enough.
That was enough. Instantly,
That's all we had to see, guys.
Come and be a part of the family. The Greta Reset. By the way, this is going to be available as a T-shirt. It is going on a T-shirt. It will be available hopefully by next week. Certainly in time for Christmas. There'll be Resist the Soviet Union on one T-shirt, and Greta Reset on another T-shirt.
Yeah.
All profits go to Rise Above. It will be riseabove.news/merchandise. G is for Greta Reset. Here we've got some more Greta Reset imagery. Kieran Ross on the left. We have a tiny little Greta being comforted by George Soros dressed as a Soviet sort of soldier.
Full comfort and care provided.
Yeah, full comfort and care for miniature Greta there. Yeah, big up Russ Kieran, part of our meme dream team.
Look at the look on her face as well.
Look at the names. Look at the people on the block.
Yeah, you've got Whitty. You've got who else is there?
You've
got Gates. You've got Whitty. You've got Biden.
Schwab.
Schwab. Bottom right, Schwab. Yeah,
and that bird is from the IMF, I think. The one at the top of the pyramid. She's that woman from the IMF.
This is
I'm pretty sure.
Directly from one of Alan Partridge's dreams. 5.
One of his daytime fantasies, one of his daydreams.
And then you've got the morphing Greta and Bill Gates collaboration there.
Bill Gates.
Yeah, Bill Gates. Yeah.
Oh dear, that was
Looking at that meme, I get a real inability to speak properly.
Yeah, I just have to behold it. You have to behold this meme. That's the good. I often think, right, a meme is actually the fire system in a Guardians backwards, right? Because a very powerful meme, right? If you think about it, what you do with a meme is fire backwards. You execute a meme, people look at it, and it makes them. It gets them something from their memory. They focus on the meme.
Yeah.
Sorry, you change their intent. And you can actually change their focus. When they talked about a meme like affecting an election,
it's
or
like
swaying public opinion.
It's like it can't be unseen. Do you know what I mean? And even if they don't acknowledge it, or if they think that's stupid, you've planted that seed. The seed's been fucking planted.
When you see original Rise Above meme, you can't unsee
it. That seed has been planted, and one day, might not be immediately, one day it will start to fucking sprout.
Can we stop the flashing lights in the background? That is for rhythm time only. Homer Beach, you should.
It's always rhythm time.
It's for Al Gore rhythm.
When Al Gore's about, that's the only rhythm that's not allowed in the Rise Above studio. No, Al Gore. So yeah, G is certainly for Great Reset. Right, we've got press on. G is also for Glorious Cure. For anyone that doesn't know what the Glorious Cure is, let me just enlarge this. The Glorious Cure is one of the first Aborigine slang words I came up with to describe Britney Spears concert.
This is when the censoring started to get really ramped up. We were like, right, we can't.
It's when we first got taken
mention
down.
the V word now.
Yeah. We first got taken down, so we came up with the term of in the Soviet Union, to cure yourself from the people's pandemic, you will be offered the Glorious Cure. And then we've got.
And that's what it is, guys. It's glorious.
I think this is what the metaverse is going to be like.
Only if we designed
just quickly, guys.
Just
quickly on the metaverse, right? So, Elon Musk said something. He was talking about like VR, virtual reality, and the metaverse, blah blah blah. He was saying that, and this was before it came out, right? He was saying that you wouldn't build. It was when he was talking about that if we're in a simulation, if we're living in a simulation, he was talking about you wouldn't make the simulation shitter than actual life, would you? You'd obviously make it better than life. You'd make it better. So this is what I mean. If you go into that, look how addictive Facebook and Instagram and all that shit is already. Like, you imagine, don't go into that metaverse, guys, not even once.
No.
Don't even dip your toe in, kids.
We've been talking about that, actually.
Jimmy Savile is waiting on the other side of that for you directly. He will meet you, open the front door with some cookies.
And for all we know, right, the Glorious Cure could be some sort of like Farmageddon like precursor to actually, prime your body to accept the hardware to basically live in the metaverse all the time. The future is not to put on a pair of glasses to go to the metaverse. The future is the metaverse is
running through your blood.
Yeah, it's
guys,
like,
just watch The Matrix.
Yeah,
just watch The Matrix. That's the end goal.
We're definitely going to need to do a breakdown of the new Matrix when it comes out. After our complete Alan Partridge
we don't need to do that.
Well.
We just need to direct people to Mark Passag's website for that.
Whilst we're on Matrix G and simulation in games, in the gaming industry, they're actually talking now about when they're designing games, they're talking about making it better than real life, not even simulating.
Yeah,
or
that's what I
comparing
mean.
to.
So why would you then go back to real life if you've got something readily available, which will probably going to be free, isn't it? Let's be honest. Why would you go back to real life? They're going to get as many people hooked on this shit as possible.
Nothing for free in this realm, eh?
Nothing for free in this realm.
I agree. Look,
you're going to pay with your attention, and you're going to spend your time there.
Absolutely.
Forever.
Right, so G is for Glorious Cure. Let's press on because we're only at G. G is also for Gosh.
Gosh.
That's pretty self-explanatory, guys. When we drop something pretty, Do you know
where it comes from, Gosh?
It comes from Gosh.
Gosh.
I actually found out where it originally comes from. It comes from like episode 18 or something.
When you were saying Gosh and we took the piss out of you.
No, there was a meme where it said Gosh on the meme, and it was a meme of someone sat with loads of needles in them, like wearing 50 masks, and someone's going Gosh, and I literally read out and I went Gosh, and you lot all cracked up. That's where it originally comes from.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I saw it. It's actually one of the Rise Above bite sizes. So, like, the Gosh button, it comes out like when Homer drops a fat mix or when Master Lee says something
when
really,
Master
really
Lee
big.
makes us sweat.
Yeah, but we've also got like a graphic Gosh as well now. That's where it came from.
Conscious sweat.
Conscious sweat, metaphysical
I often
sweat.
break out into a sweat when Master Lee gets metaphysical, like later on during the
Do
evening.
you remember the
It's
first
great.
time you ever played God Vag to me live on air in like episode
Yeah,
4?
yeah.
I'd never even seen God Vag before. I'd only watched parts of it through John Levy.
Yeah.
And you showed me the other videos, and my brain literally exploded. I got like a heavy migraine.
You dismissed it at first,
I was
and
like,
then
what
you were
the
like,
fuck?
then
Whoa.
when he started talking about a counter-rotating pyramid system,
I
which
was like,
then
wait a minute.
corresponded
Shit.
to the Star of David.
I think I was banging my head on the desk at one point. I was like, no. And then
Thank
he
you for that, Wim.
and then
Thank
he
you
like,
for your work.
the Vikings were Jews. I was like, no, stop.
That's a great one too.
Gosh. Right, okay, so that's self-explanatory. G is
The
for gosh.
Vikings were Jews.
The Vikings may
The
potentially be
runes,
Jews.
like the runes are fucking Hebrew. Like, yeah.
G is also for the greatest apocalypse ever. Don't strive at the end of your tether. Thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever. And we've got Billy Plonker and his everlasting apocalypse with his Soviet Union lollipop there.
And the breakdancing. They're
That's
all
really
there,
good, right?
guys. They're all there.
Yeah, so that's Virus Man and Magic's Eso Memetica with those two little corkers there.
That's one of my favourite memes.
The greatest apocalypse ever is something that in the Guardians heard from, what was it? You said a Gnostic brother called What's Going On? The greatest apocalypse ever, right?
Yeah, basically he flipped the denying force, which was it. Well, it opens a whole new door to perception. So you can transform. You can start. You haven't done Catalyst yet, have you?
No, we should have had C. No, I sort of missed it out because it's covered in other stuff. But yeah, we can cover it now. C is for Catalyst. The greatest apocalypse ever is providing a massive catalyst bonfire.
For everything, for so much stuff, for the transhumanism agenda, for the climate. Can we say that? Can we say the C?
Yeah, I think we're still allowed to say climate change, aren't we?
For the climate change agenda. For the global
Lance, is it worth
agenda,
explaining the real meaning of apocalypse?
Certainly. So apocalypse, right? A is for apocalypse. Apocalypse doesn't actually mean the same as what Armageddon means, which many people sort of mix those two words up. The apocalypse is actually something that's described, even in a dictionary definition, as something quite beautiful. The revealing of a great hidden knowledge, the lifting of a veil.
an unveiling.
An unveiling of a great hidden truth. It's sort of like a reckoning of the denying force, the apocalypse. It's like, a great unveiling, like a great show. That's what the dictionary definition of an apocalypse is, from the ancient Greeks. So, it's not the end of the world. It's nothing bad. The apocalypse is actually wicked. Well, I'm enjoying it anyway. I don't know about you lot.
I'm having a great time, mate.
I can barely keep track of the infinite content creator. Just can't. Oh shit, we haven't got to A yet. Right. So yeah, for G is certainly for the greatest apocalypse ever. And let's face it, what we're going through is basically a massive, stinking 100-foot catalyst bonfire. Never before have we been offered so much opportunity for for spiritual progression. Never before have we been offered so many chances to learn about things that were once hidden. Now they're literally held in your face. It's not like hidden in plain sight.
It's the great de-occulting. That's another way of describing it.
Yeah.
So
whether you choose to look or you reject it is up to you.
I think the Great Awakening kind of got hijacked. I much prefer the greatest apocalypse ever.
Yeah. Well, it's seeing reality for what it is. So, for instance, before the greatest apocalypse, you would probably think you're going to see Alan Partridge, when in actual fact you're going to see Jimmy Savile.
/ Alistair Crowley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
Alistair Partridge.
Alistair Partridge. Alan Crowley. Lynn. Oh God, yeah. Well, I won't talk about that because we probably need to save that for the Alan Partridge
a whole nother
special.
show.
But me and Inner Guardians are going to do. So we're going to do some hardcore in-depth
Alan Partridge presentation.
Alan Partridge research. You what?
12 o'clock and we're on G.
12 o'clock. And we're on G, right? Okay, sorry. Right, G is also for graphene oxide. Why do we talk about graphene oxide so much? Well, something to do with old Big Pharma Gates here, and we see lots of these famous people like Greta covering themselves in black goo. Who else drinks graphene oxide? Billie Eilish.
Billie Eilish,
yeah.
and who was the other one? There was another one as well.
Yeah, okay.
I can't remember. Who
Lady Gaga.
Lady
like
Gaga.
Yeah, they all drink.
It's
they
all over,
they love black goo,
black goo
graphene
everywhere.
oxide. Yeah. So G's for graphene oxide. Let's press on. Here's
I
another
think
example.
somebody's asked the question, what is Alan Partridge?
It's more like who is Alan Partridge?
Who is Alan Partridge? The reason we talk about Alan Partridge is because the actor who played Alan Partridge, Steve Coogan, has just been enlisted to play Jimmy Savile in the BBC documentary.
And if you don't know who Jimmy Savile is, he's the UK's most prolific paedophile to date.
Yeah, so someone who we commonly thought was like quite a talented sort of like comedy actor is now being chosen or has chosen to resurrect Jimmy Savile, allegedly the UK's most prolific necrophiliac paedophile. So yeah, so we're going to be looking into that a little bit more. Here is when you give Bill Gates a taste of his own graphene oxide. No, it's not John Levy. Levi JC is not John Levy. Okay, H is for Health Chancellor Gates. This is the second name that Big Pharma Gates is known as. Obviously, in the days of the Soviet Union, the #1 doctor on planet Earth, or in our glorious crater realm, as the mighty God Vaj would say, is certainly the man who also has zero medical qualifications, namely Health Chancellor Gates, in charge of Gavi, in charge of basically the whole world tour of Britney Spears.
He can do what he likes with a needle, guys. He can do what he likes with a needle.
Yeah, so H is definitely for Health Chancellor Gates. It's obviously Bill Gates. I think that's pretty
Holy
self-explanatory.
water.
Yeah, it is Spears full of holy water. Here he is.
Sure, it should be Hell Chancellor Gates.
The Chancellor of Hell, Commander Data, and Hell Chancellor Gates. Yeah. All Coviet weasels, ladies and gents. Here is a Virus Man rendition of Health Chancellor Gates with snake oil. Up next, we have some more pictures here of Health Chancellor Gates, courtesy of Virus Man, holding there the Coviet spear. New normal, no Britney Spears.
He's looking through it with the one eye symbolism there.
Yeah, look, he's holding the apple, but it's actually the sign from Gavi. Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
This is from the Virus Man vaults. H is for holographic universe. We talk about this quite a lot on Rise Above. The idea that what we could be living in, what we probably most likely are living in, is some sort of very sophisticated, supernatural, divine 3D holographic projection or simulation, as it's being called by some of the materialists.
But that's for another show, guys.
So when we talk about the holographic universe, if you want to know more about it, you should probably read the book by Michael Talbot. He literally wrote the book on the holographic universe. There's lots of other people that write about it, because we talk about the universe being a hologram quite a lot in the show. So H is certainly for holographic universe. Let me know if I'm going too fast. Anything you want to say about holographic universe in the Guardians?
No, I think we should move on.
Yeah, okay, we should move on. Right. Yeah. I is for the infinite content creator. I deliberately didn't put a picture for this one because I felt like... Shut up, tablet. I thought you probably couldn't put a picture for the infinite content creator. This is a concept which we came up with quite recently, where we were talking. I said it's like we were talking about content creators, you know, because I'm a content creator. Inner Guardians is a content creator. All of us here at Rise Above are content creators on, you know, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. And I was like, well, in the greatest apocalypse ever, whoever is creating the content for this, they are the best content creator ever. And Inner Guardians is like, yeah, they're the infinite content creator. And I was like, well, thank you to the infinite content creator, because look at what they're providing for our show. Like, we couldn't, in a million years, you couldn't sit down with a team of writers and write the content which we're simply reporting on.
It'd be far too far-fetched.
So the infinite content creator, you know, if the Queef Masons believe in the grand architect, right, as their representation of the all, the infinite, the absolute, here at Rise Above, we conceptualize it as the infinite content creator.
Yeah, it's also a kind of concept where it's happened a couple of times that I've seen, where we've sort of said, well, what should we talk about? And then next thing you know, boom, something happens. But I think we get more content than time.
Guys, do you remember at one point we had
absolutely
to
more
stop
content than
doing like feature shows with like with one specific topic, because there was just so much to report on literally every week.
Yeah. All we could do was just do like the Coviet News Show every week, or the Clown Show, or whatever we call it, the Schwabery, because there was so much happening. It's like, how could we devote a whole show to you know, this subject or that subject, when the infinite content creator is just literally sat there pumping out the best content you've ever seen 24/7. literally 24/7. I get up in the morning. This is how much content the infinite content creators get me. I plan my posts sometimes 12 hours in advance. But I get so many memes coming through from the team. It's like, yeah, this will be a good 8 o'clock in the morning meme for tomorrow. So it's like a start of the day meme. But by that time, there's some news story. So I get up in the morning. It's like, shit, should I post this or the meme I plan to post? It's like, doesn't stop. So yeah, I is for the infinite content creator. I is also for inner stand. Very quickly in the Guardians, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, inner stand.
Well, we've already covered it slightly with the esoteric and exoteric. So, for instance, to inner stand means to truly inner stand from inside, not just externally, or be understanding something, or even overstanding.
Potentially a sense of eternal knowing that comes from within.
Yeah. Well, it's the connection with essence. What is essentially yours. So you understand it. It's like you own it. The knowledge. Yeah.
Okay. I is for inner stand. What's up next? This is a good one. We had to use this one to get around Al Gore's rhythm. I is for Ivan's medicine. I won't say the word what it's actually for because that's a bannable word, but it's so good the horses want it back. So here's Joe Rogan giving back some Ivan's medicine to Stalinda Ada. And then on the right we've got Behold Pale Horse Paste, which is a take on Bill Cooper's book Behold a Pale Horse. We're talking about, you know what, it's that thing that apparently cures COVID that's very cheap with no patents. Ivan's medicine starts with an I. I is for Ivan's medicine.
This is proof positive that, you know, words are magic and spelling, and that there's real power in it. For the fact that for saying a word, you can be banned or deplatformed.
It's crazy.
Yeah, especially the word of an approved medicine.
Yeah, yeah. So this shows you the power of language and the importance of language.
Yeah, and that's why we had to break it down ABC style. Because, you know, over the last year or so, we've had to learn this linguistic two-step to evade the predatory...
I like to call it the rise above patois.
The rise above patois. The linguistic two-step to avoid the predatory cha-cha of Al Gore. Because he's always
out there.
He's out there, and he's sniping us down.
He's going to boogie on up to you.
He is like, he's an apex predator on the dance floor, Al Gore. Eyes for Ivan's medicine.
It also goes to show like the necessity for the occult and for esoteric. You know, why are things occulted? Why are things hidden? Well, because there's a force out there that will deplatform you, ban you, imprison you for saying certain things or having
in the past,
maybe
maybe chop your head off or burn you at the stake.
Yeah, yeah.
We started talking about Holocaust denial in Germany. It's a prison war offence.
Yeah, Magic's is saying off camera there's certain things you can say in Germany, like denying certain historical events, that just saying that you go to prison. Unbelievable.
Well, before, like, you know, you couldn't say anything against the crown, could you?
No.
You'd
be locked up in the tower.
You couldn't say anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is why you can see why mystery schools came about. Not, you know, mystery schools don't necessarily mean the darkness. It just means it's been hidden.
No, absolutely not. Like I'll talk about
it also. It also means.
No, go ahead, Marcel.
Yeah, because a lot of people think that mystery schools, the occult, esoteric is kind of elitist sort of thing, but it's not. It's for survival.
Listen, in the ancient world, like I'll use the tarot deck again. I've said this on the show before. I'll use a tarot deck as an example, right? The peasantry weren't allowed to study that knowledge, right? So some very courageous person translated the esoteric teachings of what we now call the tarot deck and put it into a deck card form. So it's a book of symbols basically, which is a huge, you know, because no one was allowed to teach that. If you got caught teaching that to the peasantry or anyway, you know, you like I said, you get your head cut off or locked in prison or burnt at the stake or something. That's why this has to be occulted. But nothing's inherently evil about it. But unfortunately, there's, like we said, these dark occultists. They're the ones with all the knowledge of psyche. Basically, they're dark psychologists. That's what they are. And I think, they're using, like you said, with the words, they're using word magic. There's obviously something to it, like you say, because they're changing definitions of stuff and changing the meanings of words and that. So there is something to this.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
for sure.
it goes back to the esoteric and the exoteric. You can also use the comparison of the conscious and the subconscious. So these dark occultists and the powers that shouldn't be, they're actually very masterful of the subconscious or the unconscious, which is the unseen aspect of mind. It's the shadow side of the mind.
Shadow Masters.
There's a question I got
If you-
really along these sort of lines. Am I right to believe some of the martial arts, like for instance capoeira, some of the sort of dance-based ones, sort of came about from bands, and like they weren't allowed to practice martial arts, so they had to make it into a different form to be allowed to practice it. Is that right with certain martial arts?
Hide it within dance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It would almost be like
basically
occulted learnings at the time of it when it was not allowed, when it was banned.
Yeah, capoeira is you could class it as the occult. What it comes from is the slaves weren't. It's gone.
Hello?
Oh no!
Oh no, we haven't lost Master Lee again. Shit. I think what he's about to say is that the slaves weren't allowed to practice any sort of martial arts, so they had to hide it within dance. Yeah.
And you've got other martial arts in like Asia and that. I can't remember specifically. They had to do similar things. They'd have to.
Well, I think some forms of kung fu.
Yeah,
they had to use basic like peasants' tools.
Yeah, so they
as weapons,
yeah.
so they could hide their. They couldn't use a katana. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they
maybe
allowed
that's
to
how.
have
I think that's
weapons
also
and stuff.
possibly how weapons like nunchucks and that came about as well. Yeah, very interesting.
I think there's farmers' tools as well. So they had you always have
Yeah,
a big
that's it.
stick.
Farmers' tools. That's right. Yeah,
The original Shaolin, they were
turn it
peasants.
down
they,
for you.
They
Fucking
were
hell.
farmers. They weren't.
They were monks.
Yeah, they were monks. Yeah, they
So they
and
were
used
farmers
to
as
make
well,
their own-
yeah. Farmers
But
too.
they had to defend themselves and all that. They didn't have any weapons. They only had their farming tools, and that's what that's where the Shaolin monks got
Absolutely.
their. Yeah.
Right, back to the alphabet. J's for Jislam. I won't dwell on this because it'll probably get me in trouble. We came up. I didn't come up with this. I copied it from Alan Partridge. It's the word to describe the one world religion where they blend Christianity and Islam together. Well, I've always actually called Chrislam.
Chrislam.
I called it Jislam. I don't see why that's offensive.
I'm not offended.
J is also for just one more. I'm beat. Oh, in the Guardians, missed out on you missed out on Jislam in the Guardians.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi keeps going down at the
That's okay.
crucial
You're
moment.
back to full power now.
Yeah.
I finished off your sentence there. I think about capoeira. They had to hide it within dance. We've got to move on. We're on to J. Jislam. That's self-explanatory. Just one more. I'm a beats. J is for just one more.
And just one more stabby jab.
Yeah, just one more booster. The mark of the boost. So we've got thousands or hundreds at least pins sticking into Pinhead's face. Funnily enough, Hellraiser is just about to be remade.
Yes, it
and
is,
guess
yeah.
what? They are having a female actress for Pinhead. Now, Pinhead is obviously an
They're-
androgynous,
they're
demonic
gender
demigod.
free,
Original sort of gender fluid without any tissues, right? So I haven't really got a problem with it. Not that I've got a problem with anyone that wants to play Pinhead, but it's like, what's that?
Yeah, they're gonna give him a wig. They're gonna give Pinhead a wig.
I don't know. Maybe that's the pins are for to hold the wig on. Maybe it fell off. Look. Am I trying to say there's some coincidence that Pinhead is coming back in the middle of the Britney Spears world tour? I don't know, is it? It's rise above, anything can happen. J is for just one more, Homer Beats. This one's controversial.
Oh God, here we go.
K is for Khazarian Mafia.
This is a whole nother show.
Probably shouldn't say too much about that, but this is, I think,
just go and research it, guys.
Yeah, just research the Khazarian Mafia, Shabbatai, Zevi, Shabatsky.
Follow their bloodline.
The bloodlines of the Khazars, the ultimate sort of like bandit imposters.
And it's very important to find out where they went.
Well, see where they are now.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
And it's not just in Israel; they're in the Vatican as well.
And the rest.
And the rest.
Gosh.
Yeah. And in Mecca and Medina, they're all Khazars. All Abrahamic religions have been infiltrated and inverted. Potentially.
Okay, moving swiftly
Yeah,
on.
moving swiftly on. K is for Hillary Jones. Dr. Death, 666 booster shots for freedom, or Hillary Jones, as she is commonly known. So, yeah, I thought I had to put that one in there for good measure. To be honest, I really just wanted to include this Forest Man meme. We don't really talk about Hillary Jones or Killery Jones that much. Not really much to say. Obviously, just a Coviet puppet. Yeah, Dr. Death, 666 boosters, very fitting. K's for Killery. K is also for King David. Now, for any of our new viewers, some people don't like David Icke. Some people think he's King David. I call him King David because he is, at the end of the day, he's the king of the conspiracy theorists. I'm a syncretist like Master Lee. That's a word we'll come on to later. As far as I'm concerned, I was about to say Master David. King David is basically like the best syncretist of original conspiracy theorists. He's like the Jeremy Clarkson of conspiracy theory. But he's talking about everything we were talking about back then. Is he a shill? I don't know. I don't care. Hey, Alex Jones. That you can take good information from Alex Jones if you're a syncretist.
Yeah, I'm saying he's not a shill.
I don't think David Icke is a shill.
He's just a researcher. He's an author. He's just trying to put. He's a fucking courageous guy putting out what he did.
Could the denying force have allowed him to carry on because in their mind he makes conspiracy theorists look like nutters because he openly talks about really deep stuff? Maybe. If this is a grand simulation, if this is the greatest apocalypse ever, it would make sense that the character that David Icke, which tells you literally right to the bottom of the rabbit hole, this is holographic reality. There are dark entities that are manipulating us, you know.
It's their admission then, isn't it?
Yeah. I've read until about 5 years ago when I just stopped reading them, I read every David Icke book, and a lot of people said,
got 18
he doesn't cover this, he doesn't cover that. I tell you what, that's bullshit. He covers everything. He covered the whole lot. Every subject we've ever talked about, this guy had already written a book about it 10 or 15 years ago. And just like Alex Jones, a lot of what he said has come true. So, yeah. I think he's as good a source as any. He's as good a commentator as any of what's going on.
I think he's a fantastic source of information.
Yeah, he is. Hey, how many people could you go and sit and listen to for 10 hours where he is talking and he's not even reading from anything? He's literally just looking at slides and talking for 10 hours, and he doesn't talk about the same thing twice once. You have to keep up with him.
He knows his shit, that's for sure.
Yeah, David Icke knows his shit. So, yeah, K is for King David. And if anyone's wondering, when we talk about King David on the show, we always talk about David Icke, not King David from the Bible. Someone in the comments got really confused. It's like, you don't know the Bible. What are you talking about? You're really misquoting King David. I was like, yeah, do you know what? So we're talking about David Icke, mate. Sorry. Keep up. That's why we're doing the ABC. Right. L is for Lord Schwab.
Lord Schwab says...
Listen, if you don't know who this character is by now,
then you haven't been paying attention.
You haven't been watching Rise Above, that's for sure. So if you're new, welcome to the table. This is Lord Schwab. Andy?
So this dude heads up the founder of the World Economic Forum, WEF. He thinks that you shouldn't be allowed any freedoms whatsoever. You shouldn't even be allowed any property, nothing at all. Everything should be rented off the state and delivered to you by drone. He's in love with nanotech and all things fucking physical. He wants to literally shove nanobots up your ass.
Yeah,
and
he already has done to thousands of Japanese tourists.
In his Schwabian utopia, dystopia, sorry, you would not. You'd be living in a pen with about 8 other people in little pods. Just in some fucking... Is anyone seen the movie Judge Dredd?
Yeah.
It'd be like that, like in some huge tower blocks of fucking
This
shit.
guy literally wrote a book on the Greta Reset. The Greta Reset was... Well, he said it was his idea. He is the face of the Greta Reset.
And he's an evil fucking... Looks like a James Bond evil genius, you know what I mean? But he's...
Yeah.
Apart from when he's on the beach.
Yeah, apart from when he's on the beach
Right,
in his
that
best
picture on the beach,
attire.
do you think it's really him?
No.
No way.
No.
He would never be on a beach with peasants like that. He would be on Epstein's beach, a private beach. Come on. Not with all those dirty peasants around. So here's Lord Schwab I think is that Baal or Moloch on the statue here with a plate Moloch with a plate of bugs on his great Greta Reset book here.
Yeah, he thinks you should all eat the bugs.
Eat bugs and you happy. Well, welcome to New Schwabia. But we're talking about the Great Resist. Yeah, fuck Lord Schwab. Right. So here's another great picture of Lord Schwab. This is really good Lord Schwab.
Schwastika.
The Sheep Farm guys did a fantastic dig on Schwab and his whole family. Really, really worth watching on YouTube on the Sheep Farm Studios.
Yeah,
really
it's a very good video.
Very good. I watched that with the other half. We enjoyed it a great deal. Right, we're on to M.
Hang on, we've missed out one L.
What?
In fact, we've actually missed out
Double LMC.
That was 2 L's. Oh,
Exactly.
why didn't I get my intro at the start of the show?
you didn't need it. You've had it before.
Oh, right, okay. What, you want? It's only you only do it if it's a surprise. Yeah,
Exactly.
L is for double LMC. Not really. Okay, so yeah, Lord Schwab. Right, we're on to M. M is for metaverse, or meta, mental enslavement through algorithms, or Greta. In your pod, eat bugs, be happy. Big up Virus Man. So yeah, the metaverse. We were calling it the synthetic universe before anyone had even heard, pardon me, of the metaverse. In the Guardian started talking about that as soon as he came on the show. He told us all we're heading for a synthetic universe. He told us all months ago that it will probably be delivered by Facebook. Everyone's like, what's this synthetic universe going to look like? What did he say? In the Guardians, he said it'll probably look like Facebook. Right?
Yeah. That's
Well,
the doorway.
how right were you? It literally is Facebook.
I don't want to be right.
No, none of us want to be right. While we're on the subject, can we raise our glasses and toast to hoping that we're wrong?
Let's hope that we're wrong here, guys.
Everyone's got a drink. We do this every week. It's a little ritual. We always have a toast and we hope that we're wrong. Because, you know, we have a laugh and we smile when we're talking about this to lubricate it. But obviously we hope that we're wrong.
But yeah, basically, in a nutshell, we think they're going to make actual physical reality as uncomfortable as possible and as dangerous as possible to attend, you know, concerts and things like that. So you're gonna be begging to upload your consciousness into the metaverse.
Mm.
You're gonna be begging.
Do you remember? Do you remember in the film Avatar, right? When the disabled guy, the main protagonist of the film, he's been with the blue people for a while in his 10-foot avatar.
Yeah.
He's got his blue missus. He's right in with the tribe, and he actually loves it. And he realizes that humans are evil.
He can walk there.
Yeah. Or do you remember, like, towards the end of the film, when he starts to come out of the stasis thing that he uses to get in the avatar, he's been in there, and when he comes out, he's obviously already disabled, but he stopped looking after himself. Like, he hasn't showered in weeks. He's like got really frail because he literally doesn't care about the real world anymore. He doesn't care about his meat suit. All he cares about is his avatar life. That's
care
the
about
metaverse.
his creation from the creator.
The same in Surrogates, that Bruce Willis film where people are using those physical 3D robots and they upload their consciousness into them and they're in a thing at home. Well, some of those people, they only live their whole life through their surrogate. So when they come out of a stasis pod, they are literally a shriveled little, decrepit little gimp. Their surrogate is like, 6'4", ripped, living the best life. But in real life, they're like decrepit.
Yeah, that's an
Inception
interesting
as well.
comment
Yeah.
on the comment section. Leggy Stenders put meta as in Mecca.
Ooh, Mechaverse. I like to call it the Betaverse. people like the commander of data live there, just a bunch of betaverse. Right, so M is for metaverse, or the synthetic universe, as in Guardians coined it.
Cuckerberg and
Science
the Betaverse.
Science fact.
No, science faction.
Science faction. Cuckerberg science.
Yeah,
faction,
if you want to know the
there's
reality.
a meme here, boys. Go on, Lee.
Yeah, if you want to know the future, or if you want to know what's going on or what's going to happen, just watch science fiction.
Yeah, absolutely.
Documentaries.
Well, I think the best phrase ever was, there's no such thing as science fiction. Doesn't exist. There's no fiction. Okay, M is also, this is another great one from In the Guardians, Matt Dazalam. So Matt Dazalam is a verbal schwabbery of Matt Hancock and Midazalam for obvious reasons. I'm sure, I don't know if we can even, we can still talk about that. Yeah, Matt Dazalam used his favourite sponsor here, Midazalam Hospice Care, to euthanise tens of thousands of old people, according to John O'Looney and a couple of other whistleblowers now. We've had John O'Looney on the show, which was actually, that was the highest rated show before Monday with 5,000 views. So
he had his sweat tested after the marathon, and he tested positive for Jimmy Savile's demon semen.
That's what he greased his nipples with to avoid the jog rash. Let me get some of that Savile grease on there. Oh dear! Look on this is real. It says Virgin Money. Money got from virgins. Richard Branson, Infinite Virgins.
Well, money actually. If you
no coincidences.
it means one eye. It means one eye.
Yeah, virgin,
Virgin
travel
one
by
eye.
traffic virgins. Virgin money. Well, I mean money from trafficking virgins. Yeah, nice one. Right, so
You know,
M is
you know these memes we're looking at. It's literally like they live. So the norm is they see something, and then when we look at these memes, this is what it really looks like. This is what
that's right,
reality
yeah.
really looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got permanent sunglasses on.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Well, it's luckily we have a team of glasses manufacturers like Russ Kieran here, like Magix, like Virus Man, to keep actually portraying, you know, what we're all seeing in a visual representation, so other people can see it too. A trusted partner of the pharmaceutical industry leader.
It's like a snippet of the research, isn't it?
It's
just
it's
you could just
brilliant.
take in a blink of
Look,
an eye.
there's even Prince Andrew dressed in a Jimmy Savile shell suit,
mate.
sprinting
You've
in the
got
background.
Boris there to the left. Look.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, here's
Oh, I
another
did
one
not see that.
with Matt Dazalam shitting himself, with a 666, going past all the yellow signs. We need to talk about Matt Dazalam. Coercion is not an experiment. Okay, so and here's the final Matt Dazalam one. Shipman is like, I killed around 200 elderly patients. Matt Dazalam is like, novice. Add some zeros. Then make it 50% bigger, at least. Okay. M is for mimetic sorcery. And what an amazing meme to show mimetic sorcery. That is mimetic sorcery in action.
Got Jacob Rothschild looking like the fucking wizard of...
Dressed as Paul Daniels.
Yeah.
He's got climate action in one hand and the virus in another hand. And he's like...
He's merging the two with his Schwabian...
the reconciling force is the all-seeing eye in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so mimetic sorcery, it's a real thing. You can study the magic of memes. You know, memes, you know, if an article can sway someone's opinion, a movie can sway someone's opinion, a meme does the same thing, but very quickly and very effectively. I could do a whole show about mimetic sorcery. I'd like to do one at one point. And about the whole Kek mythology as well.
Yeah,
That's
for sure.
so interesting. Holy shit. And it's not all bullshit, that Pepe stuff. There's something in that Kek mythology. There's something there. So yeah, mimetic sorcery. That's what we practice with these memes. We're taking what the denying force, what the greatest apocalypse is throwing at us.
Yeah, and it's literally a snippet of all the research, isn't it? And it's just like it's a symbol, basically.
It's recatalyzed catalyst. It's friction.
It's
or an allegory. It's an allegory.
This mimetic sorcery, it's like looking at life with a third eye.
Absolutely. Big up all of our sorcerers in my 5-man crack squad. N
is also for mether.
For mether. Oh, is that like the ether that the memes exist in? The mether?
Yeah, you just put it out in the mether.
Methaverse.
The metaverse. the memiverse. Yeah, fuck the metaverse. I like the memeverse much better.
The memeverse, yeah.
Okay, so N. What are we on? 3.5 hours. Yeah, we need to move. Right, N is for nanotech. So yeah, nanotech gets talked about a lot. Why are we talking about nanotech so much?
Because it's being injected into everyone on a global scale.
First principles, yeah, it is. So Jason,
is it being sprayed down as well?
Well, potentially the nano dust. And Omar Beats were researching the nanotech that's been in the food industry since the 90s. How many years ago was that?
Oh, fucking...
Good
it's quite a long
5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah. We were scaring our friends with it, telling them, you know, you're scared about GMO foods. There was stuff about that on the TV. No one talked about nanotech. It's been in everyone's food since the late 90s, in the packaging and stuff. They can scrape all the dust off the road.
And they use it as flavour enhancers and things like that.
Mm.
It was in a big game in the 90s called Metal Gear Solid, and the plot line was about nanotech.
Yeah.
Never forget that. There's all stuff in that game.
If you just download version 20.8.3 of the Social Credit app, we can all go back to normal in just 2 more weeks. Virus Man 2021. Yeah, so, yeah, nanotech. N is for nanotech. N is for National Holocaust Service.
Wow.
Sorry, couldn't resist it.
Gosh.
The gloves.
That's what it is.
Yeah, we need a gosh.
Gosh.
As far as I'm concerned, the gloves are off. I've heard and seen enough evidence to back this meme. Now, we're not saying that everyone that works for the NHS is shoveling people into gas chambers. that would be silly. But it seems that through policy, through infrastructure, through protocols, through
people not speaking up,
through memos that double the dose of drugs that are in the lethal injection,
quadruple the dose in some
end of life path careways or whatever it is. We've seen those documents.
Misdiagnosis as well, constant misdiagnosis.
I've interviewed people that have had their parents, Matt Dazalan.
Yeah,
CJ. She saw it on the
but then
on the list,
and people that are just keeping quiet and taking a paycheck. You're a part of this shit.
Yeah. So simply don't care who this offends anymore. Maybe people need to be offended. Maybe if more people were offended and thought about what was going on a bit more, maybe this wouldn't be happening. Is that a fair
100%.
comment? Yeah. So big up Carl Greaves. He dropped some bombs about the NHS, and people in the comment section weren't pleased about that. Then I've looked back. No.
National Holocaust Service.
Yeah, the National Holocaust Service. Okay. N is also for NPC. Okay, so this is a really big one recently. NPCs.
We've got Soros here, the octopus of George Soros, top left.
This is a good meme. I think this is from Sagehead. Oh, it might be Future Ghost. I think it's Sagehead. So NPC Society.
The giraffe, haven't you?
Yeah, NPC means non-player character in computer game terms. So when you play a computer game like Grand Theft Auto in an open world, those characters that are just populated by the algorithm, by the computer, they are non-player characters. NPC, they have no soul, they have no inner dialogue, probably very little essence. Well, obviously, real NPCs have no essence. But it's used to describe people. I guess moon fertilizer is another one for NPCs. Yeah, people that aren't really thinking about what's going on. They have no internal dialogue.
Sheeple is another term for them.
Or another NPC definition I like is neuro-programmed covert.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a great one.
Big up Sanchez UK or Diego Tequila. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I
that's
came
a bit
up
more
with that
scientific. That one.
Yeah, well, look at what people are like. They have been neuro-programmed.
Yeah.
With Divock
By the Soviet Union.
Because 19 is AI in numerology.
Is it actually?
Yeah, because that's why Mark Passio goes Divock AI. Because it's
Does
like
it
they
actually?
have,
Yeah.
he says Divock AI because they've actually had Divock artificial intelligence installed and make themselves a neuro-programmed covert. Get back 2 meters, put on your mask. You're killing my granny. It's a program.
Yeah.
Neuro-programming. Yeah, NPC. We all know, we've all met them, we've all seen them. We all probably interact with them online.
I work with some of them.
Yeah.
Hell, I've got some in my family.
We all probably all have. Is that a fair definition of NPC?
Yeah, 100%.
I think
Fucking zombie.
Okay. So N is for NPC. N is for numerology. In the Guardians, let's have you in. Can you just recap or recapitulate what you were talking about on Monday of why they like numerology, and pattern so much? Oh no, have we lost him again?
Yeah, he's on the
He's
red.
got
He's
bad
on the
signal.
red there.
So what we've been saying is basically the agents of the denying force, these dark occultists, the reason that certain numbers seem to be cropping up, or at least some of us are noticing that certain numbers are cropping up in these pivotal news stories. 33.
Yeah, everywhere, mate. You can deny it, but it's there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a certain reason for that. It's because numerology is one of the 7 liberal arts.
They use it as it's a way of communication for them. It's a way of showing who's in control and who's,
Power in numbers as well as words.
Yes.
Well, it's been often said that numbers and mathematics was not invented. It was discovered. It was there. It's already there, written into the fabric of reality.
Yeah.
So if this is a mathematical universe built on algorithms, basically, and codes, then it would make sense that if you weren't just trying to predict the future, if you were trying to actually steer the future in the way that you wanted it, and you understood the power of these cyclical number patterns that happen in the dates, in the movement of the stars, in whatever, if you understood that, and you could somehow harness it by writing these numbers into the stories in the news and the happenings around the world that you were creating,
and
then you're in control. And that's what 33 is all about.
The power of the universe, basically.
Like Master Lee said, 33 means, we need to get Master Lee back in by clicking him in.
It means total control.
Let's have him back. 33, like Master Lee said, means we're in control of our 3 and your 3. It's about mastery. Inner Guardians, you back?
Yep, I'm back.
So, yeah.
My Wi-Fi went down exactly 33 minutes past 12.
Did it?
Yeah.
Holy shit. So,
yeah,
just as we're
I've
talking
switched
about
devices now.
Okay.
So,
So
I might sound a bit different.
You sound a bit better, actually.
Oh, okay.
So do you want to give us a quick 30 seconds numerology?
33.
Yeah,
On 33?
Yeah.
So the triads, I said about the three forces. Everything in this realm contains the three forces. Unfortunately, we're given choice, so we can actually enact our third force, or three forces, or not. We have that choice. And for those who don't, we'll have their third force controlled by those that think they control their forces.
Yeah.
And they want to control their force and your force. Those that control their own force are the ones that are free thinkers or truthers. This is probably another descriptive.
The third force installers, right above. Okay, so N is for numerology. That's why when I post, I keep pointing out the numbers. Certain numbers, certain meanings, certain patterns. I'm not sure exactly how many of these stories that it's deliberately woven into. Some blatantly are coincidence. But we just point out the patterns, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. N is for numerology.
And there's just so many coincidences.
Yeah, there's a lot. Okay.
It's also linked to the quadrivium, which I think is
Detective now, son. You're
will
not
be
allowed
coming,
to believe
don't
in coincidence anymore.
No coinciditis. O is for occult. Occulted.
Meaning hidden.
The occult.
Springing from the Latin occultare, means to hide, to conceal from sight, or hard to see.
Yeah, we are occultists, and we are also the occultists here at Right Above. So we study the occult, and we talk about it each week, dissecting it and opening it up, which is de-occulting. So taking what is once hidden and making it common knowledge. Something that certain occultists probably don't like very much.
Well, no, we're basically teaching some of the knowledge which is taught in esoteric mystery schools, in which the dark occult are aware of this knowledge
And hoarding for themselves.
Hoarding for themselves, yeah.
Hoarding for themselves and using against humanity at the expense of humanity.
But
So
as
it's
a conjunction with the greatest apocalypse, the occulted has to be de-occulted and disseminated amongst the population for the survival of civilization.
So that's really what the greatest apocalypse ever is all about. It's the great de-occulting.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like I'd say, an occultist, if you want to really break it down of what an occultist is, it's somebody who studies the hidden laws of nature. That's what I would really break down as an occultist.
Yeah, you could also look at it in a slightly different way. Under natural law, we already know. It's through the hijacking of and wrong education and disinfo that is denied us by the dark occultists. But also, it's like a game where things are hidden, and it's our role to discover and to find, to learn, to grow. That is the true essence of, or true meaning of life. To grow a soul, the best way to grow a soul is to work, to make the effort, to discover.
Work.
Yeah,
the hardest work
to know thyself.
Gary Elliott says O is also for Omageddon. You like that one?
I know it, Gary.
Omageddon, big up
I'm
Gary
just
Elliott.
actually looking for the next Omageddon sequence.
he's just planning the next Omageddon right now. Funny you should say that. Yeah, so the occult, it's a massive subject. It's not even one subject. It's actually a group of subjects. And we try to de-occult it every week. We are de-occulting the occult right now. I hate to repeat myself, but we have had to occult regular de-occulted knowledge from the mainstream that you can't say because of algorithm. We've made this Aborigine language, and that's what we're doing tonight. We are de-occulting it so our new initiates can understand what we're talking about as we sidestep out.
So it's unhidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the method that we're using is syncretism.
Yeah. Awesome. Right. O is for occult. P is for parasite. Now, everyone knows what a parasite is.
In the physical realm.
In the physical sense. Metaphysical parasites or spiritual parasites are something that we've talked about on the show, and something that Sheep Farm have done some really good work into.
A little bit more tricky to identify.
Yeah. But part of the reason... Go on.
Yeah, something that was mentioned, I think it was on the Sheep Farm, which I thought was a very good descriptive. And it's that we freely and quite commonly deparasite or deworm our dogs, cats, and many other creatures.
Yes.
But we never do it to ourselves. It's never spoken of. Even if you go to your GP.
You took a deworming tablet for yourself?
Yeah. Physically and metaphysically. So it's something to consider. Why is it only humans don't practice or don't have a form of... Well, naturally we do. The same way animals do.
However...
Like when a dog eats a bird, the feathers naturally deworm it. But because they generally don't eat feathers anymore, that's why they have parasites or worms.
I mean, but the general populace don't metaphysically deparasite their
But we don't even physically deparasite, because we do have physical parasites.
No, I'm talking about with the animals. They physically deparasite the animals.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Yeah,
but we don't even physically deparasite ourselves, let alone metaphysically.
Well, I mean, if you run through I mean, when I'm out in the forest and stuff like that, in the summer I've got shorts and stuff on, I take ticks off me all the time, mate. That's a parasite.
Yeah.
It's physically deparasite.
Yeah, but that's because you've actually seen the parasite on you.
Yeah. Well, I have to check it all the time in the middle of the forest, mate.
Yeah, but when was the last time you took something to a prophylactic for tapeworms to make sure you haven't got tapeworms?
Right, yeah, I've got an inner.
There's something
inside.
you don't know you've got.
Sure,
you don't necessarily know your dog's got worms.
Gotcha.
Well, you might see its worms come out of its butthole before you give it the tablet.
Gotcha.
But if you're a diligent dog owner, you might deworm it before you see worms, sort of thing. I don't know. Anyway, the other reason that I put it in is because Wim, aka Godvaj, he talks about the parasite a lot, and I think he sort of really conceptualizes the denying force as the parasite.
This could be the Divok.
Yeah. Also, the fucking Britney Spears has got that parasite in it.
Yeah, it's got
the Hydra vulgaris or whatever it is.
Yeah, we've seen the footage.
It's like a little sea monkey. Actually, a little octopus.
It's got Bill Gates' face on it.
A little Schwab's face on it. Yeah, P is for parasite. I'm just thinking, what are we on? We're almost at 4 hours. How much have we got left? Okay.
10 letters.
Yeah, but there's some have got more than one. Okay, P is for peasants, right? Peasant is a word that I've started using throughout this. Not because I think that I'm better than other people when I call them peasants. I use it as a term to describe all of us.
We're the peasantry
in
as
our collective state, because at the end of the day, in the Soviet Union, there were the Soviet administrators or soldiers or whatever, and then everyone else was a peasant. Yeah. So in the Soviet Union, you have peasants too. Peasants can often be seen on the right here as a proper Soviet peasant. Double mask, face goggles, just like an anti-Soviet hat. I don't know.
Fauci's ass.
He's got an I Love Fauci T-shirt on. Some sort of like dominatrix, like marigold gloves. Soviet peasants. Obviously, a peasant doesn't just have to be poor of money. It could mean you could be poor of knowledge.
Was there not a clause in banking called the dead peasant clause, which was a clause connected to the inevitable loss of life from the way they run things? Am I right in that?
I've heard of this, yes, 100%.
I've heard of it.
Can I just ask, what's the Soviet peasant with the I Love Fauci T-shirt? What's the point of the hairnet thing? That's shower cap, whatever that is. What is that doing?
Well, I suppose if you're enough of a peasant to think that a surgical mask like that and goggles will stop you contracting or spreading a virus, you're definitely enough of a peasant to think that a shower cap is going to help too.
How?
That's all I can say.
With a respiratory virus, which is supposedly inhaled,
but
or
obviously
taken in through like your eyes.
Your hair contains high levels of the virus. So if your hair falls out and another peasant inhales your hair, then they might get COVID 1984.
Right, gotcha.
But you only need to wear it when you're standing up. When you're sitting down, you can take them off.
Yeah, at a restaurant, you don't need it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
Did you know that there's still people wearing masks?
Yeah.
There's plenty, mate. I go into some shops and stuff. There's like full staff team wearing.
Do you know what's really perverse?
Wearing masks.
I actually missed the time when I was the only person not wearing a mask. I don't feel so individual anymore.
Well, sorry to hear that.
No, I'm joking. No, but you know, in a way, I'm a bit weird with it. I do like a bit of a confrontation, a Soviet confrontation, because I really hate the Soviet Union. So when I used to go to the supermarket and I was the only person not wearing a mask, I was really looking forward to someone asking me. I wasn't going to be horrible or rude or swear, but I was going to give them a really, really polite dressing down.
Yeah.
And I was really gutted. Like, no one ever asked me.
Well deserved.
Really, really.
Do you know what? The whole point of wearing these masks is to give people the perception of safety. Well, I actually agree. I agree with that. I felt very safe when everybody was wearing masks because I could straight away identify who the idiots were.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because really, I mean, I would say that on the face of it, it actually does the opposite of what it's supposed to do, because it actually installs fear. It's like, when I look around, it's like, if I didn't know anything about the Soviet Union, I just woke up in a coma and I hadn't watched TV, the fact that people are wearing masks is the only single, apart from the stickers and signs, the single representation of a pandemic.
And they're unhealthy, right? Unless you're throwing them away every 20 minutes and putting a fresh one on. And even then, no. You're supposed to breathe the air.
Well, it can't be better than simply breathing the air. I mean,
your body knows what it's doing. Yeah, it's mad.
The creator didn't design the body with a piece of cloth over its
but it stops
respiratory
the spittle
ducts.
coming out.
Doesn't matter.
I don't
Yeah,
spit
you
in
breathe in
people's
hot
face.
air.
Who the fuck
I don't
is
go around
to say
coughing and
that the
spitting.
creator's design is wrong?
Have you seen South Park when they all get smug and then they're smelling their own farts and they're getting smug on the
Yeah,
is it the
overdosing
smoke
on smug, 'cause they're
smoke
all driving-
fumes of smug?
Yeah, they're all driving Toyota Priuses and they get
That's
really
it,
smug
yeah,
and they
yeah,
start
yeah.
smelling their own farts and a big smug cloud appears. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Peace for peasants. I feel like we need a break. Where are we on? 3 hours 48 minutes. You ready to roll?
Yeah, 1 minute.
All right, 1 more minute. Okay, let me do one more slide. One more slide and we'll have a break. Oh, this is such a good one. Oh, P is for Pfizer face. So, you know, remember B was for Bell's palsy curve?
Yeah.
Right, well, Pfizer face is the Aborigine slang word for Bell's palsy, because if you...
This is the symptom of
I think
the
it's pretty self-explanatory. This is someone... Oh, what's her name? I can't remember her name. She's the Canadian Soviet Minister of Digital Health or something like that. And she took Pfizer's Christmas miracle and she got Pfizer face, which is just absolutely amazing as far as I'm concerned.
Is this permanent, yeah?
Yeah, permanent. I don't know. It's pretty semi-permanent. You don't see much of these people after they get Pfizer face. Oh no, have I missed a
But it means
slide?
it's working.
It does
Don't
mean it's
forget.
working.
Governor Newsom's got it, and he's had the Pfizer face.
So yeah, here's this guy's got Pfizer face as well. Check this out. And the funny thing was that he is another Soviet minister that was pushing the Britney Spears on people, and then he gets a blinking Pfizer face. So as far as I'm concerned, that is literally the greatest apocalypse in action. It's like just showing you. He said,
Play with
"Here, take
matches
it."
in the apocalypse.
Yeah, nothing comes for free in this realm. You have to pay. And here's a great meme: get the Pfizer face.
Pfizer face.
Get the Pfizer face. So yeah, that's P. P is for Pfizer face. I think her surname's Tan. Yeah, she's the Canadian minister, and this guy's Australian, and they're both like the digital health minister or something like that. Both getting Pfizer face. What are the chances of that?
Soviet justice.
Yeah, apparently that Gavin Newsom guy's got Pfizer face as well. So that's three of them. 3 counts of Pfizer face. Jesus Christ! All right, let's run some beats because I need to have a break. I've been just chatting.
That proves that they are having the same as the peasantry.
It proves it's working.
Yes,
It definitely proves it's working,
guys.
Glorious cure, comrades. This is Rise Above. Let's get down to business. Run the beats.
No more COVID-19, no more COVID-19. No more COVID-19, no more COVID-19. Tell man them again, no more COVID-19, no more COVID-19.
But you try something and I'll rip your face off.
Lick a man in his head, stop talking foul. When your mama done brought you up much better than that little man, sit down. How's my man got enough to be out here screaming all this? Man got slapped, sent to the shop by the same man there, that's man so feds, man. Shit got sticky like man got wetted like but the ambulance man think 1 feds, 2 feds, 3 feds, 4 straight 10 toes, man don't rate low. Twisting up wrist, coughing my roll. Pussy off feds, can't see me no more.
No more, you ain't the levs no more. You was a top boy, not no more. Used to get weed like 7 times that you sprayed bars at the raid, but not no more. Used to be a headline act, paid them racks, tracks, not no more. She was on you, but you lack, can't get her back. Done it ain't that no more, no more. You ain't the thing no more. You was a bad boy, not no more. Used to be the guy
the best though. And you better let the rest know I've been on this. They say I take all the food, that's why I'm at the top, boy. Climbing that mountain too, call me when they get to the top, boy. Show and prove, everybody's gas off a top, boy. And they will climb over you, just so they can get to the top, boy. They say I take all the food, that's why I'm at the top, boy. Climbing that mountain too, call me when they get to the top, boy. Show and prove, everybody's gas off a top, boy. And they will climb over you, just so they can get to the top, boy.
Oh my god. Get some food, gotta get some more. Gotta reload at 4:30. Come check me cause I'm on top floor. What you want, what? Half a box or a 9. Make sure the man them's here on time. Man don't deal with no consign. Chat for the aim and they're just like 9s. Go bare cats cutting out on the line. Go bare tags, I'm on the front line. If man don't come back with mine, man will go ham, yeah, man will go blind. Don't wanna push man over the edge, man. Just don't wanna push man over the line. You get a box in the face with a Mac 10 waste, man. Better not waste my time.
They say I take all the food, that's why I'm at the top, boy. Climbing that mountain too, call me when they get to the top, boy. Show and prove, everybody's gas off the top, boy. And they will climb over you, just so they can get to the top, boy.
Up clowns in my back ping, but I don't have doubts. They try look lit, but they don't have clout. Feel that PR with a different bounce. Ooh, that glizz with a Turkish round 3-2 or spin. Let me learn this round. I heard this chick wanna Birkin now. Girl love chat shit, come and twerk it down, down, down. Let's fry up the beef, cause they chat too loose. Man, be off the no proof. The beef goes on now. It's World War II. Re-up, then feed the recruits. Bill up and ablem in my off-white boots. So you got touchdown, who's on the news? Top gear in a drop top up, see me and my boo. Let's fry up the beef, cause they chat too loose. Man, be off the no proof. The beef goes on now. It's World War II. Re-up, then feed the recruits. Bill up and ablem in my off-white boots. So you got touchdown, who's on the news? Top gear in a drop top up, see me and my boo. The bacon tribe up and we lurking for ops, so we stop then try and resume. Two eyes in a room, let's buck it, pick up the ops like which one's who. I was up in the tits trying to dodge curfew. Birds don't get sprayed like my new perfume. Man bully the ops, now Jace wanna take down tunes. Bro, let's lag. TT come circle, pink or purple returns go be off the Burkles. I'm in an 0-3 plate on my tugs, man creep on the ops then see them dispersal. You got real life smoke but your beef looks virtual. Reverse that blow off your app, no Virgil. Go on other hood then circle, the van's got tugs like circles. Should I get Dave Spence or should I get Schofield? I was locked up in Peter and Bofield. On the ride out with a mask on boastful. Keep it low, I'm a try-ching, I put both. You bend your big back, this Barbie's wrapped around my finger. Tip can't make gal yodel. Man G on it once, now she wanna keep up phone calls. My gang be off and keep off socials. Times man trio, but she gets vocal. Jays won't come to the tea, I'm hopeful. Man been in my spotlight, decal local. My mother thinks I'm local. Why I get blood pressure when the door knocks cause I'm popo. If you need more bread, no promo. Up T, flap to up C. Listen, let's flap the beef, cause they chat too loose. Man be off the no proof, the beef goes on now, it's World War II. Re-up, then feed the recruits. Bill up and app them in my off-white boots. So you got touchdown, who's on the news? Top gear in a drop top up, see me and my boo. Let's fry up the beef, cause they chat too loose. Man be off the no proof, the beef goes on now, it's World War II. Re-up, then feed the recruits. Bill up and app them in my off-white boots. So you got touchdown, who's on the news? Top gear in a drop top up, see me and my boo.
know how we're sounding, rise above. Extinguish fear when we generate love. Rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. We rise above, extinguish fear when we generate. Rise above and extinguish fear when we generate love. A single candle lights up the darkness. That is the power that we all harness. Let's identify targets, light them up, click them down. Carpet beef, sprinkle and garnish with word power and sound. I don't care if my rep gets tarnished. I spit this shit till I'm dead in the ground. When they pollute your mind with garbage, do one thing, hold it down. Big up Word Nerd. It's more than 2 32s and a hook, why? You want lyrics? I write books. Where your head double L overtook. Yeah, where your head double L overtook. And speaking of the occult, yo, I'm a lifelong student of the occult. Searching for verses locked in a vault. Yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb. Burning pictures in deep catacombs. Learn the buried in dirt. That's why double L's heavy with words. Draw for the sword, bury them first. Tammer my tongue, severing nerves. Intent remember, execute manifesta. Big up inner guardians each and every. A brand new earth is emerging. While the evil energy surging, the demiurge is determined to drain your soul with guilt and burden. No reversing the boon. A sack of moon fertilizer bursting. Every time I spit that I try not to laugh. You gotta put the work in. A sack of moon fertilizer bursting. Lovely selection from the Magics. We rise above. Sound and Magics back to back. Oh, we switch up to the hip hop. No, wait, nothing commercial with bars. We don't want any copyright, yeah? Or is this an intro? Got to be very careful with hip hop. We don't want Al Gore. Is this the intro? Okay, that's right. An intro is okay. Yo, let me see what I've got. Bars. Yo, allow me to elucidate. While Magics choose a break, you think it's all. Yo, choose your fate. Or is it really love? Because we rise above, extinguishing the fear. Because the parasite can't get enough. The hungry little worm convinced the world they spread a germ. They never learn. Go on, Madge.
Now I know I'll never be the same. Because of you.
Big up Ardman, Mateus, Boom Shankar.
Long time since I had you here. Oh.
Big up Lord Doobsworth. Stuart Rogers.
And now that you're so close, we know that I need most. It's some time away from you.
Try to explain. I know it's complicated, but I still have this feeling.
The mix is coming. Up to all the family struggling in the Soviet Union. Creator duties, creator business, time to rise above, yo. Oh, Magics. Come on. Big up Nail Break, Sam. If that's how you say your name. Big up Nail Break. Thank you very much. Right now we're channeling, rise above, we're channeling. Channeling the energy, positive, negative chi. Flow into your body, kill you internally. Come on, Magics. Big up Jason Jackson, all the Sheep Farm family. Big up Dom and Chris, each and every. Body Cat, Kobe at Yoga. Fun Pop, Mac, Jamaica. Hang tight to the Thailand crew, yeah? Living through the floods, Fun Pop, Mac. Pick up all the crew all across the crater. We gotta get back to business in a minute, but Oma Beach, just one more. That means 10. Yo, this is Rise Above. Double checking the measurement. Write that shit on testament. Laced with untold relevance of the lyrical intelligence. A new stage, a new development in the everlasting race. Identify that fifth element. Its name is drum and bass. Check the payload. Never heard before. The fracture of our basic culture busting up the floor. Once more. Promise stay until the end of time. Oma Beats, he spin the rhythm. Level speak and rhyme. Yes, Oma. Big up Titus loves pop. Yeah, no love for Big Bird right now. Kobe at Bird. Oma Beats is in full control, let the beats roll. Yo. Big up, better, get up. Coming down with the critical word, coming down with the critical pressure. Big up, better, bass. Listen, my selector, Oma Beats inside the place we're coming on. Bigger, better, bass and drum. Bigger, better, come on, get some. Bigger, better, flex. Who's there up at the technique says they'll need to take a guess, it's Oma Beats. Now the war has started, now the bombs have dropped. Yeah. Now the war has started, now the bombs have dropped. I always pack my microphone undo the safety lock. These beats and crazy days, we make crazy nights. Every tune he plays, every rhyme I write. Do we do the honor? No.
Ministers are useless, drug dealers are more enterprising. Hiding from the past, just biding our time until the future state. That's providing more than we need for just surviving. Less turbulence and more easy gliding. Promise of tomorrow keeps us striving. Empty or not, there's no way of recognizing. Might see you when you get there, but not before. Can't be sure we're all for right, but hope lives said for more perspectives. Reorganizing, new influences rising. Consensus for the status quo, demoralizing. Babylon appears compromising. Unsurprisingly, it's not reading anymore. Feeling it today, just like in the other day. We stay on the path that we're on, we don't stray. Just on that circle line riding. Dust to deciding. A step against the glass, can't hear the worlds colliding. Warning sounds, but the door's already sliding. Get yourself up, we're hiring. 0 hours for all, no retiring. Distance firing, keep aspiring. 6 a.m. the underground, the temperature is rising.
Yeah, the temperature's rising, Oma Beats. Rise above each and every Friday night live from the HQ. Broadcasting all across the creator, all across the crater. #1 creators.
The temperature is rising.
Big up Maxcom. Hang tight Kobe at Yoda. Big up all the Samui crew. Hang tight the Kopangan crew. All my islanders.
Mind that talk, better mind man over
Yes, big up San Carno.
Boy start run, the boy start duck. The whole pressure, everything get too much. Better mind everything, don't get dangerous. Self-destruction till you can't function. Check this one, you must understand. Baseline get licky down like a back on. 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 Baseline licky down like a back on. Everything registered, then you understand. No confusion, disillusion. You hear me, one, no ask no question.
Big up Max Com. Big up Bradley Golden, the Texas crew.
School of hard knocks, don't try call me bluff. Check this one, you must understand. Baseline get licky down like a back on.
Big up Catherine Hamlin. Yeah, we're only up to P.
Baseline get licky down like a back on.
Magics. Yes, big up Bradley. Magic's last couple before we get back to the alphabet. We're doing the A, the B, the C, the A to Z of Rise Above. De-occult in the language before we have to re-occult it again. Magic come with a mix and blend, and magic come with a mix and blend. Big up Andy Pandy, buzzing with the style of 33, buzzing with Rise Above and Sounds of Master Lee. Come on, Madge. I'm calling last one for Magics.
I remember when those precious moments frozen in time. And should I ever forget what was yours was never really mine. Yours was never really mine.
always the same, Andy PG. Don't give the headphones back to Omar. This is the last one. Thank you very much, Magic Sonoma Beats. Right, that's it, come on.
When I say
Come on, we've only got to P and it's already like 20 past 1. Come on. Right, thank you very much,
I'm leaving
guys.
in 12 minutes. I'm bouncing
Right,
out.
okay, right. Okay, right, back to the alphabet of Rise Above. We're still on P. P is for People's Pandemic. The People's Pandemic is like a term I came up with to describe, what's going on. It sounds very Soviet, very Soviet. Let's get Inner Guardians and Word Nerd back. Sorry, guys. It's the same old story with these DJs we have. Can you turn the flashing lights off, please? The one job you have apart from playing music is turning the flashing lights on and off.
So if you go turn my microphone up. Oh fuck, I can't.
No, you've got microphone. Right, P is for People's Pandemic. P is also for P is for polymath, which is what Master Lee is. Polymath. P is for polymath, Master Lee.
Yep, it is indeed, and this is all part of the Great Apocalypse. So that it's a great teacher for people to return to being polymaths. It's not an abstract thing, and it's not a rare occurrence. It's actually very natural. Under natural conditions, natural law, we would potentially all be polymaths.
Yep.
Which basically means that you try to avoid specialization in 1 or 2 or even 7 subjects. So you try and expand your knowledge. What one man can do, any man can do, it's just that they don't know how. If you find out how to do it, then you can do it. In fact, you could pretty much do anything.
That is the art of the polymath.
The law of the jungle. In the jungle, you'd have to master quite a few skills to survive.
Essentially, only a polymath would survive in the jungle.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, P's for polymath. P is also for projection velocity.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll leave this one to...
Yeah, well, it's a new one. Yeah. We're about to learn about it for the first time.
Velocity is speed of motion and swiftness. So the ability to move around this realm, or in this realm, you need to understand or understand the nature of velocity, and that it is an aspect that we all have. And same thing, we just don't know how. Through miseducation. Now you can apply the velocity to many different things, like protection velocity, escape velocity, and also projection velocity. Now, projection can mean a few different things. I'll try to keep it as slimlined as possible.
Okay.
Projection is what children have, actually. So the younger you are, the more potential for projection that you have. So as an example, if you're 6 years old, potentially you've got maybe 60, 70 years of projection. And when I say projection, that can mean visualization, imagination of what your future is going to become. The older you get, the less capabilities you have for projection. So as an example, when somebody gets to the age of 70, they don't have the projection velocity, because they kind of say to themselves, well, I've only got a few more years to live, and it's almost like they give up projection. Ergo, why the powers that shouldn't be, paedophiles and those of the dark occult spectrum will target the younger. The younger, the better, because the younger they are, the more projection velocity that they have to be stolen or taken, captured. Which takes us right back to the sacrifice thing.
Yeah, because you said sacrifice also comes under this.
Yeah.
To some extent.
Oh, no, totally. So, for instance, the sacrificing of the old is not necessarily a thing. It's more the sacrifice of the young. the younger the better. Why? Because you can harvest more projection velocity. And what it means is, like I've said, the ability to project a future. Now, as an example, if you're a multi-billionaire or trillionaire, what would be your ambition?
To live forever.
To live forever, exactly. And how could you live forever? You would try all kinds of alchemical formulas to extend life for yourself.
Drinking the essence of others.
Yes, and one way to do it is to target. Yeah, well, to target other people's capabilities of projection of the future. And in essence, that is the true meaning of sacrifice, and that's what's at stake, is our capability to project. And this is why I said maybe a couple of months ago, whatever your projections were or your dreams in 2019, don't give them up. That's exactly what they've stolen from you with the lockdowns and all this nonsense over the last 20 months. I can guarantee you that those behind all of this, they haven't stopped projecting what they want for the future.
No, their projections have projected exponentially.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, P is for projection velocity. That's a good one.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's a double occulted term. It could go under the guise of other things, but in essence, that's what it is. Okay. And you very rarely hear that those two words put together. But that's for a good reason. Yeah.
Okay.
Exclusive.
Exclusive. Here's one of my ones. P is for proviate. Very simply, a proviate is someone that is pro-Soviet Union. They don't have to be like a full-on collaborator, like they're already working. What?
Oh, it's nothing to do with me.
Oh, I just had someone go.
Wasn't that? Was that maybe spoken word?
Is that spoken word?
I'll check the edit.
Oh right,
before
you're
I
just
speak.
clearing your throat. Right.
You said pro-Coviets, and I think I said proviate. I think that's how it happened.
Sorry, was it yours?
Oh. As usual, no, because as usual, it's like your concepts, and I just go.
Well, mate, we're building together. I would never want to take credit for something that we've collaborated on. So
yeah, but we all. How much is in the meter anyway? At this point, we created a monster, so it's all in the memetic rise above meter anyway.
Yeah, they're all out there in the mephia and the mephia. You got Schwab together. A pro-Coviet becomes a proviate. So yeah, anyone that's basically chanting the words of the Divuk, they're a proviate. Get your jab, or you'll be banned from society, fascist. You've got a proper proviate on the right here, and then you've got like Lord Schwab.
They've got the triad of fists on the T-shirt there.
Lovely, a triad of equality, and on these multicoloured fists.
So you could say proviate would be the plural, and then provid would be the individual.
Well, provid. Yeah, I guess that the proviates could be like a collective. Like the,
if you think about it, this is really connected to the previous, because what they're essentially doing is trying to steal your future by denying you your life, so that they can enhance theirs. This is like
turning you
this
into
is a low level
programmed Coviet, a proviate. Fuck.
Well, no, they're trying to exclude certain people who haven't been to the concert, the ability to live, so that they can live more. Think about it.
But even the people that have been to the concert, they're not exactly giving them the ticket to live either. They're screwed as well.
False promise, yeah. Promissory note.
Even their own people who are pushing it are getting,
getting
Pfizer face and all sorts of
literally
shit.
like high-level proviate officers.
They're getting proviate notes.
Well, they're actually Coviets,
Of
not
a
even
promise.
Proviets. They are actually members of the Coviet Union, and they're getting it. Their allegiance wiped all over their face. Right, we're on to Q. Q is for Queef Master Pro. For anyone that's ever wondered what the Queef Master Pro is, like when we first started on Rise Above, we just had a crappy little sound card with some mics plugged into it. Our first upgrade was getting this amazing bit of kit, and it's why we sound like really crisp most of the time. And we've got these cool buttons with like jingles and stuff on. So yeah, whenever we talk about the Queef Master Pro, it's on the Queef Master, do that on the Queef Master. It's actually a Rodecaster Pro. It's a top bit of podcast.
Where did queef come from?
I don't know.
Where did the queef come from?
My mouth. Queef came out of my mouth when I said I called it Queef Master Pro on air, and then just stuck. Same as everything. Soviet Union just comes out of my mouth. Yeah. So that's what Q is for Queef Master Pro. Self-explanatory. Right. R. R is for red pill. A term that I think is often sort of quite overlooked and often misused. Because let's take it back to first principles. Some people think it's about like left and right, like red and blue in politics. It's really not. It's really about the truth.
About accepting slavery.
Truth versus illusion. So here we've got a picture of Lord Schwab dressed as Morpheus, with the ring of Saturn around his head, with the 6 from the WEF logo. The blue choice is the People's Pandemic, to be a pro-Viet. Or the red choice, the red pill, is just to accept, nah, it's the Soviet Union, comrade. So, yeah, that's the red pill that's on offer right here at this particular table.
Choose your destiny.
Perfect.
A false dichotomy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, even if you go for the one on the right, you still get the Soviet Union. Even if you choose the blue pill, you get the Soviet Union, but you think it's good.
It's Britney, bitch.
Thank you very much, Omar Beats. It certainly is. Okay, R is also for resetism, and this is a Magic's special. People have criticised us for calling it the Soviet Union, so no, it's actually more fascist than communistic. I don't care if it's communism or fascism, it's all the same thing. If you schwab it all into one thing, resetism, the final consolidation of communism, fascism, socialism and capitalism.
All under one umbrella.
Yeah, that's what the Great Reset is. Schwab it all together into one
Everybody's
thing.
a winner in the Great Reset.
Well, actually, everyone's a loser apart from Lord Schwab.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're happy with owning nothing.
And
you have nothing. He has everything.
Yeah. Lord Schwab has endless amounts of everything. You have nothing, and you'll be happy because your NPC, your neuro-programmed Soviet brain, will tell you to be happy.
There's actually it's just reminded me.
Perfect.
It's
Sorry,
Yes,
it's just reminding me of a character in the cult circles called His Lord Endlessness.
His Lord Endlessness. Who's this character?
It's a long story, but yeah, just the term, like he'll have endless supplies of everything that you don't have. Yeah.
An endless bottomless pit of evil. Endless ambitions to steal everything you've ever had. Even
This
though
is the worst children's book ever.
Yeah, he's the best James Bond villain of all time.
The Lord of Endlessness.
The endless Schwab. The Lord
Possibilities.
The everlasting Schwab. The ever Schwab.
He just appeared, didn't he, on the scene?
Literally, I'd never.
Yeah,
like,
he did,
I
yeah.
researched geopolitics and the dark side of geopolitics like a crackhead looks for rocks. Yeah, I'd never actually really. I might have heard of the name Schwab. I didn't know nothing about Lord Schwab before.
He comes from the same creator as Travis Scott.
Yeah, definitely. He went to Travis Scott School of Ritual Hypnosis. Yeah, I've never really heard of this guy before the Soviet Union kicked in. I mean, I started talking about the reset in late 2019. That's when I heard about Lord Schwab. Because I heard there was going to be a reset, then I googled reset, and I was like, oh, Lord Schwab has wrote a book called The Great Reset. Cheers, mate.
How convenient.
How convenient. Oh, no, we can't have wrote it then. Because
Just in the nick of time.
COVID-19 hadn't happened. I guess he would have written the fourth
What did you just say?
COVID-19.
Oh, right.
The People's Pandemic, comrade. Obviously. Now, the first book was Fourth Industrial Revolution, where he described the coming resetism. And then COVID 1984, the perfect opportunity for me to enact my wildest dreams upon the peasants. That's what it should have been called. Resetism. R stands for resetism, comrades. S stands for syncretism. The amalgamation or attempted amalgamation of different religions, cultures, or schools of thought. Interfaith dialogue can easily slip into syncretism. The merging of different inflectional varieties of word during the development of a language. That's the term syncretism.
That would be physical syncretism. Doesn't explain, like, spiritual from the universe syncretism.
Or even time synchronicity.
No.
I think syncretism is best described as the pursuit of knowledge without boundaries. take from everything.
I tend to look at it that because everything's been hijacked over the years, that I use the analogy of jumping on a train, and you need to know when to get off the train to reach the correct destination, not just one train that's heading one way. So you might have to hop on a few different trains to get to a place of choice.
Francis Leader says that Schwab was actually knighted for for creating the fourth industrial revolution. Sir Lord Schwab. Sorry, we should call him Sir Lord Schwab. Jesus, yeah. He wrote a book on how to enslave humanity. Quick, give him a knighthood. How many children has he buggered? Give him 2 knighthoods. Right. So yeah, S is for syncretism. Yeah, the ability to take different schools of thought, religions. Schwab them together, take what you need from each, leave what you don't need. I guess it's about discernment, really, isn't it?
Yep. And intuition.
There are so many more words I could have added in this
And
dictionary.
you can't leave now, it's 1:33.
We've been here all night. Are you making a move?
At 1:33.
At 1:33. Oh my god. Oh, Andy PG's lift is here. We only got to S. Holy shit! Right. S is also for sausage fingers, or Lord Sausage Fingers. I could have put him under L. I spent ages looking for this original Prince Charles Sausage Fingers meme. I can't remember who sent it to me, but they said whoever it was. I remember they said, "Don't tell anyone who I made this meme." Fortman and Mason, Prince Charles's fingers. We call him Sausage Fingers for obvious reasons. Here's a Virus Man picture of him eating his own finger. So don't get many of these to the pound. Yeah, Lord Sausage Fingers, Prince Charles is Lord Sausage Fingers. That's one of the S's. Right, are you Audi 500, Andy PG? Right, rise above.
Rise above.
Rise above.
See you next week for Sheep Farm Special.
I was trying to get his bloody jingle up when I wasn't quick enough.
Oh, you got to be quicker. You got to be quicker with those jingles. S is for Sausage Fingers, guys. Prince Charles.
You do have a name. My name is Andy Piggy.
Bye, Andy Piggy.
That is a Malaysian singer and a fisherman.
That's not from the Master Lee Chronicles. That's not another character. Imagine there's a character called Andy Piggy in the Master Lee Chronicles. Awesome. Right, S is for Sugar Mountain. So this guy's also been called Commander of All Data, but he's also an S as well because Zuckerberg, believe it or not, in Yiddish means Sugar Mountain. And if you think about what Facebook actually is, you know, if you analyse it, it's basically a sugar mountain of dopamine hits, right?
The meta mountain.
Oui. Yeah, the Metaberg. That's it, Metaberg. Oh God, you heard it here first. Just go back to M, quickly put it in Metaberg. Yeah. Right, Sugar Mountain. S is for Sugar Mountain. I knew this would get good. Metaberg. Oh right, S is for Sheep Farm Studios as well, guys. I know we're getting late, so S is for Sheep Farm Studios. Got to big up Dom and Chris. Next week, the 19th, we're going to be hosting the first ever Meet the Flockers live, and it's going to be Rishi Sunak, Slumdog Millionaire. Very, very excited. First time ever live Sheep Farm. We're going to be hosting them here on this platform, a regular Friday night time and platform. But it'll be Sheep Farm all the way through. I'm just going to be sat here pressing the buttons, and the whole Rise Above team is going to be here commentating on Sheep Farm. Meet the Flockers live next week. Can't wait. S is for Serco. Serco, you guys from early days, is probably most of the reason you know me, is my Serco expose and speech last year when I exposed just how deep it goes into the Crown Corporation, right the way back into like the Wellcome Trust, the Pilgrim Society, and that meme is the patent office that Serco owns with peasants walking in and coming out as NPCs with a patent pending peasants or something. Do you remember that? Get on the mic.
Pending peasants.
Patent pending peasants. Do you remember that, Matt? You made this, Magic. Perfect. Yeah,
It's
so
a little collab from me and Virus Man.
Yep. Oh, fuck the camera up one sec. That's a cool camera. Right, so yeah.
Maybe you can film my lap.
Yeah, film your lap one sec.
It's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late. Okay. There we go. That's better.
The mood is getting low.
He's rolling a cigarette, by the way. Yeah, so S is for Serco. Right, T is for Tartaria. And when I say T is for Tartaria, like, I'm not saying I necessarily definitely believe that this whole Tartaria thing, but I'm bringing this up as that idea of a previous reset, a previous rewritten history. Because let's face it, we're seeing history getting rewritten in front of our faces right now. So this whole
editing the timeline
in real time, that's what we called it, Maggie. So yeah, this whole idea that in maybe 200, 300 something years ago, maybe 500 years ago, something happened, some sort of mini cataclysm maybe, history was rewritten, some sort of mud flood maybe, a load of people wiped out, and basically, the controllers, the agents of the denying force have completely, potentially rewritten a whole part of history where we had civilizations that were much more advanced than we are led to believe, potentially even more advanced than today, with free energy, and that all comes under the umbrella of the Tartaria mud flood history reset, the 1850s reset. And it's very interesting that all of this information started to come to light 2018, 2017. Very quickly it all came to light from nowhere, right before people started to hear about the Great Reset or the Greta Reset. I don't think that's a coincidence. So yeah, T's for Tartaria. Right, in the Guardians, here we go. T is for Trivium.
Okay, the Trivium is part of the 7 liberal arts. So the Trivium is the 3 ways. Obviously with the try, you've got the 3 ways. It's the 3 arts of language pertaining to the mind. It's paired with the Quadrivium, which is the 4 ways, which is the 4 arts pertaining to matter. So this phenomena is a combination of mind and matter, and it's the symbiotic relationship between the two. Now, it's a type of education that has been deleted from education quite a long time ago. It's very difficult to find anybody. So as an example, if you stopped 10 people in the street and asked them what the Trivium or the Quadrivium is, they probably don't know. When in actual fact, they should know.
Back in the day. They'll know that, I guess.
I went round someone's house recently and I saw a book on the side about the Trivium.
Yeah, well, put it this way. If
Good to know.
If the population was educated in the Trivium, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now. It could never happen. It's a way of avoiding or breaking down a thing called sophistry, which is kind of being tricked in some kind of debate or conversation or of the truth.
Yeah.
Now, you can kind of explain it in a complicated way. So the 3 arts would be grammar, logic, rhetoric. Or in simplistic terms, you could just say the what, the why, and the how. Yep. Or the input, the processing, and the output of the mind. So the ability to receive knowledge and input is the first part. Then you've got the understanding or the processing aspect of the mind. And then you've got the wisdom and the output. So as an example, a lot of people confuse knowledge and wisdom. They think it's the same thing. When in reality, knowledge is the first part of the input. Then you get the processing or the understanding of knowledge, and that will give you the wisdom. The wisdom is the output. So as an example, you've got lots of knowledgeable people, but they don't apply wisdom as an output.
But you can take in lots of knowledge and then become wise, whereas some people take in lots of knowledge and
and this is the situation that we're in right now. So you've got all these great knowledgeable people of science, mathematics, history, and all sorts of subjects, but they lack wisdom, and that's because they don't understand the Trivium, the what, the why, and the how to process data or information in this realm. So in a nutshell, the Trivium is for the person, the Quadrivium is for the material landscape around us. And if there's a disconnect between the two, which there is, then you have a sort of a problematic society.
Yeah.
The two together in synergy is for the development of the soul, which is our sole purpose in this realm, or should be, could be, but isn't for the most part.
Is that the 7 liberal arts that you talk about?
Yeah, the 7 liberal arts. So you got the 3 and the 4 gives you 7, and that gives you the law of 7, which takes you to octaves. And now it's making a comeback. Why? because of the greatest apocalypse and a mechanism for survival. Like I say, if you understand the trivium and the quadrivium, you can pretty much navigate your way around this situation. The problem is there's just not enough people that do understand these arts, the 7 liberal arts. And it's not called the 7 liberal arts for nothing, because it's the art of liberation. It's the way to liberation. I tell everybody, look into the trivium and the quadrivium, and it will solve a lot of problems.
Sure. Yeah, and like you say, if people were in full knowledge of this this method, we wouldn't be in the situation.
Yeah, I mean, when you get a populace that has an understanding of the trivium and then the quadrivium, that's when you have like a Renaissance type of society. Because realistically, we shouldn't be dealing with the problems that have been manufactured artificially. We should actually be sort of bathing in art, literature, painting, music, and educating ourselves on the transcending spectrum, rather than just going around in circles, problem, reaction, solution.
Dealing with creator business.
Yeah.
Okay, T's for trivium. Once again, we're in the teachings of Master Lee. T is also for third force. Kind of covered this earlier on when we talked about the denying force.
Yeah, so the third force could also be, well, it can be called the reconciling force or the neutralizing force or the third eye. So we know the opposing forces, you've got positive, negative. Now, if you look at those in power, their objective is to keep people polarized in 2 opposing forces. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is. It could be, they can take any subject, and as long as the population is polarized, they're happy. What they don't want is the unification, the reconciling, where the triad is erected, and the elevation of consciousness, because you can't enslave somebody with the third force. The ability to have the 2 opposing forces at peace in some kind of harmony. That's exactly what they don't want. And they'll choose any subject, and they just keep regurgitating old subjects, new subjects. As long as there's a polarization where people are divided, and divided in themselves with confusion, hesitation, and doubt, then they can pretty much do what they want. Because when somebody has confusion, hesitation, and doubt, then they'll literally beg to be told what to do.
I suppose this is really how the Hegelian dialect works, is they provide the 2 polarities, the what is it, the thesis and the antithesis, so the positive and the negative, and then the synthesis of those is always presented by the third force, but it's external to us, it's their third force. So regaining the third force, and I really like here in this diagram, I found it's called new arising, which I particularly like. Very Aborisian. Regaining the third force.
So new arisings come when the third force, which is the neutralizing, the reconciling force. You could say like unification, embodiment, the mind, body, and emotions are unified. They either want to keep you thinking, or keep you feeling, or keep you moving, like working physically. They don't like the unification. And it goes back to the polymath and the trivium. It's all connected.
Sure. Okay. T is for third force.
Yeah, so sorry, just one last thing.
The triad comes under this as well, so carry on.
Yeah, just the third force. So when we say the third force is not present, or the third force has been removed, that means you've got somebody that's kind of divided or split. They're not unified.
Yeah. There's no flow of energy, like you said before. If there's not 3 points, the energy can't flow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Which really is the next T, which is for triad. And the triad, as you introduced it to us, is basically when the third force is reignited, You have the 3, the try. And this was the big entrance to you coming to Rise Above when you explain the power of 3, the 3 forces, and you called it the erect triad, and then we started talking about the metaphysical deck chair, which is proper deep. So I think that's, you've sort of really covered that already by talking about the third force. It is the third part of the triad.
Yeah, also, by understanding the triad or 3 forces, it actually helps you to relax and be in some kind of homeostasis. Because if we live our lives thinking this is good and that's bad, or I should be doing this and not that, and like something's good or bad all the time, it's very stressful. When you can factor in that it's actually a naturally occurring thing, so like this situation that we're in is actually naturally occurring, albeit by unnatural people. The reconciling force would be the greatest apocalypse. So you're able to use the duality in the situation and unify them and being objective. This leads you to being objective, which is one of the highest forms of consciousness is objective reason. And it can be a very good place. Well, it's a great place to be when you can sit and observe the polarity, but not be eaten by it.
To observe it reasonably.
Yeah.
Okay. T's for triad. Oh, why have I got Q there? I've obviously put that in the wrong place. Well, we've already covered the quadrivium. Sorry, I put that was a last minute thing when I was adding that in. Obviously, Q doesn't come after T. So, trivium, quadrivium, the third force, and the triad. Okay, we're on to W. W is for Wuhan Hoax Organization, which is pretty self-explanatory. I could have called it the Holocaust Organization, but I thought I'd save that for the NHS. Probably a little bit more fitting. Because there wasn't really much evidence of a Holocaust going on in Wuhan, let's be fair. But then again, it's actually illegal to disagree with the Wuhan Hoax Organization on YouTube, as we found out, so enough of that. W is also for whole rabbit. Now, what the hell does that mean? This is the time that we came up with on Rise Above. People talk about going down the rabbit hole. So, we use rabbit as a euphemism or a metaphor for, study and knowledge. But another thing I said is, don't get stuck down the bottom of a rabbit hole because you can't see very far from down there. So we don't do rabbit holes. We do only whole rabbits here at Rise Above. And this is my rendition of a whole rabbit roasting in front of the Rise Above sun. And this will be available on a T-shirt, hopefully from next week. riseabove.news/merchandise. So yeah, W's for whole rabbit, which I think also you described as the gist.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to go to the bottom of every rabbit hole, extract all the rabbits, get one whole rabbit, dissect it, and then you get the gist right at the middle.
Yeah.
And often find that rather than dealing in fine detail when we talk about these things and getting wrapped up at the bottom of a rabbit hole in proper fine detail, it's much better to zoom out and have a macro meta rabbit view.
Yeah.
The world's most prolific rabbit hunter.
I was waiting for some help there, Homer Pete's. Thank you very much. My rabbit monologue.
Yeah, you could get a group of people, and let's say, for instance, one person found a set of ears, another person found some feet, another person found a tail, another person found a body. But they probably couldn't identify it. But if you put it all together, then you've got the whole rabbit.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a form of syncretism.
Well, it's like people that go looking for the Yeti. They find a bit of fur, and they're convinced that this bit of fur is a Yeti, and they spend their whole time like going on about this bit of fur. Little do they know they just found a bit of a bear.
Yeah.
They spent far too long down one rabbit hole. They forgot to look at the whole damn rabbit.
Yo-ho, Mr. Rabbit.
Perfect. W is for whole rabbit. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to go.
W is for wabbit.
Wabbit, whole wabbit. Here's
that's an old one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an old one. That's from New Magic's The Whole Rabbit. That's a good one. Okay. V. We're getting towards the end now. V is for Virus Man. Here's a good one. Jeremy 9 show. Nuremberg 2, Virus Man 2021. Yeah, the original member of the meme team, Virus Man, been with us since early days. He popped in earlier on, said hello. He's gone back to the meme cave, back to the cauldron to cook up some more mimetic sorcery. Yeah, so V is definitely for Virus Man when it comes to Rise the Bug. Big up Virus Man, get him on Telegram. Along with Iso Memetica as well. All your stuff is on Telegram, right? Yeah, these memes are far too spicy. He got banned from Instagram already. V is for Virus Man. Okay. V is for Vaggasm, right? Now, Vaggasm is a term that was actually come up with only on Monday.
And it was popping off on Monday.
Oh, Monday was amazing. It really was popping off. I'm just going to show you what a Vaggasm actually looks like or sounds like. I got to clips it out of Monday's show. This is a Vaggasm. This is when God Vag came in. Right? And it would seem that Travis is pointing to...
Where's the entrance to the crater?
Well, he's pointing to a star which seems to be on the end of this landmass here. Now, if I'm looking at that, so there's England.
The centre of the crater.
What would that landmass over there be? That would have to be sort of like...
That's Australia top right now.
That would be like North Asia. So that would be like China. He's pointing to China. That is China. Yeah, because it's nearest to Australia there. Yeah, he's pointing to China. Yo, Wim, I know he's watching. Wim, if you're watching, please, can you get to us? Is that star that he's pointing to on your own map as you've devised it? Is that where China is?
Yeah, let us know, Wim.
He's got to be watching. There he is. He's
Is
in.
it-
It's
is it-
Wuhan. There he is.
No way! No way!
Boom.
God forbid, it's in the fucking chat.
It's Wuhan.
Oh
It
my
is.
God.
Oh my days. Live on Rise Above. You
God,
got it.
Vag, we are so happy to have you here on live on Rise Above.
Mate, I actually feel beside myself. Wim, welcome, right? So what he's actually saying
Cheers,
is...
Wim.
Yeah,
Chasing
cheers.
the dragon.
Cheers.
Chasing the dragon. So he's pointing to not only China...
Gosh.
Gosh, let's have a massive gosh for that. He's not only pointing to the home of the Red Dragon, he could be potentially pointing to Ground Zero.
Quite a dwelling peasants.
Yes, we've got it all lined up. Oh, 383 people tuned in.
We've got the mighty God Vag tuned in on a Monday night.
Right, so yeah, that's amazing. He is literally pointing to the brightest star, which is Wuhan, ground zero of COVID 1984.
This is so fucked up.
You saw it first here on Live on Rise Above.
Unreal.
So,
a massive gadgevasm.
How does this link to...
So yeah, that's what a gadgevasm looks like. No, a vaggasm, sorry.
Gadgevasm.
A gaping gadgevasm. Yeah, so that was a magic moment on Monday night. It was historic. It was historic. Big up everyone that watched on Monday night. We had record amounts of people
live watching, and I was just sort of laughing.
It was a great show. It was a really good show. We've got to do that more often. Have like a last minute sort of emergency show.
Excellent.
Oh, Inner Guardians dropped out there. So yeah, did you see the video where you actually coined Vaggasm? Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, it's funny. The crater moved.
The crater did move. Right, so V is for Vaggasm. Oh, the last one. I shouldn't leave this on the screen for too long. Z is for Zionism. Yeah, less said about that, the better. Right, so guys, that was the ABC. That was the ABC, the A to Z of Rise Above. We just like properly explained everything, I think. I mean, yeah, there were a few extra ones as we went along. We had to whack in there. Do you reckon there's any that we missed out?
Has anyone got any in the comment section?
Yeah, this is the time. Everyone in the comment section, is there any sort of euphemisms, Aborigine slang that we've missed out? This is the time to let us know.
Crater-dwelling peasants.
Crater-dwelling peasants. It's been an awesome show tonight. Big thank you to...
Reality, is that you?
No, it's Statham. Oh yeah, S is for Statham.
Oh, yeah, you should
Shout out
explain
to all
that.
the people in the comments. Eye for eye, Sam Carno, stupid head, yeah.
Stupid poo head. Yeah, he's wicked.
LFX,
Big up Oak Tree
everybody.
69. Oh yeah, S is for Statham. The reason we say have the summon your inner Statham, And if you watch my COVID 1984 freestyle video, I start off in the booth. I always start off by Statham. Statham is it's how I warm up my voice before I MC or before I record. It's by basically becoming Jason Statham. And
we come up with a load of names to describe the type of voice that we wanted to record.
Yeah, give me an urban Statham.
Or South Coast method Statham.
Yeah, so it's just a little vocal warm up, and it's just a little ritual. I summon my inner Statham before I get in the booth and record any bars.
Potato Head.
Did someone say what's Potato Head? Oh, that was Potato Head was Boris Johnson. Yeah, P for Potato Head. I don't know why. I mean, yeah, he looks a bit like a potato head. He didn't warrant coming up with a better name. I don't think.
He doesn't deserve a name.
No, he doesn't deserve a name.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's just a wig.
Yeah, he doesn't Health Chancellor Gates, fine. Sugar Mountain, the rest of them, but nah, fucking Potato Head. So lazy. Yeah, so I think let's call it. Yeah, let's end on a high. Unless we've got anything else to say. Next week, guys, is it's Meet the Flockers Live. Big up Sheep Farm Studios. Big up Dom and Chris. They're going to be presenting Slumdog Millionaire, Rishi Sunak. We're going to be going in. See you guys next Friday. Rise above, everybody.
Rise above.
Nail Breaks, thank you very much for tuning in. Watch out for Al Gore and his Dutty Rhythm. Soviet Yoda, hang tight, all the Thailand crew, Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, Sudyoy Chime, Cap. I used to be number one for Rang MC out there, trust me. Way before Rise Above. Big up RF. The track ID usually appears when the copyright thing comes up after the show. YouTube will put the track ID in the description.
I need you now, cause jump it with the really man alright. I need you now, cause jump it with the bad bass line. Bad bass line, bad bass line, bad bass, bad bass, bad bass line. I know with the mixing sound, 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 I know with the mixing sound.
Ladies and gentle people, this is the night you're waiting for. Lynch come the original silence.
I'm feeling easy to resolve.
Infected, parasites are digging deeper. Neglected in this narrow mind, just respect the teacher. I dissect the plan, I don't have no leader. Propaganda of a distant form, propping up the speaker. Not a leg to stand on, hand on heart. Break away from the pack, when we're back to the march. Walking in the wilderness and back to the car. In fact, the tracks has got me sleeping, falling back to the car. desk now louder. Sonic ambush while my words them surround you. Heavy artillery on every encounter. Wait a minute, louder. Pet not powder. Sound man crank it at the desk now louder. Sonic ambush while my words them surround you. Heavy artillery on every encounter.
Big up everyone still tuned in. Eye for an Eye, Kobe at Yoda, LFX Santana. Big up Nick Lonsworth. Wherever you're tuned in from, remember it's Rise Above. We're all in this crater together. And none of us are getting out alive, trust me.
Me like me baseline, like me like me girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. DJ play tune, the girl get mad up. 18-inch pulsating and rattle, slow motion, new slogan, she turn up. Red light speaking, things burn up. Alright, my losing, keep the grooving. Could have been so fast to get to bruising. It's right there, making sure you're choosing. Right, I think someone call the news in. It's not my fault, we be abusing. Because I from the front ceiling. On the baby, the girl who want to breathe in. Why don't you it? Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but to me again. Did you run that again this week? Climate changing, face getting hit. No fake, we raving so wavy. Mental police can't change me. Alright, it's still the perfect timing. But about like that, analyzing. Trinity door, I'm yelling for private. To the end, so long, she wants to ride it. She needs to private. Big boys in room, they so right. It's right, it's your way. Me like the girl. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like the baseline, like me waistline. So give me that 40 hertz, but to me again. Me like
melanoma. Inject the melanoma. We're stacking bags like stoma. Yo, rolling over on my beats. Magix has exited. Big up Magix. Yep. Rise above family. We sprint towards the light that will blind. Open up the mind and see what you might find. Big up Sam Carno, big up Eye for an Eye. LFX. Yo, big about the better on the beats. Twisted modulation, perfect technique. I'll give an occupation is to perplex the streets. Twisted modulation, perfect technique. Yo, nothing less than savage. The damage that we're causing, the impact is tragic. The crowd is still applauding, the audio's marauding. Soundboy put the forward in, time for drastic measures. Babylon is falling. Time for drastic measures, cause Babylon is falling. Omar. Big up Ian Hill, build the table and they will come. Welcome to the table. Armageddon acolytes. Assimilate the function. Approach the crossroad. Choose the next junction. Omar.
We love the slim girl, we love the fat gal, we love the short gal, we love the tall gal, we love the girls, yeah. We love the girls, we love slim girl. We love small, we love tall girl, we love all girl, I love the world, we love the serious girl, we love girl. 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 Said the nicest girls in all the world. Said touching the talk about girl. Potential I talk about girl. Sing if I could tell them about the one doll girl. We got the nicest girl in all the world. Slim girl, fat girl, short girl, tall. Sing if I can wrap up the down and pass.
Jamana say we like them like that. Trushy fatter. Jamana say we like them like that. Some gal slimmer man and some gal fat. Trushy fatter. Jamana say we like them like that. Sister fatter. Big and she fatter. She tell me that she living in a basement flatter. Say every week if me can get me head flatter. She tell me pan the cook and she have a big touch pot. Trushy fatter. Jamana say we like them like that. Trushy fatter. Jamana say we like them like that. Some gal slimmer man and some gal fat. Trushy fatter.
Magic's got his phone charger. Big up Sam RYE2000. Big up Ian Hill. Glad the shills didn't show. Big up 039. Big shout out's going. Listen. Double checking the measurement. Write that shit on testament. It's laced with untold relevance. Yeah, it's the sound that rises above, cause we extinguish interfere as we generate the love. Allow me to elucidate what on the beats. Choose a break. Is it really real? Choose your fate. Omar. Yo. I feared the denying force until I chose to ride the horse. With the help of Master Lee, I see the triad from the fourth. Beast in full control. Fingered up and the fade up. Mic and out of the mix up. Time to give them flavor on my beast. First things first. Fingered up and the fade up. Mic and out of the mix up. Time to give them flavor. Second of all, slip map. A side or B side. Which way's he gonna flip that? Yo. I used to fear the denying force until I choose to mount the horse. Big up the Pfizer Chiefs. Shout outs going to the Pfizer Chiefs. You might fear the denying force until they choose to mount the horse.
They don't remember me.
And with the help of Master Lee, we see the triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and step up to their power. Doing this for decades, the apocalyptic pundit brother speak you through the wreckage. Salute the general, all soldiers in your berets. Rise above this red A, creeping like an arrow fight, live inside the belly. Rise above this red A. Sipping the Ribena. Shout out to LFX. Homer Beast is running it. Remember, hoodies are available. Small, medium, large and extra large. £45 including postage and packing. PayPal, riseabove-livestream@gmail.com. Organic, Rise Above apparel is available. Only the hardcore remain. True soldiers. Drum and bass woman. Drum and bass man. With a double trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Don't kick with your foot, don't punch with your hand. Pick up a record, I pick up a mic and use it as weapon. They say, drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. With a double trouble, don't want fighting in the jam, please. It's Rise Above. Yeah. Yo, Homer Beats. Big up all the family. Hang tight, Sam Carno. Yo, flip it round, change thinking. Best forget what you thought you know. Brand new sound, I'm not chitting. Homer Beats original. Hold it down, not quick thing. It's unpredictable. It's unpredictable. Yeah, flip it. It's up, yeah, it's unpredictable. It be the way I spit these lyrical messages throughout your avenues and terraces. If you went down with me, I'll be your nemesis. Shake your brain inside, just go until you need a therapist. It's time to meet the specialist. On the beats, it be so deadly into the premises. We never miss, we spit verbal flame. I blaze up some herbal, then I shoot you all again. Plow! Right back at me, on the beats and my hit. Well, no, not exactly. My flow still protects me from whack MCs that try to get me. The situation's heavy, I think I need a bevy. Crack one open and vibe from the wicked words, the double letters spoken. Me never joking. It's Rise Above, we're extinguishing the fear because we generate love. Remember the Telegram, Rise Above Official. Riding out the last 10 minutes with Homer Beats. We'll go to 3 o'clock. A 6-hour stream tonight because it's the 50th episode. That's how we do. Rise Above. Remember next week we got Sheep Farm live, Meet the Flockers live. Rishi Sunak, Slumdog Millionaire, The Expose. Big up Dom and Chris from Sheep Farm Studios. Word Nerd still jiggling.
Once you get locked into a serious drug contract, the tendency is to push it as far as you can.
Awesome selection from the man like Homer Beats, resident selector, Rise Above. R to the I to the S to the E. A to the B to the O to the B to the E. The Rise Above ABC. Abo, Rizzy and Alphabet E Spaghetti. Come with it, Homer Beats. Abo, Rizzy and Alphabet E Spaghetti. You heard it here first.
We had 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline, 5 sheets of high-powered water acid, a salt shaker half full of cocaine, a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, laughers, also a quart of tequila, quarter rum, case of beer, pint of raw ether, and 2 dozen amyls.
Wow. Yo, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Too many made a microphone, too many made a bus. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The most explosive matter is the sound you can't touch. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Too many made a microphone, too many made a bus. Omar. $88 people tuned in. Travis Scott's number. Someone else tune in quickly. This one's me on the next one. Bang to Rights featuring Double LMC.
care for the beats like anyone else. I don't care for the beats like anyone else.
Lose yourself in the music. Just face it, resistance is useless. Lose yourself in the music. Lose yourself in the music. Just face it, resistance is useless. Lose yourself in the music.
I don't care for the beats like anyone else. I don't care for the beats like anyone else.
Final 5 minutes of the show. 5 minutes, not 5 more.
Lose yourself in the music. Just face it, resistance is useless. Lose yourself in the music. Just face it, it's music. We make it, produce it, break it, confuse it. We make it, produce it, break it, confuse it. Face it, it's music. Lose yourself in the music. Lose yourself in the music. Lose yourself in the music. Just face it, resistance is useless. Lose yourself in the music. Lose yourself in the music. Just face it, resistance is useless. I don't care for the beats like anyone else. I don't care for the beats like anyone else. I don't care for the beats like anyone else.
Ah, it's for Rise Above, bitches. a selection from Oma Beats. Wow. That's how we do it at Rise Above. Don't forget to represent in a hoodie, keep you warm this winter. Spread a little bit of Abo, Resi and Sigil magic on your back. Rise Above. 33 degrees hoodies are available right now. All t-shirts, all jumpers, all hoodies will be available for Christmas, hopefully within a week or two. Big up the city. Right, last one from Omar. It's 3 o'clock. The Empress has got a course at 10 tomorrow. Don't forget to get your hoodies. Rise Above hoodies are super nice quality. No Coviet peasants, NPCs or Proviets were harmed in the making of these hoodies. Big up DJ Don Shady. All profits go back into supporting our glorious stream, comrades. Rise Above, last one.
life or the next.
He's got the best jingles. We've got the best jingles in town, everyone.
I will have my vengeance. In this life or the next.
Is that it? Right, I'm gonna end up the show by playing the trailer for next week, which is Sheep Farm. See you guys next week for Sheep Farm Live.
Will grow old, then I will die. I'll be a part of the oceans and sky. When I was young, before my life, I was a part of the oceans and sky.
Britain will borrow almost £400 billion this year, or close to $526 billion, to pay for the massive coronavirus hit to its economy. That's according to Finance Minister Rishi Sunak on Wednesday, as he announced a one-year spending plan.
We have never in peacetime faced an economic fight like this one. This national effort will be underpinned by government interventions in the economy on a scale unimaginable only a few weeks ago. This is not a time for ideology and orthodoxy. This is a time to be bold, a time for courage. I can announce today an unprecedented package of government-backed and guaranteed loans to support business to get through this. Today, I am making available an initial £330 billion of guarantees. Today, I am proud to say that under the UK's presidency, the group of the world's 7 most advanced economies, the G7, is launching a set of public policy principles for retail central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. Central bank digital currencies could be a digital version of money, a bit like a digital banknote that could be used alongside physical notes and coins. Unlike most of the digital money people use daily today, it would be issued directly by a central bank, like the Bank of England in the UK. I'd like to address straight away the following question. Why do we need to raise taxes? 3 reasons. First, we need to properly fund the NHS as we recover from the pandemic. Senior NHS leaders have made clear that without more funding, we will not properly be able to address this significant backlog in people's cancelled operations, delayed treatments, or missed diagnoses. Today, I'm announcing that the UK will go further and become the first ever net zero aligned financial centre. This means we are going to move towards making it mandatory for firms to publish a clear, deliverable plan setting out how they will decarbonise and transition to net zero with an independent task force to define what's required.
Your father-in-law is obviously Narayan Murthy. Everyone, he's a household name in India. Tell me, Rishi, when you told when you told him about your decision to get into politics, what was his reaction?
He was excited. He was very excited, and he's been incredibly supportive. I mean, I'm very fortunate, to have someone like him as as family. I get to benefit from his guidance, his advice, and that's quite special. To have that and to have his support. So I feel very fortunate, really. I mean, it's obviously very intimidating as well. Yeah. So there's that as well.
Do you sort of have these coffee table conversations with him, saying that what should I do about this? What should I do about that? I mean, and what kind of advice does he give you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course we do. We talk about it a lot, and and he gives me great advice. And I think that you're probably more used to hearing it than I am, because he's, as you said, he's well respected and listened to in India.
Narayana Murthy, he said I should call him. Your title is Chairman and Chief Mentor. Well, you have at Infosys a value statement. Your vision and mission is called See Life. Customer delight, leadership by example, integrity and transparency, fairness and pursuit of excellence. And what does it mean to be chief mentor?
I believe that values that we all talk of are primarily universal. Honesty, decency, work ethic. We can summarize our values in a very simple sentence, and that is, the softest pillow is a clear conscience. As long as you have a clear conscience that you have not shortchanged anybody,